once again that in the lower bracket, one of these teams are going to be out. They will be eliminated from the tournament as well. So there's a life on the line here. So essentially, they're gonna have to make sure they're gonna have to play their strategies right.
Yeah, it is a battle for survival after all in this losers bracket. As we wait for the players to get ready, they just got invited to the tournament server, and I believe they are going to do the roles to protect. I think they are doing the protects, and New Zealand is protecting Rice number 5. Supernova is more of the vocal dump type of technical.
Yeah, interestingly enough, all these protects are coming out on the right side. Though I feel like because as well as you may know that New Zealand and Italy has been, I think, pretty consistent on their protects so far. I might be wrong because I haven't seen their protects in like round of 32, but as I may recall, that both of these teams have been protecting mostly Rice. So, or at least one of them maybe must have been SB, but I think the strategy might be trying to get into their weaknesses, and I think protecting Rice might seem like a good, I think an interesting one at the very least.
I think it's really interesting that they stick to their guns in terms of protects. Well, that gives information that they have the same kind of protects, maybe, but when you faced a similar country, you do not really necessarily want to stick to your guns. You want to aim for the weaknesses exactly. They are going for an LN1 ban on New Zealand's side, so that's gonna be the LN coordination out. I wonder what. Well, Italy already banned the SV2, so those are pretty different bans.
Yeah, no OS original this time, at least for this match in particular. And no, I don't think we're making the tiebreaker as it shows. But I think in particular, this has been quite a huge trend for the teams to be banning mostly the Ellen coordination, because in the round of 32 there has been like quite a lot of bans on that pick. But this one is no different. We have seen that much for this, I guess, for the entire tournament. I feel.
All right, we're gonna settle into Supernova as a first pick. That is density to start with.
Hachiko no Shiawase. Again, this was one of those. I guess you could treat this as a kind of a quite jump stream-ish low note pick at the same time. So New Zealand doesn't do too well on the. I guess most of the LNs in like around 32. Maybe in that particular information, Italy might have an edge on that.
Okay, we see some lineup changes on New Zealand side. However, I think Italy's gonna be mostly winging with the same exact lineup.
Yeah, only the bottom row of the New Zealand team has been changed.
So I think New Zealand has more of a versatile lineup than Italy. Italy has some really strong carries, and that's how they work. I think a lot of countries function differently depending on who they can get for the countries. It's really interesting to notice. I think the Italian scene has been made of really good all-rounders in general, so it's very interesting to see the different dynamics, and it can be interesting also to see what kind of performance those people can provide to us.
Yeah, it might be hard to sharpshoot as well. Being only 7.8 might be on the higher side on the LNs. You can argue maybe because of the jump stream that you can go over the OD a little bit higher, but at the same time you're kind of into risking a lot of more 200s along the way if you're going into accuracy too much.
Yeah, I think at 192 BPM, it's not yet at the point where people are going to struggle in terms of physicality. So having that OD here to really put the emphasis on accuracy and ratio is a really good determinator, especially between those two countries. It's going to be a great determinator for the winners bracket matches, but here it's gonna tell us a little bit more about people's accuracy on LNs.
As usual, intro doesn't have anything too much to offer other than maybe just some flicker, no lead whatsoever.
Ooh, one miss, like the first miss on New Zealand's side from Blixer.
Twice there actually.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. And the accuracy is also dipping towards below 99%. That's not a good sign. And you can see like the accuracy on Italy's side is also surviving.
Oh,
as you
wow.
say, yeah, as you say, the OD 7.8 is doing a lot in terms of putting those accuracies down.
Already catching up 4 misses from New Zealand side, and Italy still going particularly strong. Although they're maybe Ray's accuracy is a little lower than everyone else. Maybe Blixer we have catching like 5 misses at the same time too.
Yeah, honestly, like you can see a similar lead that New Zealand had before on the previous pick. However, here I do not suspect technical difficulties, but a miss from Barry. Like that was a fairly clean miss.
Oh,
that
twice!
Miss was not clean, however, and Simo is gonna accompany them.
It's gonna need an extra miss, I feel. There's only 3 misses caught up by Italy, although Blixer already missed like 5 to 6 times already. It's gonna be an extra miss for the lead to be caught back up, but I think we're running out of time here though.
Yeah, like the lead is not really enormous. Like 20,000 points is recoverable with a little bit more time and way more drastic misses, I want to say, from multiple people. Yeah, let's look at the ratios. I do think that Italy has the advantage with 2 people towards 500 and 600, 300s, whereas New Zealand is just going to have one Mr. Robeats with 986k, which is a really decent score, all things considered. Compared to the lobby.
Yeah, Angela's and Roby's 300 count has been separated by 9. So essentially, there's just only 100 different points apart there.
Yeah, I think you can see like really similar dynamics, like Angela and Roby leading the pack, Simo and Caillou having second place, and having a third player just kind of fight for survival here. Really interesting match so far.
1-1 here. New Zealand has to respond with something, and oh, they're going for, I guess, A. We'll just call it A, or head, or like, I don't know, swinging their hand.
It's the 4chan map.
Ah, yeah. I mean, when I saw this in the map pool, I didn't expect that FF4 is coming back in, especially for this one.
Yeah, this is a really quirky high 19 pick. Like, when I played this map, I was like, what is this map?
You thought Happy Arnold was not strange enough for you.
And if you remember Happy Arnold, then this is something else. You have a lot of anchors, you have a lot of long jacks, you have a lot of many things that will make people miss. So I expect at least 5 misses across the lobby.
Yeah, it's the same artist as well. So Happy Arnold was based on the CJ, and then A also by them as well. Just also the same mapper as well, in which no coincidence, but there's that.
Alright, Roby splits Midian versus Very, Simo, and Angela. Very, don't forget to switch the teams.
This is a mixed bag of...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is, I feel like I don't know what to expect, because I've seen like one match like last year. I believe it was like Thailand versus Vietnam on the Happy Arnold. Whether they suffer the same fate on the very end because they forgot to time the long jacks or whatever. I'm kind of afraid that this turns out to be that way. But let's see what happens there.
Yeah, I think this is the most unpredictable Rice pick of them all, because I think since New Zealand and Italy have very similar ratios, very similar Rice accuracies, it's gonna come down to the misses, and you cannot predict the misses.
Alright. Wow, there's a lot of 200 by Blixer on long jack there, but Very actually trades in with 100 on the roll.
Yeah, Very did the same thing actually, so they traded the accuracy drops.
It's one of these games again. Simo with a miss there.
It's a very clean miss for now.
Well, Very caught up to Blixer's accuracy and by a much faster rate. Blixer needs to catch up with the act game here, because the lead fight actually starts to slip away here.
Yeah, Angela is just having a lower accuracy than Midian or Roby, so it's not quite the
jump
lead
stream.
coming back to Italy yet.
260 light medium density jump stream, which might actually caught some people, maybe on terms of accuracy. Very is the I guess the second one maybe, and Blixer trading that out actually surprisingly.
Yeah, Blixer does not drop a lot of accuracy, still having a clean miss, and having clean misses is really important at this point of now, but it's coming really close!
It's one of these games again, Midian missed on the, I guess on the kind of a transition roll, and another one actually.
No, that's gonna give a substantial lead to Italy right now, but 10,000 points on this kind of pick is nothing. It can swing back in the last quarter of the map. It can still swing back.
I guess that's one of those spiky transitions at the end of the charts too. What I'm afraid of, because it's one of these games again that the lead might not actually mean anything.
Oh, I'm really scared right now, but we're coming towards the end of the map and nothing yet. Blixer misses another time before the end. It's gonna be a break point for Italy?
Yeah, there it is. There you go. There's a Great point for Italy, and may I mention that Simo only missed once, and then the ratio is actually disgusting.
Yeah, no, like New Zealand has to be afraid of Simo right there because if Italy can have a really cohesive performance like here, they are a force to be reckoned. Like, look at those ratios. Compare those ratios. Compare those accuracies. I think Italy has the advantage in terms of accuracy, at least. Um, it just comes down to how many times can Italy miss, and how many times can New Zealand also miss in return. It's going to be a battle of survival, a battle of keeping combo, I think, in terms of sustaining Rice.
That's a break point, and Italy does get a chance here to double their lead, or at least making them 2 points ahead.
So I think Italy might still go for a lens because that's their safest category by far, as we saw on LN2 before. Hybrid is also a possibility, though I think hybrid will be a little bit more uncertain. It kind of depends on how each of the two teams can maintain combo on each of those picks, because a lot of those picks are really combo breakable, I would say.
Or they can go with the curveball and say Horizon Moon. Oh, they're actually going for introduction. They're straying away to the hybrids now.
Now, introduction is a really interesting pick because I think like introduction is really abrasive towards the later half, especially. You have a lot of those coordination and bursts, especially that are really, really chokeable, both in terms of accuracy and combos. So I think Italy going with the quote-unquote raw skill kind of pick is kind of a statement to be made against New Zealand.
Not sure if New Zealand is able to capitalize off that chassis formation for Italy, saying Bray doesn't have the map, so take that for what you will.
I think it's the kind of map that can probably perform well on side tree. Like you can react to the bursts and so on, but I think you have a greater advantage knowing the map, knowing what the map has to provide, because Taishi's burst design, I would say, in terms of sound design, is a bit more unpredictable than your usual map.
Looks like they're probably staying with the same players, all 6 of them. Oh, we're seeing the wrong background, but should be synced up soon enough. There you go. This seems to be able to have a little bit of rocky start in the intro, seems like, but should be caught up to where you just close enough.
Yeah, just very similar performances in the intro for now, but this is not the heart of the map yet. Let's go.
Again, why is this in round of 16?
Yeah, this is really hard to sharpshoot, and for now, I think the entire lobby is doing a great job of sniping that. Blitz going to be a little bit behind in terms of accuracy, but we're going to wait to see if they really miss. They did miss.
No, they do not.
So, yeah,
we're
now,
actually entering I guess the second half of it. I'm really scared of what happens. There's no lead whatsoever though.
Yeah, like for now, Italy has a slight accuracy advantage, but I think that the later half is going to be the greatest determinants.
Oh, okay.
Combo. I was gonna say, Angela, please.
I don't know if that missile might have been a long release, but I'm not too sure. The lead is just still nothing. both Robits and Simo is actually trying to tank as much damage as possible to make sure the lead doesn't go any other side. Simo with the bit right as I said that!
That is heartbreaking to see. Like, this is Italy's pick. They have the accuracy advantage, I think.
Oh,
but,
very.
oh no, but no full combos from Italy's side. That is devastating, but New Zealand is doing a great job of maintaining the combo game. Like, oh my god, yeah, 3 FCs versus none.
We're coming up to the end here, and this is already quite a huge lead already coming to the end. And against all odds, that's a breakpoint back to back.
Yeah, back-to-back breakpoints, and I think New Zealand might have gone for a combo strategy rather than an accuracy one. We're going to compare the ratios here, but I do think that Italy on paper has the greater accuracy, and coming down to the totals, I think they have the slight accuracy advantage. Not so much on... Yeah, they do have the accuracy advantage, especially if you compare the 200s. But the combo advantage is... Well, they have a full lobby, full combo on New Zealand's side, and no full combos on the Italy side. That's just a pretty straightforward statement.
Yeah. It just so happens that they are able to hold on, and New Zealand's able to reap the rewards for a breakpoint there. 2-2.
Really interesting match so far. Again, first point was Rice versus Alen. Second point was a break point on Rice versus Hybrid. So the dynamic is kind of all over the place, really. You see like the Rice versus Alen dynamic, you see the combo versus accuracy dynamic. There's a lot to be said about this match.
And New Zealand's not trying to stay away from the Rice, they're still staying in for Bulapase. And yeah, looks like no changes whatsoever. They're just still staying in. Absolutely flying throughout the chart. There's no break in between of it.
Yeah, I think Italy has... Well, some players in the lobby have to play all of the picks in a row. So I do wonder if stamina is going to play a role in the long term here, because if we go towards tiebreaker, I think some of the players might get a little bit tired.
I would dread to be able to play tiebreaker after all these maps though, to be honest with you, because after everything else the hybrids and Rice thrown at you, I cannot imagine the situation these players would be in.
As has been noted throughout the match, Italy has a slight
accuracy
advantage. Yeah, for now the accuracy advantage still goes to Italy. Simo's miss was really the most clean you could get, whereas Midian is gonna dip into the 99.3, 99.4.
I would absolutely lose my mind if this is a third breakpoint.
Yeah, are we gonna play breakpoints up until tiebreaker? It's gonna be really funny. It has happened before.
We're not out of the woods yet because the mini jack's starting to kick in a little bit more towards the end.
Yeah, each of the two teams have two carries who are really close to 99.9 or 99.8. So it's a really similar dynamic.
This is Travis Simo. Oh my god, Simon Berry collapsed over there. New Zealand is taking the lead there.
What a disaster. Oh my god.
Simo's miss has been very, very dirty, and New Zealand is taking over the lead.
Yeah, you see this lead? This is the power of combo and just sustaining your survival. And New Zealand's not gonna get broken up.
Oh my god, that is a shame because Simo's ratio is actually so good.
Oh my god, 76? 76 300s on this one, and wow, those judgments are from the chokes, really. And I think like Italy's greatest demise here is gonna be the misses. It's definitely the misses.
let me tell you plain and simple, these players doesn't have more than 151 300s. That just goes to show these players have the control to play all of these Rise now. And now they're actually going for, I guess this would counts as a protect for Italy too. The core jacks.
Yeah, that is very interesting to see because on paper, Italy has been getting the better accuracy on this pool, but the way core jacks are architectured in MWC is that they make you miss really easily, especially in the bursts and the anchors and everything that can throw you off, really.
Well, we're probably going to be seeing low 100 300s. Or I guess double digit 300s, I guess, because core jacks, for the nature of it, just keeping up with the metro no more than anything.
Yeah, I think the ratio battle is going to be way more defined on core jacks because getting good accuracy on core jacks is a lot more different than getting good accuracy on streams or even tech.
Yeah, we'll see, because I'm kind of interested to see, because the core jacks, you know, as far as many players go with how they would try to sharpshoot core jacks to the best of their ability, and this is no exception. OD's actually, I have never seen like OD higher than 8.5, and core jacks 8.7 might be a good solution to that.
Yeah, I think on core jack in particular, it's not going to change people's accuracies quite a lot. Like you can see that Simo and Derry are maintaining 99. Were
Ooh,
maintaining
early miss,
99.
and Angela as well. That must have been the 50 and a miss for a bit, because the accuracy is now comparably lower than everyone else.
Yeah, it's a bad sign for Italy to start with, but if New Zealand can miss afterwards, they still have the advantage over the 400 combo cap.
The lead might be sizable for New Zealand, but this is still the first third.
Yeah, it's not the hottest spot yet, and we are still awaiting New Zealand misses, but New Zealand has been continuously getting better combo than Italy so far.
Well, Bray is recovering very, very quickly from 99 to 99.74. That's probably the highest pace of recovery for Barry's accuracy there, right there.
Angela, please, do not miss the breaks.
The break section is the hardest part of the chart. What do you mean? Okay, it's trying to falter maybe quite a little. Although the lead is extending to New Zealand right at this point, from 17,000 to 20-ish thousand. Might be some accuracy drops here and there, but this is still not that much in comparison, because there are only like 2 misses, maybe 3, because Angela missed twice.
Yeah, I mean, look at New Zealand's team performance, however. Like 99.88, 87, 92, like this is a really cohesive team performance.
No!
And let's go! The curse has worked on Blixa! Let's go!
Blixa with the miss, but the lead does start to dent, but coming up to the end here, I don't think that is gonna damage too much in the lead. Although, I would say this is the third breakpoint. Okay, oh my god, 35. 35,
No.
alright. Alright, fair enough.
Okay, Illy, okay. No way! Those accuracies are something else, for sure. And might I remind you, like, this is C28 versus C21.
Well, I guess round of 16 has to be like what 150 BPM core checks right now. I just don't think these these are gonna matter that much. But
Mm,
New Zealand has the advantage here, like a 2 point lead, and because Italy lost their protect, bad situation for Italy to be in though.
yeah, 4-2 is basically having their backs against the wall, but compared to round of 32, they have one extra point to play with. It is best of 13 instead of best of 11. So it is the first to 6 points instead of first to 5 points. So still a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, ooh, okay. Going for Spiral of Airbus, the jump stream. Although I guess even though the BPM jump isn't that much higher, because I guess so. Senko no Furai was like 225, and then Spiral Rebus was only 235, which is only 10 BPM. But this is also Lemon's jump stream.
Yeah, it is very chokeable. It is very chokeable, but you saw even on the core jacks, Italy still had the accuracy advantage in terms of ratio. So if Italy can get a good combo going, they definitely have a chance to upset New Zealand and get a point back, get the momentum going, shifting towards their way.
Lemon's jump stream have these tendency to have deceptively tricky one-handed trail patterns that are very very easily chokeable, and this does seem to play their risks. I feel because New Zealand has their combo going on up until this point because the first two maps have been shaky.
Yeah, speaking of very, either they're trying to restart their computer game or something, or they are gonna get a substitute in the name of Anthony.
Yeah, not staying very for Italy, bro. I guess that must have been understandable because up until this point, the chokes might have been quite a detriment to the performance from Italy.
Yeah, I think getting a substitute in is also very useful to kind of get the mental reset as well, because some of those players in the lobby again have been playing all of the picks in a row, so it must have been getting into their mental. Especially on the round of 16 map pool. Round of 16 map pool for those seed levels is very stressful because you have to focus on both getting a good accuracy and getting, especially, maintain the combo. Any combo break is a really detrimental hit to not only your score but also your mental.
Might have hit a accidental 200 from Angela at the very intro because I guess the accuracy starts from like a 98 already. Oh, it's actually taking quite a bit there in the intro.
Yeah,
maybe because of the LNs here.
Yeah, thanks you to the LNs on the rice pick. What are those LNs in my rice pick?
Who put these noodles in my jump stream? so much relying on, I guess the LNs in the jump stream just already looks a little odd, but when these starts to kick in, this is the real deal.
Yeah, let's see where the dynamic takes us. This is a much more straightforward pit than what we saw before, so maybe New Zealand is going to have a greater comfort here. We can see Midian and Roadies having a really good trend in terms of accuracy.
Fairly good start, but this is just... Oh, I actually almost forgot. This is also quite long as well, like almost 3.5 minutes. Or I guess maybe just because of the length itself, might have been this like skippable section or whatever.
Yeah, it's going to come down to how long each of those players is going to be able to maintain this level of accuracy. Angela is going to be the first to fall, however, with a miss. Fairly clean miss, I think.
Good This is still going on, and New Zealand's accuracy have been pretty stable so far. Simo's trying to rival. Never mind.
Nice, nice.
All right, whatever. All right, moving on. We got some. You know, all the accuracies on New Zealand are very, very good. They're quite stable.
No! No full combos remaining on the other side. That is devastating for the Italian side. New Zealand still has those full combos intact. New Zealand has been grasping this full combo game. Like this, the full combos are the entire reason why New Zealand is in the top right now in terms of points.
I mean, their consistency has been. They regained their form. Well, I guess not for Robies anyway, but the two MCs are on New Zealand side there.
Man, we just had to talk about the combo from New Zealand, and Anthony's gonna miss another time. The combo is definitely not on Italy's side, but I'm really curious to see how the accuracy is shaping up, because New Zealand might unexpectedly have the accuracy advantage on this jump screen pick.
Quite a lot of lead going on after a couple of misses from Italy, and this clearly shows, because New Zealand's rise consistency has been superb.
Yeah, now the misses coming from Italy's side are really unfortunate, and that's how the 30,000 point gap is just widening as we go.
Oh jeez, these are wild. Although match point for New Zealand there.
Yeah, 5-2, and I can tell some of those players are getting a little bit tired. Maybe Angela has played too many picks in a row, actually. So
Well, same for Simo does too. Is after playing after like 8 picks, or I guess 7, not 8, 7 picks in a row.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. 5-2 is a really tough situation to be if it were Italy. It is Italy's pick though, so the ball is in their camp. They can go back to LNs. They could take a break and go for SB as well, in terms of physicality.
Tricky situation. There's only one rice left. I don't know if Italy wants to go that for sure. But there's a couple others out there. Maybe they can go with SB because for some reason they do not want to go there. All right. We're exhausting all the rice now.
Yeah, they're gonna go for rice. They're gonna go for what they know and not gonna be gambling on either LN or SV. I feel like LN or SV is an area where none of the two teams are really comfortable at all. So not really daring to go for it, especially at 11 a.m.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm calculating the BPM of this, and I'm assuming this is like around 320 BPM just because of 1/8 snap. 160 BPM seems quite high if it's a 1/8 snap.
Yeah, 320 is how high we have to go this year, because, well, in terms of physical picks, I think a lot of countries have been sharpshooting them over the years, so it makes sense that we ramp up the physicality while the technical side of things, we just kind of do the same, I would say.
Maybe this is a turning point. Because after this, no more rice picks, and New Zealand has to force themselves to pick anything, which is hybrid along with SB, which doesn't seem to pick any one of them.
You know what the song choice reminds me of? Like, you see those anime comeback arcs. You always have this song choice that is really inspirational, like this shonen arc of the main character coming back from the bottom and just rising back to victory. This is what can happen to Italy.
This is not anime. What do you mean?
This is Osu. What do you mean? This is literally anime.
Yeah, sure. There's no such thing as a TV-sized anime that is longer than 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is clearly almost double the length.
You get extended content here on Osu Live. What are you complaining about? Let's go. I have full hopes on Italy right now.
So far, just the intro of it. We haven't got to the meat. Although there's a 100 on the Orlando Elixir there. I saw it just right there.
Alright, this is still the intro. We are not yet on the speed part.
Yeah, I was like wondering, where's the 1.8? I thought it was like, this is still like 1.6. Oh, there you go. Alright. I'm scared. These accuracies are insane. For a 320 BPM streams, where he takes the first miss though.
Yeah. Very is going to be the first one to give up, but Midian's going to trade against Very. Still a very clean miss, however.
They're not out of the woods yet. There's still quite a bit to go. I should remind you that Stimo and Angela is beating both Robies and Mini in terms of accuracy. Just purely off of that, because Berries have been missing twice. There's not that much of a lead to go for.
Yeah, this is still entirely recoverable by Italy, especially on such a physical pick. I feel like any of the New Zealand players can give up on the last part.
Maybe once the stream kicks back in after these LF, I'm assuming. Alright, there you go.
Yeah, 6,000 points is nothing if
This
you have a catastrophic miss.
Made a 200 from New Zealand that I saw there from Median.
Yeah, still nothing though. Oh, Midian!
That's the cleanest miss that you can get. It's the
two misses! The trade!
There's a trade! There's still quite a bit to go though. I'm not too sure. The leads can go anywhere there.
Yeah, 3,000 is absolutely nothing. It can swing back in the blink of an eye. Do not blink.
No!
No!
That's the Blixer miss. I think the miss comes up way too late. And it does seem Italy cannot come back from here.
Collapsing, but it depends on Barry's performance right here. But from the back of the scene, we still can see that New Zealand has won by 4,822 points. Congratulations to New Zealand for getting the seed upset against Italy.
Very, very well fought for both of these teams, especially for New Zealand coming from behind for at least a couple of picks. But they regained their form with their consistency over every rice picks, and absolutely for sure for like one hybrid pick and a one core check protected by Italy, they regained their form.
Yeah, honestly, a really interesting match to kind of start my day. It was looking really balanced in the beginning, and especially on paper, you know that Italy has this sharp shooting skills, but New Zealand has gotten it back through sheer combo power. And that is a force to be reckoned, especially in quarterfinals where they will be going next week.
Yep, this is when round of 16 only has like a one match per lower bracket teams, and for that, I feel like for New Zealand in particular, it has to be wary for the upcoming pool, because probably you have to be wary because of the difficulty increase as well. So consistency might have to be sharpened a little bit more for that.
But we have a lot more matches coming up this weekend, including the next one. It is going to be Vietnam versus Russia, I think this is really interesting because Russia has been a force to be reckoned this MWC. Like, do you really expect Russia to be seed number 10 in MWC?
Well, especially for Russia, there has been quite a bit of a roster change, and I believe we talked about this a bit earlier on in like around 32, where Russia's as a three-player, I guess the three-player team mainly for the most of the picks, they have been performed superbly well. And round of 16, you can see they can go upset with the Vietnamese here.
Yeah, I think Russia has the power to scale long term, and Vietnam has a little bit of a roster change as well. So, despite being seed 7, their position is not quite invulnerable. So, look forward to that match 40 minutes from now. We're gonna take a break, however. So, I guess we'll see you for that match.
Yeah, take care.
た存在が自分自身の証明を演劇的に導き出したんだ。寄り道して遊んだあの公園も今は何もない。少し大きくなりすぎたかな。暗闇はいつも怖かったあの頃とは変わってしまわぬように。白だけ踏んでこうこのまま半透明の感情抱いて生きてくの。赤く燃える光は道しるべ。そのまま完成衝動作業を鳴らし It's a lonely road, chasing your dreams, and all that we are and could ever be is within our reach. Ignite the fire. Pure hearts can never
And we are back for the second match of the weekend. It's gonna be Vietnam versus Russia. Welcome back to Mania 4K World Cup 2024. We are the same roster of commentators here. I am Patraj. I'll be still commentating with Mifa. How are you?
Yep, we are once again back. This time, I am quite sure that this is going to be a even spicier one. Especially, I believe this is winner's bracket, so this is quite a bit of a fight, especially for both of these teams.
Yeah, like the previous match, New Zealand versus Italy, was latest bracket, and you'll see the contrast between latest bracket and winners bracket, and I think especially on round 16, you'll see the very different dynamics. So it's a really good showing, just having those matches in a row. You'll see the differences in dynamics, the differences in strategies, especially. And speaking of strategy, we're going straight towards the protects, starting with Vietnam.
Seems like Russia has a strong protect here. Spiral of Erebus is the protect by Russia. The jump stream chart, of course. And this time it's a protect for Horizon Blue for Vietnam. This is SV1.
SV protect, let's go.
But I'm hoping that the protect should be the other one because we haven't seen those original lately. So
yeah, I wonder if Russia is gonna go for the SV ban, like straight for the SV ban, or are they gonna be a little bit more original?
seems like quite a bit of a deliberation for the bans.
Yeah. I mean, why is Russia speaking right now? Because it's Vietnam's ban right now, or maybe we skipped over the chat here.
No, sure. I don't think so because Russia's been protecting first. So Vietnam will ban the Night Away, the stream pick. And Russia is going to ban this time not a Osu Original is no longer in this match.
Right now 2-2 on SV2 as a ban.
Which is lame. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, but kind of a shame, really, like you said before. But sometimes they just don't want to deal with it, or rather, they just don't know what they're gonna score on. Say, just a safety precaution. They're just gonna ban them for your safety.
Mm-hmm. Well, they know their differences in SV. SV skill. SV is like one of the easiest categories to determine between one team and another, and I do expect that a lot of strategy in protecting and banning just revolves around that category, especially. With Rice versus LN, however, they a little bit more up in the air.
Bulafase coming from Russia. Just okay, so a little bit of lighthearted, going for tech this early on, I suppose.
Yeah, going technical right from the get-go. Perhaps one of the more... I was gonna say more chokeable picks, but A exists.
Well, they're not the greatest not the greatest example for a choke pick, because after what happened in the last match between New Zealand versus Italy, Simo from Italy, like, a massive drop, might have been like 2 or 3 misses on that one particular jump button, and that just goes to show that leads just throws you off to the other side. That's very dangerous if they do not focus on that one specific thing.
Alright, let's get the teams on the board here. I believe that Joki from Vietnam has been forced to be reckoned a hidden force, really, and especially in early games. So I do believe that Joki, Reisina, and Hidwan are more well known within the tournament scene and are very, very scary for the Russian team. But Distire and Netco are also very, very strong, especially in an early game environment, and it's going to be up to Robot to maintain the third player role in Russia's lineup.
Yeah, especially for both of these teams have been outperforming very hard, especially for the round of 32. They might absolutely can like go toe to toe with their early game, but this is a round of 16. This is we're already way past the early game, and this is a little bit more into the middle tier of the early game.
Yeah, you're completely right, and we're gonna see how that transition into early game into not so early game is gonna do on people's performance. Are they gonna miss? Are they gonna full lobby, full combo? We'll see.
I would highly expect to see, because this is a winner's bracket, both of these teams go through it. They still have one more light, even if they are losing on this match.
Alright, right now the lead is kind of trading back and forth, but it's also kind of dependent on
Oh wow! Yeah, even then, the patterns in itself is still already fairly difficult to go through, and there's still no lead whatsoever.
Yeah, Reisina is gonna drop some accuracy to go at Robot's level, so it's basically tied with Trade-On with the first miss.
Trade-On with the first miss, but that's not like the worst thing in the world, because there's still like one more section that I'm very fearful that this might happen again. Both teams go very cleanly on that one.
Yeah, Hidwan's miss was very clean, so their accuracy is still intact. And if Vietnam can recover some accuracy, it's their occasion to get the lead back.
Oh, the accuracy has shrunk. The accuracy goes shrunk from Russia's side. It's actually kind of goes very slowly.
It's still very good. It's like everyone is still above 99.7, so it's not making a huge
Everyone
impact
gone
yet.
through. Everyone's gone through that. The lead might cut off there, but Robot might actually have a lowest accuracy in the entire lobby. It's a 99.7. Everyone goes through it. That's Russia's point.
Yeah, let's compare the accuracies right now.
Oh my
Vietnam
god,
clearly
56!
has this team ratio. Vietnam clearly has the ratio and accuracy advantage on the rise, but that single miss made Russia get the point. I think combo is going to be the name of the game in this match.
Turns out the miss is the undoing for the Vietnamese side. I feel like even the ratio, they are fairly close, because Robot and Trito might have been in similar ones. So Vietnam might still have the edge on the accuracy game, but combo game is the whole thing here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a common theme in round of 16. Round of 16 is going to be a lot about avoiding chokes, preventing chokes, and just focusing on combo and especially combo, your accuracy ability is going to be fairly natural as far as being a player goes. But the focus is where the focus is where it's at, and I don't think it's scaled similarly as just raw skill.
Finally, the very first long note. Like, the boost anima is like the very first long note one pick over the entire rounds of 32 and 16. I believe this might be the first one on the stream. I'm not sure.
I actually saw LN1 being played in round 32, but it was very avoided. I think a lot of people are consider LN1 the coordination pick to be a very polarizing one.
It's not even being avoided, it's been almost consistently being banned, of course, so it's just kind of a breath of fresh air to see a map type get selected. Just, I guess this early on, I feel
like as an SV player, it kind of vindicates me that a different category than SV is considered as polarizing. And I do want to consider chord jacking the same, but people know how to play chord jack, so it's not quite as polarizing.
I mean, chord jack is just negative space reading. It's just one way. There's just one way to see it if it's dense enough.
It's like inverse but twice.
Yeah, exactly. You just read the negative spaces and then you go. Then you just go get like really high accuracies just pure that alone. Maybe some of you that are watching this are gonna be probably has that kind of revelation where, oh wow, this is just negative space reading. I'm just gonna agree with that and just can read every single chord jack fix, you know?
Yeah, you heard it here on Osu Live. Chord jack is just inverse but rise. Anyway, let's go into the actual LN pick. Boost anima players are getting ready. We have the LN lineups mostly lined up. Nepco is gonna give their spot to Oni-chan, and
Okay.
looking like they are putting Vixara to the test.
Yeah, I believe Vixar has been playing most of the long note picks in general, so no surprises she's seeing here. Although this is round of 16 long notes, they're gonna have to elevate their game on the long note side, especially for this kind of a release heavy, almost coordination focused. They're gonna have to step up their game.
Let's see how the accuracy is gonna go this time. It was going towards Vietnam before on the right stick, but on LN's is an entirely different story. Oh god, no.
The first miss goes to Robot actually. On the lower accuracy side is one for the bottom row on the Russian side. 99.35, 99.16. Across the lowest player in Vietnam is a 99.7.
Yeah, I think the lead is gonna build up on Vietnam's side as we go because of the accuracy difference.
And this is probably just gonna continue this way unless there's a massive misread. Although this doesn't seem to be fairly the case because the lead goes undisputably increased to Vietnam's side.
Yeah, Joki is just doing too well for this entire lobby, really. Vixal and Tidwan really balanced around 99.7, really good performances as well. This Taya just matching that performance as well.
Matching with Vixam, no less, even though that's the lowest accuracy in Vietnam, so there's other two players that are better than them.
Yeah, Vietnam is just really strong on their end so far. Like, they really are showing that they scale on that level of coordination and accuracy.
Even so far, it's 6 players in this lobby. Are going pretty much ham in this. Even though there might be some accuracy struggles, but they're not so much on just breaking or anything.
Yeah, so that's why I'm inclined to believe that Vietnam is gonna keep their choices and picks towards the LN category. And Russia might hard focus the rice category, and we'll see that in the picks to come.
I might have saw that Elite kind of shrunk, but it's still like on the realm of between 20,000 point lead. Oh wow, there's the release. Might have been overholding or something on the big style side, but even then, that's just a one slider break towards, I guess, maybe all still FC.
Yeah, honestly, really cohesive performance
Oh
outside
wow.
of that one miss.
This entire lobby has been only one slider break. Yeah, there you go. Not a miss, but a slider break.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
really
on my,
impressive.
on might have actually like two misses on robot side. I almost forgot about that. But even then, the accuracy is like 200 count for Vietnam, 2, 7, and 9. Oh, just breaking the single digit 200s is impressive.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the performances of the lobby so far. Like, this is definitely a winner's bracket match. You can just figure it out by
Yeah,
just looking at
you
the
can
scores.
even you can clearly tell that these are players to root for if for performance consistency reasons. They are deserved to be in a winner's bracket for one specific reason.
Yeah, I do believe that if Vietnam keeps on going into the LN category, LN2 is going to be a little bit more risky because chokes can happen, and chokes have happened more on Vietnam's side so far than on Russia's side. LN3, however, I think is going to be their next pick as far as Vietnam goes, but it is Russia's turn to pick.
I believe Russia's will never go to the long note category because that's pretty much a death sentence at this point. Hybrid, it's still up in the air, and SB kind of unlikely, given their ban is like the other SB. So might have been just to stick to the rice.
Yeah, I do wonder what the next pick is going to be on Russia's side. Maybe they are going to go with the most combo breakable picks.
Hey.
Try to make Vietnam flinch.
Oh, actually going for another vocal dump, Supernova.
kind of maybe dive into the hybrid category, I would say.
There might be some surprise because along the two links like the Pachiko the Shiawase, there might be some surprise here because this is the most straightforward of the MNs, and Russia do show that they can actually play this like with no problems at all. Just the rivaling on accuracy is the name of the game, kind of.
Yeah, Vietnam's strategy right now, I think, is to focus on accuracy. Russia's strategy right now is to focus on combo, and combo is how they got their points. And if combo is anything to go by, it was what allowed New Zealand to win against Italy. So another similar story could unfold here for Russia.
Well, I mean, we've seen some similar situations where a breakpoint could be decided on a couple sections. Although this doesn't really stand out as much. Not too much in the way Birdie's person showed. But you could be proven wrong, as as a couple of picks on the last match we have been proven wrong.
Ready up, guys. There's hit one, and a lot of those players have been playing those picks in a row. Vietnam is seeing very little roster changes for us. The Russian Federation is switching their players once in a while. Robot makes a comeback for the Olympic, and then Nepco and Tyler also playing this one.
Yeah, this seems like I mean, very good start for both of these teams. None of them maybe having a lot of 200s on the side. Maybe I guess Nepco for maybe on the lowest.
Yeah, right now the trend is looking like that, maybe from a 200, considering that Nepco's accuracy is greatly increasing right now, but one more 200 is going to put a hamper to their progress.
Bottom row of Vietnamese is actually has a uniformly good accuracy, 99.7 for both. The fact of the matter is, there's also 99.85 by Joki there.
Yeah, the dynamic is looking really similar between the two teams, and it's looking really scary because the lead is only like 6,000 points, and 6,000 points, you know what that means, a miss can matter a lot here.
Like, even with a miss, I would say that even with this high of an accuracy, you can afford to one slider break, but that proposition alone is pretty scary when there's a lead like this.
Yeah, right now it's this Tyre versus Joker in terms of carries, and the two other players are trying to survive, but can we even call Vietnam's accuracy surviving? They're at 99.8 right now, both Dexal and T1.
Well, they're both increasing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I shouldn't even be calling that survival. It's just a really cohesive, comprehensive team performance.
Well, they're really having a good time. There's like a 994 as their lowest score. Jeez, okay.
I mean,
303.
Just this team score from Vietnam, I do not think many countries in the world can match that team score. Like 995, 993, 993, and even Russia's team score is nothing to scoff at. Like 989, 991, and 984. Like, you sum those scores up, you can beat many other countries in the world.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate when you're rivaling against a V1SS, a Black Flag, and a 4-200 run. And that with like half of the ratio too. That's just kind of stupid.
Yeah, it just goes to show that getting a full team, full combo is not enough to get a point, and Russia is gonna have to cover that.
Now this time they're gonna go with I believe it's there's a protect by Russia. So we're now on their home turf. because their jump stream scores are crazy good on round of 32. This should be no exception.
Yeah, I'm really scared to see how high Vietnam can go in terms of accuracy. But accuracy is nothing if you miss a couple of times.
That has been proven true so many times, and even with such a godlike accuracy, you can still get a 990. Well, you know, that proposition does happen.
Raisiness gonna make a return, replace Vixila.
Huh. I mean, interestingly enough, I feel like given the type of jump stream this is, I mean, kind of calling this a different type of jump stream, kind of silly, but their overall style on the jump stream between this and the round of 32 has been, I guess, almost a 180, because most of these are just very one-hand trilly, and this might produce a lot of, maybe a couple of accuracy chokes, maybe even drops even.
Yeah, this is very typical of Lemon Guy Falcon jump streams, especially since this takes like 3 minutes and 39 seconds. It's probably the longest non-tiebreaker pick in the entire pool, so just to show that. Stamina is also going to be a name of the game here. The winners bracket, they definitely all have the physicality to sustain the stamina, but it's also going to come down to consistency. And nerves, of course.
Well, yeah, let's see what they have to take this particular chart, especially for Lemon. Lemon's charts have been pretty wild in terms of performances. And of course, we have seen quite a few drops on the intro because of the long notes. Because who put long notes in my jump streams?
Yeah, fortunately, I think everyone on this lobby is more or less familiar with getting good accuracy on the islands. As you can see here.
Yep, there's only like a 20-point difference. It kind of stays that way, but it's still kind of silly.
Yeah, this is just the intro to get kind of a showing of how everyone ratios 3 stars, 2 stars. Rank
yeah, I guess, yeah. But once you get started, there's no turning back.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of breaks starting from now.
Okay. 99.99. Yeah. Okay, sure.
It's not only that, but Joki is not too far behind at 97, and Desire is matching Joki. And T1 is actually getting close to Joki and Desire from the top.
Oh, a whole first third of the chart and everyone's still at 99.93 plus.
Yeah, right now the lowest accuracy in the lobby is 99.93, so we are really looking at some of the best players in the world, really.
Almost the first half has elapsed and people are still in the 99.93 plus territory.
Nothing is changing. The lead is entirely up to the combo and the accuracy chips. Like, if you see one single 200 in this stream, in this pick, it's gonna affect the lead greatly.
There might have been one actually from Russia. I believe it might have been from Demko, I feel.
It's actually crazy to think that one single 200 is only netting them at 99.92 in terms of accuracy drop. It's like, how do you evaluate that?
Reaching to the last quarter and people are still in the 99.92.
Like, right now you can see the lead is going towards Vietnam, but this entire lobby is performing out of their minds.
I mean, come on now. This does not feel legal at all in any sort of in any shape or form.
Yeah, there are absolutely no signs of anyone in this entire lobby dropping their accuracy. No one is looking like they want to drop this 99.9, and the first one to do so is gonna spell doom for their team.
I might have saw like a couple flicker, but that is still very negligible. Rizuna might have been on finally below the 99.9.
Yeah,
But that is still very, very minuscule.
yeah, like if Reizuna drops enough accuracy, the lead might shift towards Russia, but Robot is actually also dipping below 99.9. Like,
Oh, are
probably
you
because
serious?
of-
Are you serious right now? 1,000 point
How?
apart. Excuse me. Come
How
on
do you
now.
lose? How do you lose with a 2,992,000 team score total? Look at those ratios. Look at those 200 counts. You can count the amount of 200s in, well, one mutated hand, I want to say. But Vietnam catching a lot more 200s than Russia. It means that Russia definitely had a chance to get that from the 200s.
2 double-digit 300s from Vietnam. That is something else, man. I have no words.
Yeah, no, this is high octane, highest amount of caliber you can get. Like we knew that Russia was a really, really outstanding Rice lineup from the get-go, but Vietnam just getting that point from perhaps one of the best Rice lineups in the entire world is a great showing. And wow, just look at the scores. Look at this MP link that you have here in chat, and just yeah. I
Yeah.
don't have anything else to say.
That was Russia's best chance of winning too, because it's their protect, and Vietnam has the breakpoint too. So it's really looking grim, especially for Russia now, because if they lost on their protect, I just don't know what to expect now.
Completing the LN Gambit from Vietnam side. 4-1 right now. And considering the advantage that Vietnam has been getting on the LNs, it's looking also advantages on their side. It's less straightforward than LN2, so it goes to the disadvantage of the Russian Federation. But who knows? Maybe a couple of misses can change that.
Yeah, seems like well, I believe Exile's going in instead of Rizuna, because that's what happened in like long node density chart. And I guess the other two LMs that being picked by Vietnam as well, because they have been picking all LMs so far, and Russia has been sticking on it on the Rice. Probably the complete opposite from what we saw from the last match, because Rice has been exhausted in that last match. This time it's long nodes, so gonna be a complete ones.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how another pick with lower accuracies this time. We do not expect 998 this time. It's gonna go between the two teams.
This time Reason is staying in instead of Exile. Although I guess I would say the same for Robot instead of Oni from Russia's side.
Yeah, you can see like all of the players in this lobby are very versatile, and it just comes down to individual picks. Who is actually going to play? And it's not a Rice versus LN type of dynamic between the players.
Although this is a bit more tech-ish, although I guess, well, calling this tech-ish might be kind of, a little bit too much, because there's a lot of shields in between, which might catch on the releasing it too early sometimes.
Yeah, right now, Nepco again having a little bit lower accuracy because of catching 200s on the way, but not too far behind from everyone else. But Vietnam is still performing out of their minds right now. Speed 1 at 99.8.
There's a significant choke from Robot there, from going from 99.6 to 99.5, like about 0.15% decrease in terms of accuracy. And I I have no words. How does Joki is able to stay afloat with a 99, almost 99.9 even after this?
Yeah, this tire matching his Brazen in terms of accuracy, but oh,
No!
crumbling on this polyrhythm. Please, no! That is devastating.
Not again.
That is absolutely devastating. Like, that part is actually really chokeable in terms of polyrhythm and technical ability.
Even with a miss from this side, this is still such a crazy good score for such a hilarious chart to boot. Even that's still not enough to beat Vietnam like this. That's just, how do you even beat that? Joki, come on. You cannot do that! Are you serious right now? 996k on this chart.
Okay,
That's
let's see the
oh
team
my god,
score.
dude. Come on.
996, 989, 991. That is a really, really good team score. And Russia as well, actually. 987, 989, and 980. Like, there's not a lot of teams that can match any of the two teams' performances. But 996 on such a wild LN is a score that is really difficult to reach for any player in this world.
I don't think I have that much else to say rather than, I think in terms of how Vietnam's can do on long note picks is speaking for themselves.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like Vietnam's consistency was looking a little bit shaky because they lost 1 point because of one miss, but ever since that miss, they've been looking really consistent. It's just that one single miss that cost them 1 point, but that's it.
Even with, I mean, Russia, it's now Russia's turn to pick, and they still have two other decent choices. But after that, Vietnam still has that trump card, which is their protect, and that is pretty much rough actually for Russia there. They're going for A. All right, let's see how this goes now.
Russia is not gonna go for SV, unfortunately, but A is kind of close to SV in a way. It's like really unpredictable. You have to know the map in order to play. It's like, if you don't know the map, if you sight read this map, you will fail.
I don't think Russia is able to take the risks, especially when they are this far down, like 4 points down. It's better to just stick with what you've got now. And Vietnam still has that if they want to go for that.
I think if Russia is playing for a combo, this might be their best pick remaining.
Oh yeah, for sure, because of how the patterns are pretty silly, but it works in this case. And this so far, it's been kind of paying off for most of the weird rhythms in this kind of hand. As far as match score goes, that alone. Although this time, it's now Vixile instead of Cheetoing.
Joki, Reizna, and Vixar, I don't think is a combination of players we have seen. I think Tidwan was playing up until now, so giving them a break on this one is pretty interesting to see.
I guess in a way it's more of a tactical break because Cheetoing might be somewhere out there playing SV1 just to make sure.
Perhaps.
Damn, I love this job.
Yeah, is this looking to be a swan song for Russia? We'll see about that.
go, here we go. All right, you can go ahead and start. At the count of 3, I want everybody in the place to be to make some noise if you're down with me. 1, 2, 3.
I like the 1, 2, and 3. It just corresponds to the number of notes.
Make some noise.
Played some fucking kick-ass music.
Long jacks.
Everyone gets the long jacks except Raisin.
Hey! Oh, I mean, Nepco has a little bit of a tank on the rolls there, I feel.
Yeah, kind of a trade in accuracy, but Russia got it harder than the counterpart.
It still can happen at some point. The rolls like here, like that again. There's a couple of chokes on the rolls there for Nepco as well. Twice there, actually.
Yeah, Vixel doesn't have a really high accuracy like before, so it's definitely putting the lead in contention here, and it's looking very balanced between the two teams.
Jump stream time.
They have the exact same performance between the two teams. It is incredibly tight.
Okay, the jump stream section is almost all over now. It's just back to this again.
It's gonna come down to the second half to determine the accuracy between the two teams. Anyone can take it.
I'm not sure there's a choke somewhere, but there might have been a couple 200s by Rizuna there, actually.
I had a baseball cap.
302 points the difference! Come on now!
Yeah, I think like accuracy is looking most volatile towards Vixel's side, I wanna say, but Russia is not looking in full
rolls
right now, but they're really performing well though.
I love this job.
508 points the difference right now? It's gonna go anywhere. There's a 1 200. Rizuna has a 200 right there.
Oh god.
The lead is still nothing at this point.
Yeah, it all
I
comes
think
down to the individual burn!
Big style! There's the one man is this star with the missile roll!
No
The miss is
way,
a trade,
that's
though.
a trade, that's a trade! But this
The miss is a
Styles
trade.
miss was cleaner than Big Styles.
There's one
and
more
I
long jack,
think
big
that's
style!
gonna-
Long jack's right here again. Russia's saved from the brink of that pick.
Yeah, it was Vixel's miss, but it was between Vixel's miss and this star's miss. But this star's miss, you can see it's one single miss. It's one clean miss. Vixel's miss was way messier. There's one miss, 150, and perhaps some couple of 200s around there. And that gives Russia their second point and their chance for survival.
They do have a one breather there,
Go ahead and start.
but
At the count of
it's
3,
Vietnam's
I want
turn,
everybody in the place
and
to be
Vietnam
to make
still
some
has
noise
their
if you're
protect.
down with me.
Are they gonna go with that?
Is it SV time? It's gonna be SV time finally.
Make some noise.
Played some fucking kick-ass music.
I think at this point there's nothing to lose, because if you're protected so far into this match, you might as well go for it.
We're all waiting for it. Say the line. Come on, you can do it. You don't have any LNs left. The hybrids are
don't
too
have
risky.
LNs. Hybrids are too risky. There's one Rice Pig left, that's Korjak, and I'm pretty sure that's just pretty much what Russia's gonna go for. So I just don't think that's the wisest move you can make. There's only that one protect that you sought for too long, but now they're gonna go call for timeout there.
Are they blue balling us? Are they blue balling us out of an SV pick? They are gonna get the timeout. We are gonna get the cliffhanger on this pick. We're never gonna know if they're going to go for SV or if they're gonna deprive us from content.
Hey, I mean, if they're already this far into the match, you might as well get a break, right?
Okay, so for the record, any team can call a 2-minute timeout to get their spirits back. And it's actually Vietnam calling for a timeout by being at a 5-2 situation, match point situation by the way. Vietnam has guaranteed their spots for a tiebreaker at least. But Russia still has a chance to get back to 5-5 and just trigger the tiebreaker.
It is a steep road for Russia, but at the very least, Russia may call in the Uno reverse card actually if they actually manage to practice the other SV.
Yo, yo.
So you know,
Go ahead and start.
you never know what's about to happen.
Everybody in the place to be to make some noise if you're down with me. One,
You
two.
never know what's gonna happen. We do not know which pick Vietnam is gonna go for right now. It is Vietnam's turn to pick, and we just do not know.
If they're challenging with court jacks, that's just kind of a spit to the face.
We're still waiting. It is a beautiful day outside. There's another match that's gonna go in 12 minutes as well. Netherlands versus Australia happening in 12 minutes time.
Vietnam's forgot. There you go. All right, Horizon Blue it is. There's your SV.
Yeah, alright, let's go. We knew it was gonna happen, but like calling a timeout to kind of get the SV back into memory is also a valid strategy.
Bottom row is empty. I'm listening to Coach Jones now. Hey, there's a reason why they protected this until the very end, or not to the very end. I would say that midpoint into this match, it's you know, there's something going on with Vietnam's SV now, and this clearly shows that they have been very much well versed.
Is Russia gonna go with the same lineup as their
No, probably not. But I'm not even sure if because I think definitely coming from Russia, Tokiyumi probably the first time for the Vietnam now actually, or at least playing for the SV charts in particular.
Yeah, it's gonna be Daphne and Tokiyume getting their entrance into the scene.
I mean, tell you what, I like the Easter egg for the difficulty name.
Oh, yeah, that's a direct shout out.
Yeah, Coil does have a Towards the Horizon chart, which is like around 6 to 7 years old. It's just pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, Quail is an old school mapper, made their comeback for the SMWC SV, and you'll get to see that their SV style has been a little bit modernized, tiny bit modernized.
I mean, too bad this is not like a carry me away level style. Although that might be too precarious for round of 16, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to be said about this SV. It's a fairly bit more physical than your average SV, and there's a bit of technical bursts that can just drip your accuracy away. It's just really hard to get good accuracy on this deck.
Question is, are they gonna get this or not? I mean, you can probably tell if they're if the first SV they got it done right, then they are within the clear.
For now, Daphne's gonna get the lowest accuracy in the lobby, but not too far away from.
Oh, Tokyo
also dropping some accuracy.
Tokyo may actually lowest Nepco with the first miss and a couple of 50-200 there. Might have mistimed that one section there.
Right now, Vietnam has a really solid performance, but Big Style dropping some accuracy. Takayumi as well.
Lower than 99 now, actually.
Yeah, Netcode just not recovering quite yet in terms of accuracy. Definitely maintaining their accuracy, actually. This tire also really high in terms of accuracy, leading the lobby right now.
Alright, 15,000 points of lead there. Although, even this kind of slow jam, you really cannot relax. Because the lead actually shifting towards Russia. It's now cut down to like 15,000 to 10, almost 12,000 now, actually.
It's really interesting to see the dynamic in this last part, which is really more reading based, and also those LNs might spell doom for some of those people's accuracies.
Oh wow. Vietnam's nailing this now. Namco having so much trouble in releasing this right, especially with the 200 from those LNs alone. And I think at this point, it's really pretty much done with 27,000 points of lead. Is very, very solid lead for Vietnam there, and Vietnam's gonna take that last point, 6-2 in Vietnam's favor.
Yeah. Congratulations to Vietnam for making it out of the round of 16, still in the winners bracket, and Russia is going to go into the losers bracket. And considering the performance they displayed on round of 16, they're going to be a really, really scary team to face against in the quarterfinals in the losers bracket.
Very well fought for both of these teams, trying to duke it out to see if they can get the best of every single pick, especially for Long Nose and Rice, and Russia has been performing exceptionally well on those Rice. Even then, you have to contend with Vietnam, which is absolutely monstrous performance. And this clearly shows that Vietnam is not some team that is to be taken lightly.
Yeah, their lineup might not look similar as before, but even their new blood is just really good at tournaments. Even in tournament pressure, tournament situation, they managed to get some incredible performance, incredible team performance. The results, you can look back at the MP Link, they were really looking cohesive as a team can be. And as a seed 7, I think going forward into the quarterfinals, we could see an upset going against their higher seeds. But next, not too far from now, 4 minutes from now, we're gonna have Netherlands versus Australia. It's gonna be a losers bracket match. A pretty interesting one. Like, you can see like the back and forth between losers bracket and winners bracket. The performances are looking very, very different. Considering the grasp that each team is able to get on the round of 16 map pool.
Yeah, the entire thing about this, I guess in this entire round of 16 matches have been either they're gonna go with all Rice or just all Long. They're just gonna go all in or nothing, basically. Even if they got some couple niche, like, you know, hybrids and SVs, they're able to do that. You can see that from like New Zealand, Italy. Like the last match before that, they were able to capitalize on the hybrid being picked by, I believe that was Italy as well. So this might be no different, especially on the lower bracket from Netherlands and Australia. This might be that one of those situations yet again. Though we we might be proven wrong, because this can go very close depending on where you look at it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking forward to see how. Well, Netherlands is coming from the bottom. Netherlands is the 32, but continuously over the years, Netherlands has been a specialist country, aiming for SV and hybrids and Netherlands, especially Australia, more of a straightforward country, I want to say, but kind of depends on the lineup as well. There's been a fair amount of roster changes over the years, so. We'll get to see in a few minutes how that looks on the round 16 map pool.
Yeah, as well, and I believe that's also we forgot to mention from throughout these entire last 2 matches. Did you know that this time around, banner store are still up there for you to be able to purchase for your favorite and to support your favorite teams there. And you can just go to the Osu store there to be able to purchase team banners for your profile page as well. It's not that much of a difference, but it can make a whole lot of difference to be able to support, and maybe for supporting morale teams as well for your favorite teams. Quite a lot of teams, like a 32 teams. You can see all those 32 banners up there, so you can be able to purchase one, or maybe you can buy all of those 32 team banners if you would like to.
Yeah, I think you can actually stack them, and I'm not really familiar with the order they stack with. So maybe you can do some really funny designs, like stacking one country on top of another. Like, let your creativity speak there.
Yeah, you can also be a absolute mad lad to be able to purchase all 32 team banners and maybe make your friends scroll a little bit lower to see their stats. Yeah, that's kind of a funny prank there if you want to. But even then, if any proceedings will also go into your maybe to support their teams as well. So maybe you can give a look out there and maybe purchase one of your own.
Yeah, apparently banners stack based on buy order. So the first banner you buy is gonna be on top, and then the last banner you buy is gonna be on the bottom. So you can do some really funny stuff with it, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, with that, there's not that much left to go, and you can see. I believe we can probably talk about how Netherlands versus Australia, right? Because there's still like just about a minute before the match completely starts. Quite a bit of a decently gap seeded teams here, 32 and 17 respectively. There's some funny happenings in there.
Yeah, the lineups are comprised of both some unknown players in the tournament scene and some really vetted veterans. Scheurer, for example, on the Netherlands is probably going to be one of the most seasoned players on the field. Samuel H. K. Lampers also is really seasoned as a tournament player. Freek is more of a 7K player, but also knows how to play 4K. Also a seasoned player. The other players I'm not too familiar with. I met Onto at DOE actually. Really cool guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. I know that one especially, but I think for Australia as well. I mean, forgive me for any Australians out there watching, but I feel like Australia's team is mostly, I guess, comprised of like a 7K 2024, because Oct4 plays in like 7K, Ruka plays in 2024 as well. I believe Ira might have signed up for them for the 7K as well, so they might have been quite. They can play literally quite anything. So essentially, they can just play anything. But in the context of the 4K, they are pretty wild cardish. They're kind of all over the place actually. So you can kind of check that their skill sets might have not been too different from each other. But moving that, you get to see the rolls, and I believe Netherlands and Australia tied, so they get it to re-roll. So
yeah, we do
Australia
not see
wins
ties.
actually.
We do not see ties too often in rolls, so actually witnessing the rolls and how they can tie is actually pretty exciting to start off a match.
Even then, the re-rolls is like 67 to 63, which is not that far off from the tie.
Yeah,
So is this confirmed that this is going to be a tiebreaker or something?
Yeah, I really hope the match really goes as close as the rolls.
Yeah, going into such lengths would be kind of funny, but nevertheless, we're still gonna have to go into the entire match to see that. But we'll see the protects here from Australia here. We're gonna see Blue Passe being protected by Australia. Might not be the first. Well, I guess there's only like two matches, but protected tech is not something to see very often. But we see a protect for Horizon Blue for Netherlands, so we're going for the SV route, kind of.
Yeah, I think Australia is counting on their strengths as a rice-oriented lineup, and I think In terms of Rice, at least, I think they might be afraid of the Netherlands getting a decent enough accuracy to maintain good consistency either on the streams, the core jacks, or the jump stream. Netherlands, on the other hand, specialist country, again, SV, LNs, perhaps hybrid, gonna ban the least straightforward Rice A.
And Netherlands gonna be banning A, which understandably so because they don't want any unpredictability towards towards Rice scores. But I think Australia is pretty clear on what they're gonna go ban, right? At this point, if they're protecting SV, I don't think chances are less cadence or SB2 is gonna be banned, right?
Yeah, are we gonna get the 100%
There we
ban
go.
rate? 100% ban rate. Let's go. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The first swear of the tournament now. All right, the
Yeah,
trifecta.
I didn't even swear in around the 32. How did I break this spell?
The trifecta of banning less cadets. You know, the SB2 thing.
The
I guess
thing.
I guess people really do not like the OS original, huh?
Okay, this match is gonna be really interesting to see. I think.
Hey,
who's
hey,
gonna
hey, hey,
pick
I mean,
first? Australia.
I mean, hey, in the chat there, can someone can someone get a hammer on that one, saying the OS original is something else?
Oh god.
All right, they're gonna go with the jump stream right out of the gate.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that they are going with jump stream first rather than tech, considering where their protect went. But maybe they just want to get it out of the way.
I mean, I believe Australia is pretty cut and dry in terms of their three-player team for their Rice picks.
Miser sends his regards.
Yeah, there you go. There's your public service announcement that we're not calling OS original something else, you know, because that's a work of art. You cannot say custom because everything else in this pool are, well, not everything else. 90% of them are custom. I could say that. Not illegally obligated to say that.
Yeah, I think it goes from it comes from the desire to separate custom maps. Like custom maps are maps that are made for a tournament, but not necessarily on original songs. Also, originals, however, are songs that are entirely made for the tournament, and therefore also mapped for the tournament. Like everything is made for MWC or any World Cup that is.
Absolutely, and yeah, there's your there's your a little bit of an intermission before we go in on to the match, but we're still waiting for one player for the Netherlands. I'm not sure if it's gonna be Madeline. Yeah, there you go, Madeline going for the Netherlands team as a three-player team for mostly Rice. I would like to say that.
Yeah, that does look like the usual Rice lineup. Australia is going to be interesting to see how well they can perform in a round of 16 map pool. I know Oct4 has been making strides in the Asian Suji Cup, apparently being really good, surprisingly so from the bottom seed, I would say. But yeah.
I mean, in terms of like their skill set, it's just coming down from like 70 to 4 key. It's just very easy to translate that into 4 key, although it depends on the density. And I feel like for Okfor's case, playing a lot of 4K does just do work wonders. The question would be if the tournament consistency allows that to catapult himself up.
Yeah, I'm just really curious to see where the physicality of both countries lie, because that also is gonna spell their path towards quarterfinals. Quarterfinals is gonna get really hard. There's a bump of difficulty incurred by people getting eliminated. So getting rid of the lower seeds and just natural selection, I want to say, through raw skill.
Starting up kind of a little bit dicey because the score difference is literally 0 right now.
And
Alright, jump stream starts to kick in.
Mad Leap, no, that was bad. That was a bad miss.
That's one miss from the Netherlands side. And yeah, it's just one though, although even then, that's still just pretty much the very first entry into the jump stream. There's still quite a bit to go though.
Okay, for now, Australia is looking really solid. Every one of their players at least has 99.8. Just at the lowest, looking at 99.80, just dipping a little bit below the 99.8. We'll see if that lasts through the entire 3 minutes and 39 seconds.
Yeah, Iron is battling it out with Shoira, but Samuel is taking the second miss from the Netherlands side there. And with the lowest accuracy to boot. And there's no full combos on the Netherlands side. Australia's keeping strong with their combos there.
Yeah, Shoira's miss was very, very clean, like 99.8. Keeping 99.8 despite the miss is really the cleanest miss you can get. Samuel, however, I feel like they're battling for stamina right now.
I would also say Natalie also has a very... The drop is pretty much clean. It's still like around 99.7 territory. But even then, there's still... You have to contend with like a 25,000 points of difference right now, and that's like a 3FC from Australia. It's just already hard to beat.
Yeah, emptiness being at 99.75 compared to 99.8 at the beginning kind of shows that stamina and consistency does have a play in how this pick is handled, and definitely the stamina element is playing.
Multiple draws by Shoira there actually. There's like, I think that might have been like a couple of 50 and a miss there. So that's a 34,000 point lead. The lead's gonna go growing. Even this last patch of jump stream is not gonna change very much.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see that many misses from Shoira, but Shoira is keeping on getting some clean misses, but Iron gonna break the team combo on Australia's side. Unfortunately, another miss. The consistency, the stamina, it's giving up. Docked forward.
Oh, wow. Alcor missed actually there's like 3 or 4 misses by Iron there. Even that drop is relatively clean because that's still like a 99.74. And I would believe say that Emptiness is gonna take the MVP actually. Even with the lowest accuracy on team to boot, but that's still really rough on the stamina.
Yeah, you can see like those accuracies from Australia's side. No one from Australia has above 6/200s really. Those are really clean outside of the outside of the misses, and definitely Samuel a little bit behind in terms of physicality, unfortunately for the Netherlands, and that is probably their biggest weakness.
I believe that SB is the next pick for Netherlands. I don't think they're gonna want to waste time baiting on the physicality of these players, especially. I have a sinking feeling that that might be the case.
Or they might go with Elen. Elen is also a reasonable choice coming from Netherlands' perspective. It's less physical, and it has more chances of upsetting Australia as well. So Elen too.
Pachiko Shawase. I'm not sure if this is a decent choice. Because conversely, Australia also has a really solid LN team score there.
I mean, they don't really have a choice. They have to challenge Australia on something.
If they're testing the waters this early on, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, we'll see how Australia's on.
Oh, that's
might be
three players swap,
entire roster switch for LN.
So let's see. We got Ruka. Well, I guess it's Full Hearted, but I'm not even sure if Full Hearted plays LN in particular. Full Hearted has been playing as V for like round 32.
Nick?
Oh, of course, coming back in. I believe Ruka might be the one, unless I'm missing someone else.
Ruka wouldn't be surprised if he's on Australia's side.
Oh, it's actually Iron this time. Just only one player swap then.
Okay. That's how it is.
Yeah, seems like the Netherlands will probably just going to be staying the same roster for the 3-man team. And just Australia just only have a 1-player swap. Or not, maybe 2-player swap actually, I don't know.
Some last minute changes here. I think...
Alright, there you go.
Yeah, I think some scores during training might be close enough that Australia is hesitating on the roster.
Well, we already seen Aqua and Ruka in the 7-key action, and we already seen 4-key in round of 32, so this might be very similar to see now.
Yeah, 7 key players tend to be also LN players by sheer coordination ability.
Nikara has a rocky start at the intro there, actually. 98.3 now. Keeps dropping, actually. I'm not too sure with the timing there, because the releases might have been all over the place.
Yeah, Samuel is gonna actually battle with against Nick in terms of accuracy, but Nick does have a substantial disadvantage in terms of accuracy for now, but all of the full combos are still intact on either side.
What I'm worried about is that the significant LN density in this might have prompting Nick Haran's releases to be kind of all over the place because of different LN ends there, which is not improving that much.
Yeah, but the advantage on the Australia side is thanks to Octor and Rufus. Absolutely
Yes,
tremendous performances.
Score lead goes to Netherlands, but even then, that's still just a tinge of flick.
Yeah, it's a really different dynamic because Australia has 2 players to pull their team ahead, but Netherlands is a little bit more cohesive.
God, it's still flickering.
99.
No! Melee! Melee with a miss. That might actually spell doom there for Netherlands. Because Nick Haran is still with the FC even with the 98.82. Although, if accuracy is gonna still tanking there's still a chance for them to come back from sheer accuracy alone. There's a miss by Nick there!
I think there are at least 400 note count. Netherlands still has a chance if the accuracy goes their way, but not really.
Ruka and Alkfor is really carrying Nick there. 6,000 point lead. Ruka with a B1 SS.
Wow, Samuel with the full combo, but the ratio do be looking a little bit different. However, a little bit similar to Nick, really. So it's a very interesting dynamic to see between the two.
1-to-1 basically on terms of the ratio, and then the 300 the 200 count. Even the 200 count is a little bit lacking, but the ratio is also might be a little bit worse for wear. But Australia's managed to maybe maybe slide it out by the skin of their teeth actually.
Nonetheless, that was a break point for Australia, 2-0 right now. But I do believe that the Netherlands has a solid chance of getting some points back in the LN category.
Although, yeah, Australia still does have Willafase as their protect. I don't know if they're gonna go with the LNs just to make sure they already have a solid lead in terms of how they perform among us in general, or they're just gonna still stay with the Rice.
I think Rice 1 is by far their best deck, considering how Rice 2 went.
I guess so. There's a solid chance that Willafase was like protect. It ends up being very choke heavy, and Netherlands banned A for that reason. And I'm going for Korjax actually, huh?
I think that's also a decent pick in terms of physicality. Although it's a little bit more risky because Korchak is just so different from Jump 3.
Korjax is just Korjax. It's just it's whether you hit a 50 or a miss, or you just don't have ratio and then you just hit everything. There's nothing in between.
I love how the difficulty names are basically shoutouts to other maps.
Yeah, Easter egg, man. Come on. Are we just gonna be naming Easter eggs for every single reform charge? You know, that's kind of the point, actually. Yeah.
Australia with the English word lineup right here. Iron, full-hearted, and emptiness. Those are all in the dictionary.
That is actually true. Actually, yeah. I haven't seen Full Hearted play Korjax, so this could be interesting.
Are you ready?
Although, I mean, the intro is just basically what it is. Although there might be some like couple that is not Korjax, maybe some like burst of 1/4 streams and whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the accuracy just settles, especially with those bursts, which are a little bit uncertain.
Until with the first miss there.
Yeah, the uncertainty just settles in the beginning right here. Onto not on a great start, but can still recover if any of the other Australian players catch the misses.
Luckily, it's just the very first 300 nodes, so that even you really kind of don't want to miss, don't you? Because of the Korjax nature. Although Onto is recovering quite nicely actually with 99.6, and Full Hearted's now taking I guess the second miss of the match actually, or I guess in terms of FC, or there's only like 4 FCs on this lobby.
Yeah, that was a fairly messy miss, dropping from 99.7 to 99.6. And if Onto can recover that accuracy, I think that lead can shift.
The lead is now actually start to shift right now, because actually now the accuracies are starting to grow from Netherlands, and meanwhile Emptiness is kind of sustaining 99.8 for a long time, but now the lead is starting to shift. Full Hearted with the second miss there. Now this is actually looking good for Netherlands, although I wouldn't call it too much because that lead is still not too much.
Yeah, the break is gonna be the hottest part of the map because the focus is all over the place. People might be looking at scores. Do not look at the other team's score, please.
9,000 Foiling, the least growing. Full Heart is not at the 400 yet. but it's starting to show now. But there's still like a couple 100, 200 nodes remaining, and I think that might seal it.
Yeah, that's gonna be another breakpoint in a row for the Netherlands, and Madeleef's performance right now just making the difference for Netherlands. 996k. Also Scheuer's performance really good, 994. Also making a huge difference here. Iron of the only double S in the lobby.
Madeleine with very strong showing with 996k, beating out Emptiness there. For player, I would say the top row and the bottom row is pretty much player for player. And point on the board for the Netherlands.
Yeah, let's go. Not a sweep, not a sweep. And it goes to show that even seed 32 can challenge seed 17 on a pick such as Korchak. So it goes to show that even like this is the name of early game. Any country can surprise us with some really stellar performances.
Let's see what we have. Given Ellen's not in their favor, although almost, because the three-man comp from the Australian side might have been a little bit interesting to say the least. Now they're going for boost anima here, huh? Okay, still on the Ellens. Are they really picking this because they know their comp, their team comps now, or it's just that they're very good at it and they'll be able to challenge Awkward and Ruka?
Well, considering the performance on LM2, I think their judgment told them that it was challengeable. I think especially if Nick is coming back, Samuel can challenge Nick and therefore make it a battle of survival essentially. And if Shoira can recover some of that accuracy, also gets less 200s than before, this might be a good call for him now.
Well, I think it doesn't seem that Nick is coming back in. This time it's Iron. Because I know Awkward and Ruka should be able to play this on the Australian side. Seems to be waiting on now. Ruka's going now and going back in. All four, there you go. And I believe Iron will be staying in instead of Nick, because performance-wise might be this is a little different. Well, not little different, a very different chart from like Longer Density. It's just mainly release and coordination heavy. Alright, play should be good to go now.
We are getting ready, and I'm looking forward to see where this pick goes because, as I say, on paper this can be advantageous towards the Netherlands, but we saw how LN2 went, so anything can happen here.
I mean, so far I haven't seen Ruka miss on any long node picks so far. That's just goes to show the consistency for Ellens it's just insane. And even Ruka with like a V1 double S on the longer density, so that just tells alone that even with kind of long, tricky long nodes, he doesn't even too faced by it actually.
Now let's see how the trend goes, but right now it is looking eerily similar between the two teams, trading the lead back and forth.
Yeah, Samuel has a very good opening this time around. Now, even not kind of suffering than like longer density one because of the very different release timings. Although this is the same, except you have a lot more breathing room.
Oh,
Iron with a miss, actually.
Iron.
All right,
for
Iron.
rounds.
Looking good, but the accuracy is still above average for, I guess, Netherlands. Madeline with the miss.
Madeline!
Iron with a trade.
Yeah, that's a trade. That's actually a trade. That's still good for Netherlands on paper. Let's look at the accuracies right now. It is
Oh my
looking
god.
towards Australia right now, so Australia still has the occasion to
Madeline
catch
with
this
another
against
one.
Oh
Shoya
no.
with a miss.
That
The
is
Netherlands
looking
are
all over
falling
the place.
apart. Netherlands are falling apart here. Samuel is the only one with the FC. Bottom row, it seems like Ruka and Encore is they're just doing things.
Yeah, no, like the consecutive misses on Netherlands' side really gave Australia that 13k lead right now. But it can go the
Iron
other
with a
way
miss
as
again.
well. Like, if Iron continues to miss, that can go the other way. Like, you see how that lead is shrinking right now. There's still a substantial amount of the map left.
Although we're running out of time here, there's still like a 10,000 point lead. Iron have missed like 3 to 4 times. There's a couple 200s over there, but even then, you have to contend with the other misses. And Shoya with another one with a missed boot.
Yeah, but Iron also
Trade
catches the
again.
same misses.
Still trading misses back and forth, but even then, the other 3 players who are also holding FCs are also not escape unscathed, basically. Shoya with a miss on the releases.
Yeah, no, that's really unfortunate for the Netherlands. They had
Oh,
a
wow.
good thing going towards the beginning, but the fact that Ruka and Okfor are still cruising ahead at 99.64 and 63 respectively is just netting them the win for this pick. Another breakpoint on the LNs. That is unfortunate for the Netherlands.
Very good job for Samuel to be able to hold on to their FC. Ruka and Awkward scores are just very similar to each other.
Yeah, I think it's looking a little bit disappointing for Shoira. I know Shoira is definitely able to get a better performance than this, but it is 1 p.m. right now in the Netherlands, so maybe the hunger is selling in. The bad weather, the bad European weather is having a play, is having a role in the European performance. Also can speak clearly here.
Going for Bulaface, the protect by Australia finally coming in now. And did you know that so far we haven't seen 2 hybrids on the top there? We already see introduction, but not the 2 hybrids above it.
Yeah, no, like, I think the hybrids, I think we haven't gone far enough in the matchups that the hybrids were necessary to pull out. Like, the hybrids, especially hybrid 1 and 2, are elements that strategically you will want to pull out later in the game.
This seems like, interestingly enough, Nick Howard is now playing for the Bulaface with a tech pick now. Not Okpo this time.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting to see. It kind of goes to show that Australia's lineup is actually pretty versatile. Like, Nick went in for the LN2, Nick is also going in for the technical pick. So it's really good to show that it's not Rice versus LN. In terms of lineups, it's a lot more than that.
So, with this in mind, I would say that the chances are, if Nick is able to hang on with the accuracy, this can go very well. I'm just very anxious to see because the chokes can come into play.
Yeah, the misses can definitely come into play, and the misses did come into play in Rise 3, the core jack. And it's gonna look way more different in this one, but I believe that coming from the previous matches where the misses did matter in the outcome of the point, I think in this match it's also gonna be the case, especially considering the lower seeds.
Yeah, we see after maybe some desyncs earlier on, should be good to go, I think. Alright, should be okay. There you go. Mirror this time for onto now. Kind of a rocky start for Nick and onto there with the 99.1 respectively. Although that's going to change because it's just the intro basically. Trails kind of do have some funny things in there.
Yeah, I think the battle is gonna be between Onto and Nick in terms of accuracy. But the accuracy is not the name of the game here. It's especially gonna be how everyone on the board is maintaining their combos.
Onto with a bad entry with a miss there.
Man, I just had to talk about combo.
Well, now they're not. So it's still even that. I believe that act even with the miss, it's still not too far off from Nick's accuracy actually. Even still with holding a full combo solidly.
Yeah, we're not into the hardest parts of the map yet, and well.
Onto with a bad miss again. 3.
That's 3 misses in total. Not looking good.
Holding on to the mini jack is really taxing, especially because reading some of these can be a nightmare. Nightmare on the artist, but even then, it's still really hard to get through. Nick actually massive misread there.
Yeah, a massive drop in accuracy from Nick, but it's not gonna be enough for Netherlands to catch the lead back up, and onto just accumulating those misses, unfortunately.
Really solid performance there for all 4 players. Natalie, Shoira, Iron, and Emden is there with the respective FCs. It's really rough to see. Those misses are just coming from the transitions on the onto side there.
Yeah, like on paper you see those accuracies, and on paper they're more or less the same, I would say. Like Onto matches Nick, Shoira matches Iron, and they have similar scores as well. Madeleine is also sort of matching Emptiness, but there's margin of error that allows Netherlands to get a point on any remaining pick, especially Supernova.
Yeah, with that being said, that's Australia's Protect done and dusted. That's a very good win for their Protect. Netherlands still doesn't pick their Protect, so it might be a good time to pick now because potentially, yeah, there you go, Horizon Blue.
SV1. I'm looking forward to see how the training paid off, especially for the Netherlands. The Netherlands have been continuously training over the years on SV, and they've been, again, a specialist country.
I mean, no doubt, Australia will be having full-hearted playing this now. Yep, full-hearted is in now. And maybe Encore, I would say. Yep, there you go. Yeah, this I believe this time Freak is now probably for the first time I've seen entering the lobby now for playing on the SV.
It's kind of funny to think Freak as an SV player of all things. Like Freak used to be pivotal for LMs, especially in the past years, but
oh yeah,
is now just an SV player. It's really funny to see.
All right, let's see how this goes for the SV. Although we're starting off with a couple notes missing, maybe not entirely the intro. Although kind of be duped. Not sure what Okfor's deal is. Oh, hang on. So he starts playing after. So he's playing after the first 30 notes missing.
Oh no! Is that a side tree? Oh no.
I mean, I don't think it's a Syri. He probably forgot to play the first 30 notes.
Might be, actually.
if he can get through the SV's fine, then it's not a side. Or even then, that's still like a insurmountable lead though. Netherlands. It's still not it's not gonna be a restart because it's already far into the map.
No, I just believe that. Anyways, let's watch Netherlands' performance on this one. Very cohesive, and Shoyora also showing their speciality here. Shoyora has always been an outstanding SV player, really.
Frequent lowest FC, and you know, even with lowest FC, it still beats out every almost every single Australian players there. Yeah, at this point, there's not much to talk about after when you notice that Awkward might be quote-unquote side reading. I'm not even sure that's the case. But regardless, that's still quite a lead there.
Yeah, it's just a little break in between very high octane, high density map. Just something. a
Well,
little bit of a treat.
Awkward hits that SV though, so I'm not too sure I'm not... that's not a side read, it's just kind of lazily being put out.
Mm. I do think that some of those transitions are lenient enough that you can get them on side read.
Yeah, that's the first day that I've seen on every on what 2 or 3 years at this point. Nah, probably like 2 years ago. But that's the 3 point for Netherlands. So hopefully, they'll be able to think about their next move there. But Australia's picked now.
Yeah, it's Australia's turn to shine. 4-2, still 2 points to go for Australia to get that sweet victory. That sweet
And-
survival within the losers bracket.
Yeah, especially for getting Australia getting 2 more points to beat Netherlands. That'll be a trifecta of 6-2. You know, New Zealand, Italy 6-2. Vietnam, yeah, 6-2 as well. And then this one might be 6-2 as well. So that's a trifecta. But it depends on Netherlands will be able to maybe get a break point from Australia. At this point, there's only one long node pick left for Netherlands to be able to play, and the
Yeah, I would
rest
say-
is just hybrid.
Yeah, I would say the Netherlands would be able to get break points on either Rice 5. Maybe Rice 1 if Australia misses enough, but also the hybrids look very challengeable if Combo gets to play here.
Iron. So apparently, they practice the other SV, but they kind of, they didn't protect the SV. So why would you do that? All right, there you go with the last Rice. Oh, not right, last Rice, but Supernova still exists there. But the stream pick that is not a dumb, or almost like a dumb.
Yeah, I think on paper that's probably the best. The best Australian pick. It's physical, it's straightforward, and they had the advantage in terms of physicality.
And it's almost like very split trail heavy for stream pick. Well, I mean that's understandable because introducing Mini Jack into the stream at 320 doesn't sound like a good idea, especially for round of 16. Yeah, this is pretty much the same 6-player lobby for every single Rice team. Well, not really, because Nick and Onto played Bulapase earlier. But this is mostly that, the 6-man. Alright, there you go. Still looking to see if they can get to 5-2 and get to a potential match point.
Let's see how this goes.
The night away to all dreams we
Oh
find
yeah, I mean this is just
when you
pretty much what you were expecting on the intro to do very well on, because the stream picks up at the right at the first third and the last third of the song, and that's pretty much where the difficulty lies.
It's really funny to see how a 0 point lead looks on the overlay. It's just like
Well,
no minus.
0 point lead is just zero. There's no bar, there's no red bar, there's no blue bar. It's just there's no bolded text either. So
It's just very neutral. It's very rare to see, but it is entirely possible on the Mania.
well,
Mania
almost,
mode.
almost. We've seen like 1 and 3 point differences last year and 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think
Although
there
we get
was
into the
a
stage now.
1 point difference, like 1 point team difference in the past.
Everyone's hitting the streams like really, really well. Actually, I would say.
Yeah, I think like Shoira and
Oh.
Foxball are battling from the bottom here.
Oh my god! Everyone hit that.
Yeah, it's all very closely tied together, and Madleaf is leading the pack for the Netherlands, and Shoira and Samuel are trying to survive, whereas Australia has a tiny bit different of a dynamic, but it's also looking very similar.
I mean, let me quickly clarify that last two matches so far, everyone at least missed once on the very first stream. This one, there's no misses on the first stream.
Yeah, I think the stakes are really high. Like the Netherlands
Alright.
has an occasion to get it back, to get a breakpoint
Emptiness
back
in the
against
first miss.
Oh god, that's actually really unexpected. I expected the Netherlands to kind of fall back in terms of physicality, but it's actually Australia that's gonna fall down.
Natalie is battling against Iron. Samuel is battling against Shoira and battling against all four. It's just that one miss, literally what makes up the difference.
Oh my god,
Everyone is still hitting them.
that's a surprise and a half here. I thought Australia had this in the bag, but no. It's no.
Shoira Samuel,
I had
two
to
misses.
open my mouth.
Oh no! Italy's gonna ship back to Australia. At the very end of it,
way.
Australia stole it back, and it's denies the breakpoint. Australia wins 5-2, and it's on match point.
The Netherlands just had to last 10 more seconds in order to get the breakpoint, but they fell at the last minute. There were 100 notes, 200 notes maybe, remaining, but no, it was not meant to be, unfortunately.
That was a heartbreaking situation. That could have been a very close breakpoint, but at the end of it, Sammy and Shore missed at the very same spot. Not very same spot. It's just 6 notes apart, given their combos.
I'm just so devastated for the Netherlands. They were doing incredibly well on this deck as well, considering their physicalities.
That is their best chance to break point, and they just let it slip. Even though that's not their pick, it's still a very good chance to take that, and they did.
Yeah, that's also a very good sign to come for Rise 5. Like the remaining Rise, I think it's going to be very, very challengeable for the Netherlands. If they have the same kind of performance, if it is as risky as for Australia as it is for the Netherlands, I think like that's either gonna mean Australia is gonna pick Rise and just put themselves at risk, or they're gonna go into hybrid, and that's gonna introduce
Alright.
a whole new dynamic. What? Excuse me? What?
There's the last gonna take this a trifecta win, 6-2 for the last 3 matches.
Yeah, I think comparing the accuracies, I think in the end Australia had it, and it might be the fault of the physicality and the stamina, the sheer physicality of the map pool just not being at the advantage of the Netherlands. But the Netherlands really fought well and had some really, really close calls. It had the potential to be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, very congratulations for Australia for moving on to the quarterfinals. There still have one more fight in their hands, but unfortunately, Netherlands will have to be knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, honestly, well played to all players involved in this match. Australia is gonna go ahead and fight someone. I do not have the bracket in front of my
Fight someone.
eyes. Just to some country in the world in the quarterfinals, and the Netherlands is unfortunately going to be eliminated from the tournament.
You're fighting someone. You mean finding a team country, not necessarily someone. That would be kind of that'd be kind of wild. But
States versus
Australia,
one.
whole country versus one. I agree. Yeah. Anyways, Australia has a really decent chance actually, coming with their performances on the round 16. I would highly anticipate that the quarterfinals is probably going to be the same thing, except maybe the Bulls definitely will have to challenge their mid-game now on the lower bracket, especially.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they fare, how they scale, especially since the quarterfinals are gonna be harder, way harder than the round of 16, and seeing them already falter in terms of scaling on round of 16 is just looking very interesting for quarterfinals.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, and now we do have a little bit of an hour break before there are 2 sets of matches here. We gotta have UK versus Singapore, and then Finland versus Sweden. Almost a Scandinavian, kind of the Scandinavian team fighting for their lives there, which is about like a 13 UTC, I would say, like about an hour from there. But that is pretty much it. We're gonna have a little bit of an hour break before we were able to give a little bit of insight for those 2 matches in particular. I believe we're also gonna have another stream setup for the other match as well. I'd say maybe don't quote me on that, but hopefully when there's a notification for the other stream to start, we will let you know about that.
Yeah, Finland versus Sweden is going to be casted here on Osu Live main channel, and the other channel, Osu Live _2, is going to host Great Britain versus Singapore.
Yeah, absolutely. And now there's still quite a bit of time to grab something to eat or do anything else to preoccupy your time there. Well, until then, do you have any other things to say before we probably have a little bit of a break?
How many banners are you gonna buy this year?
Probably more than one, I would say, because I haven't seen too much of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of countries are still on the board right now, and it is the perfect occasion to show your support and get yourself a banner to kind of stack them, kind of like a Minecraft game, like a convoluted Minecraft game. You just put some blocks on top of another, and it looks pretty. Is that what Minecraft is about?
Well, if it's a game of stacking blocks, then maybe you can put it that way. Also, there's also extra privilege, because if you're buying a banner for the winning country on this particular tournament, 4K World Cup 2024, you get to keep that banner for until maybe the next tournament starts. So there's an extra privilege to show off that your favorite team actually wins.
Yes, indeed. And with that, I think we can close this block of match and let you hopefully get a break, get hydrated, and get some food in your system, because it is very important to be alive to witness this tournament unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna close this out and take care, guys.
Bye bye. Welcome back to Mania 4K World Cup 2024. We are back with another match, well, more with like another set of matches. Here in Osu Live _2, we have the UK versus Singapore, seed number 6 versus seed 11. All things considered, very close, closer than it was in around 32. I'll be commentating with Mifa. I am Pachiraj. It's nice to meet you.
Hello, once again. Yeah, we're switching sides of the stream this time. Usually, you've seen us in OS Live on the main OS Live. This is OS Live 2, so we're just switching sides. But in case you're wondering, there's also another match coming up at the same time as UK and Singapore, and it's gonna be Finland versus Sweden, I would say it. And it's also happening on the main OS Live channel there. So if you would like to watch for the Finland versus Sweden, you can go watch over there. And we're all already focusing on the UK versus Singapore right here.
Yeah, you can also watch both streams at the same time, do some dual drifting, like multi-drifting action here. High octane action, see all the notes go at the same time, 12 players at the same time playing Mania, like one of the highest density modes in Osu in terms of notes per second.
Yeah.
I do bid you good luck, especially in MWC where the maps are like really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just no different, except the other one is a losers bracket, and this one is a winners bracket. Apparently, UK versus Singapore have been coming out on top on their respective round of 32 matches so far. So this is a continuation of the winners bracket, except this time the winner will go into like the quarterfinals on the winners bracket. The loser one will have another lifeline on the lower bracket as well.
Mm-hmm. So it seems that the UK is going to protect the court jacks, and I do believe that multiple names in the UK lineup are known for their court jacks. High Eliminate, Zubin
Yeah,
is also
well.
really good. Newsom is also really good. I mean, the UK protecting court jacks comes to zero surprise. Absolutely.
And we're seeing Chase's Survival Zundoko as a long note 3 protect by Singapore. Kind of new to me to see long note 3 being protected, although it's not incredibly uncommon to see that being protected. Although I guess protecting core jack is also, yeah, well, if you have a huge core jack player, I mean the main players, it's I guess that's pretty much a given. So it's a one thing to note.
No! Finland versus Sweden, the two protects were on the two SVs.
All right,
That's hilarious.
all right. That's a match to look at for if you want to see SBs in action. But looking at this now, Singapore. I'm not sure what Singapore is gonna ban as actually.
Yeah, they do have an SV lineup, but the UK also has an SV lineup, so really, I don't really know. I think Singapore might focus SV though, so who knows what's gonna happen in that category?
Oh, banning A for Singapore there. So no more of that FFR pick going on for you. And for UK, maybe banning something else. I guess long nodes, maybe. I'm not even entirely sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where the UK is gonna go, but I do believe that some of their weakest points lie in the LN, so they might go for an LN ban or an SV ban if they did not want to spend time practicing those.
Boost anime might be a decent LN ban, although that's pretty much common in in every LN weakness team. That's pretty much a given. Although LN, I guess Survival Zudoku was protected by Singapore, so you would expect to see a long node ban if they are not really feeling into long nodes this time around.
There's also a very uncommon path, an uncommon train of thought, maybe. Like, for example, Hybrid 2 is very shieldy, mini jack oriented, and if people are bad at mini jacks, they might look into a Hybrid 2 ban. Like, that's just a hypothetical, though. I'm just coming up with potential scenarios that goes through teams' heads.
What's up with banning a mini jack in the longest? Well, that's a 4 out of 5 bans for OS Original.
4 out of 5 bans. That SV2 is not getting graces from the teams. I mean, if you protect SV1, then SV2 is gonna go away. Yeah, surely.
But this time it's not a SB1 is not protected at all. Rise of Blue is just out in the open.
Yeah,
So-
this time it's all on the open. Yeah.
Except the fact that the other match is getting 2 SB protects. that's a something else. not-
Why?
I'm not
Use
sure
a-
why.
Why do you want to use a timeout before the first pick? What is going on?
That's a first for me, or at least for all of us, maybe. Timeout for the very first pick.
Are they like waiting for a last player to come? Like, it has been heard of that people who are late to a match ask for their teammates to stall for time in order for
Seems like a kind of a no-brainer if they want to go for that. Although I don't advocate for people who show up late because you would normally expect to see, I guess, warmed up after before the match even starts, so they have time.
Yeah, like usually in community tournaments, you get some warm-ups, and usually the warm-ups take at least like I want to say 20 to 30 minutes of a match in the beginning, so you can ask your teammates to stall for time, like put a really long warm-up just to stall for time, and then just people can come 30 minutes later. But there are no warm-ups in MWC, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Well, if they picking a timeout, then yeah, we just have. I think the least we can do is probably pretty much respect it. Maybe they have something else in their mind.
In the meantime, Finland just won their first pick against Sweden, so Another match is indeed going on, and here you're just listening to us yap while people are being on timeout.
All right. So, interestingly enough, I think they are pretty much being cautious with their picks, especially for Finland versus Sweden out there. It's not picking their protects is kind of like a one-to-one trade. So, given their protectors are all SVs, something's up there.
Oh wait, I forgot that other tournaments are going on at the same time as NWC, so some
Oh,
players
yeah.
in this tournament have to schedule those matches around the NWC matches, or the other way around.
I mean, some might be also having their things, right? Because other commentators, also happen to be casting on other side. But yeah, sometimes it happens. But they probably should have gone and calculated their attention to the main one that they're actually participating.
Anyways, we're just chilling for now, and I do hope that the players in this lobby are staying warmed up as they should be for MWC level maps.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if they're not picking sooner, then they will have to go with the rolling onto what to pick, essentially.
Yeah, just having a random pick go on.
All right, they're going for stream pick. Yep, the Niaway.
Alright. So the UK finally going on.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the players, and I guess in these two teams here. Given last year UK does not have their their main spots in particular for their players. Usually you would expect like Newson and then for Snaggles or whatever. I think Eliminate being returning back into the main World Cup is actually kind of a breath of fresh air for the United Kingdom, especially.
Yeah, it actually contributes to the UK's seeding. Seed number 6 among all of the countries, all of the lineups that exist in the world right now in 2024 is an incredible achievement, I would say, already.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the respective players on on both teams if they manage to get one. I would hope that UK will have Zubin as well alongside Newson Eliminate. I think that's mainly what their rice focused team is for the United Kingdom, most likely. And then for Singapore, you would expect Oyama Mahiro, Neon Hooray, and OP Meme actually go joining back for mostly Rise and LNs, although they might have some tricks up their sleeve.
Isn't that just their 40th lineup? I think it looks familiar to me. It looks familiar to me from 40M, really funnily enough. It's like 40M team
right.
steps up to NWC. That's just
right. Yeah, right.
Character development.
I mean, funnily enough, I think 4 years ago, the 4DM on the United Kingdom side is Newson, and he's coming out such a long way to get here.
Alright, Finland, Sweden 1-1. We played 2 maps in the other match and 0 here. Let's go! Let's go! We might actually not have that much overlap between the matches. Anyways, the first pick of the match, Rice won. Dance the night away. No, we're not actually dancing. It's just the night away.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, though, I think the other match picked the one hybrid that hasn't been picked yet.
Yeah, the other match looks really interesting. Finn Octave. They actually picked Finn Octave. That's kind of crazy.
But yeah, focusing on this one, on the stream pick, you would expect really, really good scores from all players in this entire lobby, given their practice long enough to make sure they are very well prepared. 100%. Oh well, not anymore.
Not
Anyway.
anymore. Nice curse right here.
I mean, it's just like dumb. 1/6 dumb is kind of not not too easy to ag even.
Yeah. Let's see how those hit sounds sound on the chorus.
There's a
Sound
first
really
miss from
pretty to
OP
me.
meme. First miss from OP meme there. A clean one now, I might add. Okay.
I think it's slightly late, but still hits accurately enough to maintain 99.95. The advantage is tremendously towards the United Kingdom, opening just having slightly less accuracy than their counterparts.
Really, all really good accuracies across the board. 99.8 for like all 5 players and above. The only miss was coming with 2 misses actually from OP meme actually. Weird enough to have a break. To have a break in the break.
A break in the break. Yeah, the break sometimes is the hardest part of the map because of the sheer pressure and just adrenaline gap between all of them.
Like, I would be mad if they were breaking in the break section. But although Neon right now takes the second miss on the Singapore side, only one FC remain on the Singaporean side, and United Kingdom still going so strong in here.
Yeah, they're just really showing off their Rice lineup right now. Just Eliminate going very strong, not only on Kojak, but just on everything else, and just showing that the UK has an entire team.
There's the last full combo in Singapore gone. It's just domination from here on out. It's really just even trade, even if it's just trades like this, it's just really hard to combat like such scores like this. Even if you have like a 99.8, and that's what happened to Newson here. That still beats out every single Singaporean players, even with the miss.
Yeah, there's a clear accuracy difference between the two teams in terms of physicality. So I feel like the UK might go for Rice 2 and Rice 3 as a focus afterwards. 997 by Eliminate, very decent score.
That's very decent, yep. I would expect like Singapore to be picking long nose out of the gate, given their protect. Although I'm not too sure if they want to go with a protect earlier on, but they have choices.
Yeah, they might actually realize their disadvantage in terms of physicality and go for less physical options. Like, SV is definitely an option. LNs is also probably an option if they consider themselves to be an anti-meta, a specialist kind of team, and I would say their assessment would be correct against the UK in terms of strategy. Oh, Finland actually won SV2. SV2 was actually played at least once, so let's go.
Finally! Oh, they're going for the SV now. Alright.
Oh,
interesting enough.
Go ahead. They're still connected.
Yeah, Horizon Blue. Now, we're probably seeing a straight up full swap from UK, I think. Unless Newsom coming back in, because Newsom primarily also plays SV on their team.
Yeah, Newsom is probably staying. And we see the appearance of Claren. Claren, a pretty old name in the Singaporean community in terms of SVs. It's pretty interesting to see them come back here.
Yeah, pretty prominent SV figure in the, I guess, in the whole Mania community. So, so to speak, that Claren's ability to make SVs is also just as good at playing them themselves.
Okay, so the Singaporean lineup: Claren, Neon Hooray, and the OP meme. OP meme looking for the correct slot right now. Definitely not being British, you're not British, hope you mean. It's no use trying to pretend. You cannot leave Singapore. You need a visa.
All right.
You need a visa for that. You actually need a visa to go to the UK, I think, depending on the country you come from.
Well, most countries anyway. I would I would assume you get a visa anyway.
Yeah, well, it kind of depends. Like, if the UK was still in the EU, that is, you would not necessarily need a visa coming from France, for example. But alas, I went to the UK earlier this month. It was a few weeks ago, and I did have to bring my passport in and do some really annoying stuff. Take the Eurostar, you know. It is
I
what
really
it is.
didn't. I really didn't expect that we get a Pacharage lower in the UK.
I mean, I like to travel once in a while. Traveling is really good to do once in a while. I do kind of want to visit Singapore one day. Singapore looks pretty interesting touristically. I've seen some pictures around. I think Singapore looks pretty beautiful to kind of sightsee, kind of in an architectural way. I think it is pretty interesting to peruse. But let's go back into the actual match.
I'm not sure what
abort.
happened to the.
Let's not go back into the actual match. I can just yap about tourism right now. So you know what's interesting about biking in the UK? Like, the UK drives on the left. You know how the UK drives on the left, whereas like the rest of the world drives on the right. Like, biking in the UK, biking in London is actually kind of insane.
Sure. We got some lore coming in before we get to the actual match now.
Yeah, honestly, like, one day you'll. I'd advise you to try like biking. If you're used to driving on the right, like, try biking in a country that drives on the left. That is, you have to rewire your brain to drive on the left. Like, sometimes with you. I would drive on the right. I was like, oh my god, no! I'm gonna get run. I'm gonna get run over. Oh my god.
Well, there's a reason where you usually, when you're out there jogging or whatever, you usually go in the opposite direction. So you would expect like some some other vehicles just coming in your way. So you really have to making sure that you're actually doing your activities in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes if you're a pedestrian and if there's no sidewalk.
Moving on, we get finally coming back into action with the Horizon Blue. You would expect, hopefully, these people are really practicing this. Oh wow, okay. Looks like someone's having a thing.
There's no way to describe how the mist coming from Eliminate and Nuisance just happened, and I'm just, yeah, no, I'm out of there. There's just nothing else to comment on.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, even with, I don't think these people play read. They're still having a decent act overall. Like, even Eliminate like a 95. It's just a very huge misread.
I don't know. Eliminate might be really good at sight reading because it is fairly sight readable to an extent.
It does, but you still have to learn the cues because SB does not wanting you to making sure that you're hitting right. Depending on the style, of course, but that's how it goes for SBSE, and that you didn't really want to rewire your brain to make sure that you're hitting the SBs right.
Like, on the other hand, like, Singapore is having a pretty cohesive performance. Neon Hooray and OP Meme dropping some accuracy. Well, especially Neon Hooray going from 99.4 to 99.0. That's pretty unfortunate, but the FCs are still alive right now.
Well, that's pretty much full, I guess, Singaporean team MC, right? I just I just don't think this UK can come back from that. Even.
Yeah, Newson not quite able to get the S on seemingly Sidetree. I don't know. I don't think Newson was well. Maybe Newson was not supposed to play this one, and someone else, maybe Maniac, was supposed to play this one.
Well, there's a reason why they would ban SB2, which is less cadence, and you don't want to spend too much time to practice if the pool's already very physical enough.
McLaren with a 982, seemingly having a better score in local than on tournament performance, but that does not matter because it was basically a 3-point for Singapore.
Yep, it's a 1-1, and as they say, United Kingdom do have all mostly core jack mains. Just go straight in. Just go straight in with the core jack chart. They can just go with it.
Yeah, I mean it's a decent choice.
All right, so I think, UK has a lot of decent choices here. They all have the rise, but maybe they can go with the hybrid. Okay, the spiral variables that is jump screen pick.
Oh, okay. Well, they're going in order as expected. Like coming from the result of Rice one, it is only logical to go down the list in terms of price. I think it is very logical to do so.
Meanwhile, on what's happening on the other matches as well, Sweden won their second pick as well, so they're on 2-2 with Finland there. So still tying up the series, but at the same time we also have 1-1 here, so we're still tying up here. Although the tie might not have been the close tie, it's just basically a 3-point on the SB.
All right, we have the entrance of Certified Pinoy playing for Singapore. I do not know why this is so funny to me.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. Just some. Well, I agree. It's strange,
It's so funny to me. It's like Certified Pinoy playing for Singapore. That is peak humor to me.
I mean, sometimes sometimes people do have wild ideas for their tournament username, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why they would call themselves Manip. There's Manipstar, Manipco.
Man, they're just confusing us commentators. I had to look at the wiki to figure out their actual name. Like, please, the real names are confusing commentators and probably also referees. But it's fine. I think they are actually able to invite through user ID, so there's less confusion.
Yeah, but there's some confusion for the commentators if they have not prepared to see what is that.
Yeah, no. Anyways, going into a soft quote-unquote hybrid intro.
Yeah. We kind of see finally eliminated is now below 99.9 because LNs. Here we go.
Alright, no big changes so far. I think the United Kingdom might be on an upwards trend compared to the Singaporean team, but both teams are doing superbly for now.
I mean, you would expect like a high 997k if they manage to FC, of course, but it's kind of eerily close actually between Singaporean scores. 99.94, 99.95. The lowest is 99.89 by Neon Ray, and that's not even a really it's just toe to toe basically with Zubin.
Yeah, essentially, if you compare Zubin versus Neon Hure, Zubin is winning by the slightest of margin if you compare Eliminate and Nusen to Pinoy and Meme over there. It looks like Pinoy and Meme did drop their accuracies up from 99.9 to 99.8. Neon Hure just maintaining the 99.9 for now. That gives a slight bit of advantage to the UK, but if a miss happens, then who knows what's going to happen.
I mean, they're still maintaining their forward accuracy. Still, just UK is not changing at all. So does Singapore, although maybe Sichuan Pinoy has a lower accuracy than Neon Hure this time. OPM is actually tying up there.
Yeah, all things considered, like this entire lobby is performing really, really well on this jump stream. No chokes to be spoken of. It all comes down to ratio, raw ratio.
If you already have like a 5,000 point difference, I don't think you can afford a miss. If you have more than 5,000 point of difference, you can afford one miss and just that one clean miss to make it up for the difference.
I think it would take 2 misses because it's a pretty long map with a lot of nodes. So there's one. That's really clean.
99.93 still with a miss. I think that might have been like a 990 still even with a miss though. That's like a 2,000 point difference, but that's still a sizable lead. There's that back up to the 400 combo, so that I think that lead might just start to slip away to the United Kingdom side there.
Yeah, we would have needed a second miss in order to...
well, that's not the one miss that you would speak of. The Singapore OP meme just missed on the right at the very end.
Yeah, just breaking at the end, just not enough stamina left.
What a shame, really, because that one miss could have, I guess, denied the triple V1 double S from the United Kingdom there.
998, 996, and 994. How do you get a 994 with a combo break? That's an incredible score, actually.
OP meme is actually with a almost 993 there, just missing at the very end.
And for their first appearance on screen, Certified Pinoy with a really outstanding score as well, almost 996.
But that's still a point for United Kingdom there. Their pick really pays off, although slightly riskier than you would imply because of the score difference.
Yeah, I do wonder how it's going to go on Rise 3, which I expect is going to be the next pick from the United Kingdom. I don't think the United Kingdom is really eager to go on the technical picks just yet. They just gonna have to pull them when they have to.
Alright, so Singapore will have to go with the LF. I don't think there's any sensible choice that they can go with anything else.
Yeah, they might also gamble with the hybrids, but gambling with the hybrids kind of is a case-by-case scenario, and it's just very unpredictable. But if they do not believe that their LN performances are enough to contend against the UK, they might not go with it. But they are actually going with it.
They're going with the Protect. Choyuse's Survival Zundoku-chan. Where some people might really not like the mini jag, the shields in this. It's I don't know, the personal I do not understand the personal distaste of that the mini jag shield whatever. It just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, from my point of view, I'm just bad at those, so I just don't like playing those types of maps. So it's like very, very similar to other Mint LN maps as well, which I kind of don't really enjoy because I miss too much. Essentially, it's too long. Didn't listen. Skill issue.
Well, skill issue, sure, but that's what happening to the early game charts, man. You would normally complain about those mini jack and shields just very on the early game, and round 32 clearly shows that if you're not good at that, then I guess you would have to be better. I guess. All right, seems like a decent start-ish for both of these teams. Not too much in the way of accuracy drops or whatever.
Yeah, Zubin is actually matching Pinoy in terms of accuracy, so the dynamic is gonna look very similar between the two teams. So it's actually pretty easy to follow.
It's still kind of wild to me that Zubin is playing longboats because I had no, I only seen him playing hybrids, and that's to the extent of it.
Okay, it's actually getting tied between the two.
Oh, actually, wow,
teams.
okay. It's getting really tight, actually. I mean, even with that, score difference is just not changing to any sides, basically.
Yeah, it's a combination of the UK recovering enough accuracy to contend against Singapore, and Singapore just not quite maintaining their level of accuracy. Although, oh my god, that's an accuracy drop from Mahira.
So does Eliminate, actually, going to below 99.7. And the lead is still just nothing, even after that trill.
Yeah, no, it's like equal damage between the two teams, and there's no way to figure out who the winner of this pick is going to be.
I cannot really tell, because this lead is still nothing. Newson with the best!
Newson is gonna be tipping the lead in the ending towards Singapore.
The first victim of this chart, and that just goes to Newson, and now Singapore's taking the lead 2-2. Still tight, but very close.
That is very unfortunate. And you can see like the dynamics between the two teams in terms of ratio and accuracy are like really similar, but Zubin does have a bit of a worse ratio than Mahiro and there. So on paper, Singapore does still have the advantage, but however, certified Pinoy 26-200 also is pretty interesting to note in terms of accuracy dynamic. It's a little bit different.
Now it's time for Cortex. United Kingdom protected this, and I'm a little bit scared to see because a randomness can happen somewhere, and this is the one that I'm most personally would like to see eliminate how they do on this.
Alright, let the bets be made before this pick even begins. I'm betting on 25-300 from Eliminate.
I think at this point you can just go to Banchabot and take your dice rolls, just roll 100, and that's your the number of 300s the Eliminate can get.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 25 for Eliminate, 50 for Newson, and Zubin, I want to say 100.
Let me check on the Banchabot. Okay, Eliminate will get 14. Okay.
14.
that doesn't seem to be far fetched. I think.
I mean, 14 is doable. I mean, it's still early game, and I think 14 is really doable.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Are you ready?
Oh, that's a 300 already. Oh no.
Gonna lose our bets right from the get-go.
All right. Yep, I think I lost it already. But returning back to the whole dynamic of this team, seems doesn't look like it's that much of a difference because
Yeah,
the
I
game
think-
is kind of matching with Eliminate actually.
Yeah, throughout the matches we've seen so far, like the hardest part of the map has been the beginning, especially like before the 400 combo.
Because what in the intro is normally just 1/4 snaps or whatever, or maybe 1/6 actually. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, actually, OP Meme is matching Eliminate, which is really impressive to see from Singapore, which allows Singapore to actually contend against the UK on the core jack pick, which is really unexpected, I would say.
We might have missed Pino, Certified Pino actually missed somewhere on the way, because the combo is definitely not the same as the others.
Oh yeah, definitely missed a miss, missed a miss right there.
Well, so far, even like the 7,000 point lead for United Kingdom is still a sizable one to make sure they can afford one clean miss, and that's too much to the extent of it.
The combos are still alive.
For the most part, yeah. Even increasing accuracy, I might add.
Yeah, across the whole lobby. And I think like the performance of everyone involved, despite the unfortunate combo break from Pinoy, it's like they still have absolutely stellar accuracies on this really tough chord jack.
Difference between OP meme and eliminated is just basically like around 40 points apart, 50 points apart.
Yeah, it just goes to show that you cannot underrate any player on the field. Like they might come from any country in the world, really. Pinoy unfortunately catching some more misses.
Yeah, that's pretty much sealed the deal here.
Wait! Did Eliminate an OP meme tie?
Oh wow, 32!
Wait, they tied! They actually tied! That's actually crazy. I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
32 apiece for both eliminated and OP meme. And I think in soft terms, this would have been a rematch. But it's a team tournament, so that's a wild thing to see.
Okay, 32 was over our estimate of 25, but it was close enough, I would say. I said 50 for Newson. 65 is close enough. Zubin, well, I'll try harder. I'll try harder next time.
Yeah, well, I guess 14. That was like double. There should have been double the amount of it, or maybe even more than double. I'm not even. Yeah, but anyway, 3-2 in the United Kingdom. Although there's still not a point at advantage here because Singapore does have something to play, and they're going for Pachiko to Shawase. Long node density.
I actually said 25, and the Banshabot roll said 14. And also the Discord bot embed says that both Eliminate and OP Meme are the MVPs. It actually supports ties, which is actually incredible to me. I've never seen this before.
It might have gotten patched along somewhere, maybe.
Yeah, that would actually be a fair assessment.
Yeah, it's still wild to me to see that Zubin's now playing for the LNs. I've never really expected, but it just feels kind of out of the ordinary.
Well, anyways, let's go into this LN density pick, and the density pick is going to be a little bit different. And speaking of different, Wintre, I do not know this player.
Neither am I. So we're blind. We're blind on this. So far it's okay. I guess the lead goes to Singapore because Zubin might have a couple 200 somewhere. Actually, accuracy continues to drop, and then in unison with I guess a drop earlier on. So we see a little bit of a shift in terms of the score lead there,
Yeah,
more
it seems.
towards Singapore's favor.
Yeah, it seems that Singapore has LN density in their pocket and should probably be going forward with some of their protects, I would say, especially in quarterfinals if they actually get into. Well, they it is a winners bracket match. They are going to go into quarterfinals.
Yeah, except for the fact that there are whoever wins, they will have to face on whoever's on the winners bracket, which is maybe a tougher deal to do with. But even so, with this kind of LM performances, this is really wild to see for me. Like a 99.7 on average for Singapore. The one is kind of like dragging behind. It's like a Zubin, like a 99.3. Still doing very well though.
Yeah, honestly, very cohesive performance from Singapore. Wintry for their entry in NWC here is a great surprise to see, and honestly, really great performance from everyone involved here. 22k lead, almost 23k lead from Singapore. That's very, very interesting. And 3-3 in a match like this. Like I did not expect this kind of result coming from UK versus Singapore, but it is a match. It is an interesting match.
It is a match. Yep, it is. But 3-3, we're still tied on deadlock. We still have a couple of picks left for United Kingdom, and Singapore will have to resort to hybrids because there's only one more LN there. They're going for Supernova. All right, more dumps.
Yeah, not going Boula Facette is pretty interesting, but Boula Facette, I want to say, is risky because of potential combo breaks, and the Supernova is more sustained, more constant, and less choke prone, I would say. Harder to act, however.
Harder to act. I suppose if you're not able to do like a stop and go motions of the dump. I guess in this case it might have been harder to do, but some players, well, not myself included, but doing stop and go
The next pick is Singapore's though, so I think Singapore is gonna pick LN1, and afterwards I do not have a way to tell how the last two picks before the potential tiebreaker are gonna go if we come down to that point.
I mean, hey, in our defense, we only seen one hybrid so far in the last 3 matches.
Yeah, on the other side of the screen, we see Sweden versus Finland has ended 6-3 for Sweden.
Yes, indeed. Finally, not a 6-2. No completing the 4-way 6-2. Although this time around, it's not a 6-2 as well, because we're still the lowest point on the team is 3. So essentially, is it gonna be 6-3, 6-4, 6-5? Just wait for 6-5. We go to tiebreaker, you know. Oh, we're going for hybrid now. Finnar Deer.
Oh, Finnar, yeah, that's an interesting choice coming from Singapore. Not picking LN1. That is very counterintuitive to what I thought they would go for, because the accuracy they have on the remaining LN pick would have told me to go outright for LN1, but hybrid one?
Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like if Singapore does lose this, you know, that means UK take a break point, and then UK picks Bulafase, and then Singapore will still have a one longer pick to go. They still have a one trump card.
I personally think the UK is still gonna go for a hybrid. Well, depending on the outcome of this pick. If they win this pick, they'll go for a hybrid. If they lose this pick, anything goes.
Because there's this one thing that's called a big brain, and Singapore will probably try their best, and if they lose, that's fine, because they still have that one trump card left.
Anyways, we have our lineup on Singapore's side, and we have our lineup on the UK's side.
Okay, this time around, I feel like I'm confident seeing Zubin in because it's a hybrid and not a longer pick. I normally see Zubin playing on the hybrids, but not on LNs. So essentially, I'm kind of more having some sort of relief to see that now. Also, it's a fire flop. Starting off with just basically no difference. There's still no difference, even up until this interlude section here.
Yeah, still the beginning of the map, nothing decided yet, and I think that's going to be a common theme from now on.
Literally a miss can change the course of this match. Although seems like Eliminate actually, and Zubin trying to cut down their losses with the 200s on their side actually. Quite a lot actually.
Yeah, quite interesting that Zubin is dropping a lot of accuracy in the LN pots, especially, though it is towards the advantage of Singapore, who can actually sustain the physicality of this pick.
Everyone is nailing this, still about like a 99.8 above for Singapore. Newson is trying to hold out against Oyama Mahiro's accuracy. The other two players in the UK will have to battle it out. There's quite a bit of a score difference there actually, 3,000 now.
Yeah, Zubin is actually catching up in terms of accuracy, going from 99.4 to 99.6, almost catching up to certified Pinoy. Pinoy, who is at 99.67, but dropping a little bit. 200 appeared here.
I feel like there's this one section left. There's only this one miss coming up from here, and I feel like that's a little bit too late. Everyone SC throughout this entire thing. Singapore's on match point 5-3 now.
This entire lobby, I think, is high on adrenaline right now. Like those performances are high on adrenaline.
And
Not
they're
one single score is bad. Not one single score in this lobby is bad. It's like, yeah, we are at this point of the match.
and UK does not flinch and straight go with the last rise. Full of to say here. That means Singapore will have one trump card left on their sleeve if United Kingdom survives this.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something here. I did not expect the UK to be in a disadvantageous match point situation here. Like Singapore is at 5-3. Singapore needs 1 point to end this match and get the seed upset against the UK. It's like I did not expect this outcome.
I think neither of us do. So it's we're on trade for trade here, but this United Kingdom has to win this because it's essentially one lifeline on this pool. As it's their last pick too. Singapore will have their last swan song after this, if United Kingdom survives this.
It's gonna be a very interesting situation, like to figure out the remaining hybrid to be picked.
I think strategy-wise, Singapore might have paid off here for opting to not pick Boost Anime and go straight in with Grenark Deer because they still have that one life.
Yeah, Boost Anima is still remaining, so Singapore could outright pick it as the last pick. That's very interesting.
Yeah, they have outrun their strategy here. Like I said before, this is really, really critical for United Kingdom to win this.
Yeah, I think like the mini jacks are going to be the main determinator in this pick. The mini jack depends on whether Singapore can weather them. We know that the UK is perfectly capable of having them, but in a high octane, high adrenaline, high pressure tournament situation, will they be able to get it?
Seems like everyone in the UK is trying to demolish this with a line 9.9 above. But again, the name of the game here is to not miss at all.
Yeah, I'm so terribly afraid for the UK. Like, if one miss happens, then the lead goes to Singapore. Like, you just know it's gonna happen. It has happened before. We saw it before.
OP Meme catching back up to the eliminates accuracy. 75 Pino is trying to catch up with Zubin. The difference here lies on the bottom row there. Newson Neon Hooray. Again, one miss could change the fate of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, in terms of accuracy, the UK definitely has the advantage for now. But it's all gonna come down to whether any of the teams, any of the players is gonna drop combo.
Last section here. Watch out for the mini jack on the one off-key weird 1/3 snap here. Doesn't seem to catch anyone off guard. Last stretch of the 10% left. Zubin and OBM trading!
And oh, the trade!
The trade there survived there. United Kingdom will only have this jump stream, I guess the stream left. And United Kingdom survives!
Oh my god. Like, Zubin was actually saved by OP Meme's own miss, and those misses are
oh my god,
incredibly
come
clean as
on
well.
now! 34 eliminate!
And 34. And also, nice, Newson.
Very nice, but that is the crucial point for United Kingdom to win, as Singapore will have that one last pick, and they have to make it count.
Like, those people in this lobby are having their match of their time right now. Like, look at those performances. Like, they're playing out of their mind right now. They're fighting to not end this match, and the UK is fighting hard for tiebreaker. The Singaporean team just wants to end it already. They do not want to play tiebreaker. I don't think tiebreaker is very advantageous for Singapore. Like, it's harder than the mainstay pool. I think the UK scales better than Singapore on the tiebreaker.
There's only one pick in my mind that Singapore will have to go with. They already have gone through such lengths to make sure they're ignoring Boost Anima in favor of an Arc Deer. until the last moment.
Yeah, they just have to pick LN at this point, I think. They either pick
No!
LN or...
Introduction!
Oh, that's...
Oh,
I don't
I
know.
don't,
I don't know
like
anymore.
this. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't know anymore.
I really, really do not like this pick. This is just fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, I don't know what Singapore is thinking. I think Singapore might have a mind block on LN1 or something. It might be a mind block, actually.
I don't know about you, but this is just wild as a pick. So at least the strategy was not far off. It's just that they don't want to go for boost anima.
Yeah, they just don't want to go for boost anima. It's like, on paper, it's the best strategy for Singapore to keep on going for LN. But you have to think about the individual picks. You have to think about the individual maps and how they're built. And if Singapore performs badly on that particular map, on boost anima, on one pattern, on one single pattern on boost anima, they're not gonna pick it. They do not want to risk anything, and they deem that Hybrid 3 was their least risky pick. And it is an incredibly risky pick.
Quote unquote risky pick. By all means, Singapore will have to end this out. Otherwise, they're gonna have to go through so long of a tiebreaker coming up there if United Kingdom wins this. So please give your support for one of these teams. Really, they really need it.
Yeah, now, like, even if it doesn't end with a tiebreaker, both of those teams have played out of their minds. It's like even a 6-4, 6-5, like, whatever the outcome of this match is going to be, this match has been incredible.
A life on the line here for the quarterfinals winners bracket is pretty much on the table. Neon Hooray and Zubin does not have the best of times in terms of accuracy, but so does Pinoy.
Yeah, for now, Eliminate and Newson making the difference right now with their carry. But also the combo matters.
Any of these missnaps matters because the long note does have really wonky releases, and it does not favor anyone in terms of timing this. No one has a lead.
Yeah,
no one has a lead.
Not existent. It might as well be 0 at this point.
Newson's combating with the OP meme. Pinoy with a miss!
No, that might tip it over to the tiebreaker for Singapore. This is a pretty bad situation.
That's a very bad place to miss for Pinoy. They still have like one half of this section left.
Yeah, the UK players have missed before on mini jacks, especially on Bullet Facade. It could happen again. It could happen again.
They have to make sure they're comboing through this right. The releases are making even more weirder as time goes on. Zubin's probably taking some damage a little bit there. Pinoy's finally back up to the 99.6.
Yeah, very abrasive patterns that everyone is just holding for dear life. Fighting for survival right now. The UK lead is staying stable for now.
Still staying stable for now, but I feel like there's not that much of a material go from this though. And it seems like United Kingdom has this in the bag, and we're going into a tiebreaker it seems.
Yes, the UK is actually forcing the tiebreaker against Singapore, coming back from a 5-2-3 situation. And yeah, there we go. I do not have a lot to say here.
Saved themselves from the brink of losing 6-3 before, but now they regained their form back up with 2 points on their back, and now it is anti-neutrino witchcraft.
Yeah, anti-neutrino witchcraft. I feel like this map alone might be harder than quarterfinals even. So it's going to be a test of whether every single player that is going to play the tiebreaker actually is able to scale towards quarterfinals and onwards.
This is quite hectic as well, so I my only wish is that really I think you might be better off resting a little bit before attempting this.
Man, so I think the lineup for the UK is gonna stay Zubin, Eliminate, and Nusen. I think this trio is the trio that scales the most among the UK. And the UK is like Seed 6. They definitely have a lineup that can last until finals at least. Singapore, on the other hand, is gonna try to survive with Pinoy, Mahiro, and Meme. Gonna be a very difficult endeavor for them, but they got here. They actually got to tiebreaker situation, and they do deserve that spot.
Yeah, it seems like there's no potential swaps here. United Kingdom and Singapore will have their 6 players, well 3 and 3 players, pretty much on the same page here on this lobby. No swaps needed, and let's see if they actually manage to win triumph over the top.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting experience, because if Singapore scales on this tiebreaker, this will make things very interesting. If Singapore doesn't scale on this one, it will have made the match very interesting anyways, because they were actually able to get 5 points against the UK, a renowned lineup in the world.
Oh, that's a. I mean, the only saving grace that Oyama Mahiro missed on the is so early. But even then, that's kind of like traded with Zubin with like a 200 on the longer releases there. The meat of the chart starts right here now. A little bit though. Newson with the first miss on the UK side.
Yeah, it's not looking invulnerable on the UK side actually. They have to maintain the combo, otherwise Singapore will catch them up. As they
Let's
have
see
to
if
lead
anyone
right now.
if anyone catches fire on these long notes now. In terms of releases, this can go either way. Newson takes a second miss to boot here.
Yeah, I did not expect that to I did not expect to say that, but Newson might not scale as well as their counterparts on this particular tiebreaker.
It's still just pretty much the very first part. It's not even a minute in. There's still like 6 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go through here.
Yeah, it's a job of maintaining your sustaining your
Mahiro with the miss
conserving.
there.
Yeah,
Second miss.
yeah. The misses do matter. Like avoiding the misses, playing for combo is really important in this tiebreaker. Like playing for the long
Mahiro,
run, playing
another
marathon.
The lead's kind of cut down here, and it's probably gonna go to equilibrium.
Yeah, it's a battle for survival. It's literally a battle of attrition between the two teams right now. Like, there are definitely going to be more misses coming, and if you miss, it's not the end of the world. The other team is going to miss, but it all comes down to missing less than the other team right now.
The only saving grace is basically mostly the hybrid section. Eliminate with the first miss on their side.
Yeah, Eliminate missing for the first time is going to put a hamper in their advantage, and they're going to give 5k advantage to Singapore. Not a lot at all.
It's still not a lot. Only Zubin with only SC on the UK side. There's still 2 MCs left on the Singapore. Newson finally breaks again.
Yeah, is Singapore going to be able to break the 10k lead against the UK? A very unexpected outcome.
Newson with another one as well. Mahiro trades it back, but actually the lead's kind of cut down there. But Newson repeated misses.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate coming from Newson. Like, the chained misses is gonna tip the scale towards Singapore and solidify the scale, but the scale does not solidify towards more than 8k gap. The gap is staying relatively stable, all things considered. So in terms of accuracy, it's still recoverable by the UK. We're not even at the half point yet. I just want to give a shout out to Okimim, who has been maintaining a 99.77 AC on this really hard map.
There's still been 3 FCs so far in this lobby, and really, people really need to step up here, and I feel like 11,000 points of lead is still quite a decisive one, at least because of the misses by Nuisance and Eliminate.
Yeah, actually, if the main differentiator right now is
Mahiro.
OP Meme and Certified Pinoid maintaining the full combo, and as well as Zubin. Zubin has to keep that combo alive. If
And
wants
Mahiro
to- oh,
make
God.
repeated misses.
Yeah, Mahiro is starting to falter in terms of stamina, and the main Ellen density part is coming. Gonna drip some stamina out of every single player on the board.
Neeson with another miss as well to boot. It's pretty much traded up with Mahiro. Another miss as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of survival between Nusen and Mahiro. I think both of those players are starting to get really, really tired.
Eliminate with
as well.
another miss. Eliminate another miss to boot. It's still pretty much. It's still 3 S's on this lobby.
Are we gonna see the UK in losers bracket? UK in losers bracket in quarterfinals.
There's still quite a bit to go. It's still anything can happen here because even Long Nose itself kind of making it a little bit trickier. But Singapore is pulling hamstrings on this. Zubin finally losing
the full
SC.
combo. It is almost over to the UK. We're coming to the last part of the map, and there's 20k lead from the Singaporean team against the UK.
Singapore manhandling this so well. They're still above the 2000, and even then 2 MCs on the side. And UK is really struggling right now.
Certified Pinoy and OP Meme maintaining this level of accuracy and combo against one of the best teams in the world.
Neeson catching up, another fire right there. There's still like about a minute to go, and there's still a lot of material here.
Mahiro has to hold for dear life, but they have a fair amount of leeway to go for it, but they do not know that. But
Pinoy
Pinoy
missed!
Pinoy breaking the full combo! Unfortunate, we're not gonna see a full combo for Pinoy, but 7,000, almost 8,000 combo is really, really impressive to hold in a high-pressure tiebreaker.
Even at like 20,000, the lead is kind of shut down. Even if the OP meme is trying to hit dear life to even maintaining the FC up until the very end of this chart.
I'm holding dear breath for OP Meme right now.
There's still quite a bit to go. There's only this island section left, and Zubin finding the last nail in the coffin to making sure that OP Meme is trying and getting the FC on this tiebreaker.
What in the world has
Are you
gone-
serious right now?
Has bro? What what the
27,200. That's an MC with 27,200. Even just rivaling up with Eliminate with their ratio and 200 count. Basically the same, and that's the last swan song for Singapore. 6-5 victory over Singapore.
What a score to end this match on. 988k on perhaps one of the hardest maps we've seen in Arena 16. Like, this has been overshot. In my opinion, this has been overshot in difficulty, and OP Meme just comes out of there with a full combo. 188, and Pinoy 980k is also a really outstanding score. Like, you could see, you can see like the difference in scores between the Singaporean team and the UK team, and the UK team has players who are not even rusty, I would say.
And there you go. Very, very well played for both teams, UK and Singapore, coming out to clutch it out at the tiebreaker. And there's the upset. Singapore won over UK, seed 11 to seed 6, winning to the winners bracket for the Singaporean side. And UK will unfortunately have to be knocked down to the lower bracket here.
Yeah, you wanna know what's funny as well? Like, Eliminate was supposed to commentate the other match that is going on right now, China versus Malaysia. Eliminate is also a commentator for our MWC roster, but the fact that this match has lasted until tiebreaker, like really high pressure, has prevented Eliminate to go to the other commentator booth.
Well, it was all hopefully worth it for every size involved. Especially for Eliminated, having to clutch it out to play a tiebreaker against Singapore. Maybe all of those experiences might be worthwhile in the end, even though they could not have to attend to participate on the commentary booth or the other match as well. And that's just how it goes, really. Long match tends to have a schedule unattended.
God, I'm gonna need a shower after this. Jeez.
That's really wild to see. There's that first tiebreaker, I guess, for the round of 16. We've seen like a couple of them in the round of 32. I guess this is the first one. Maybe there's a couple of other ones in the round of 16. Hopefully so, really.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna fare, especially coming into quarterfinals. Quarterfinals winners bracket Singapore. Singapore, we haven't seen that in years, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a well of a worldwide trade there, but even then, with this, we still got a match coming up as well for the on the other main channel as well. So we should check out the other match that
Yeah.
is now currently going on here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna raid into the actual match that is going on. We get non-stop content right now at Osu Live. _2 going into Osu Live, not _1, but no one. I mean, let's go into it. Have a good one.
All right, yeah. See you there.
It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words of us here. The louder the silence, I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice when the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2024 round of 16. We've already had 4 matches played out and we're going to have a double header. United Kingdom against Singapore will be on the B stream, that's also live _2, but on this stream we have a Nordic battle, the battle of the Nordic countries, Finland versus Sweden, 1 seed apart. These two teams have already met each other once, back in 2017 in the group stage, and Sweden took a clean sweep on that match, so this is a rematch 7 years in the making. We'll see if Finland could exact revenge, even though they are a player short. I am Ravio, and I'm joined by Siluesca Els. Hello.
Hello. What a wonderful background and information you've given us to start. I really appreciate that. Though honestly, like looking at this matchup, I do have some interesting notes to put out. So I remember like Finland has at least won a few games in the past years, I think, like regardless of its group stage or brackets. I'm not sure if the same can be said for Sweden though. Like I don't remember when was the last time Sweden won a match.
That's a good point. I would say maybe it's on the group stages back in 2020 or 2019. If not, we have to go all the way back to 2018.
Like okay, the thing about Finland is they were close on a few occasions. Like I remember they almost beat Russia in 2022 in round of 16, and actually 2021 they were up against Russia once again. What I find interesting is like I don't see any of like the older Finland top players. Like remember Lovelin? I mean that's one good example. And as for Sweden, there's the absence of someone like Diamond Blaze. Like Diamond Blaze was a big name back then, and now just not really in the team anymore. So yeah, there have really been some changes for.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry for panicking a bit, but we are seeing an SV2 protect for the first time.
Oh wow! My gosh. Wait a second.
For context,
yeah, go ahead.
The last 4 matches were all SV2 banned.
That's crazy.
Oh my god, we're getting a double SV protect. Oh, okay, calm down. That's not.
All right. Let's hold our horses, everyone. Okay, everyone. What? Just imagine if they protected it, just so they could pretend they're good at that map. And yeah, I hope that's not the case. I hope they actually pick it. Okay, so Sweden bans Rise 2.
Okay, that's a like stream.
I'm not sure if I like that ban. I know that Fisu and Ilya are very good at jump streams though, so I think it makes sense. I just think Ellen could have been a better ban, I'd say, because like Ilya is very good at those kinds of picks. I think Finland, but if I'm not mistaken, I could also take my point back in Finland banning Hybrid 2. That's weird. I was really expecting a double Rice ban, but this wasn't how I saw it.
I think Finland do suffer from like a third player syndrome for LNs, because looking at the shared maps that they've played from the round of 32, which were Rise 5, LN 2, LN 3, SV1. That's from round of 32. These two teams have played them. And Sweden are better in all of those, and definitely better in LN2 and LN3 by 21,000 points and 45,000 points respectively. So Sweden can actually pick LN.
Oh, definitely, but like I don't know. I at least historically wise, Sweden hasn't really had the consistent third LN player, but like at least in the previous round they seem to have that. Though, okay, so they're going for or A, however you pronounce that. However pronounce that. So
/A/
/A/. Okay, I think Leka has to go to the other side because Leka is Finland, while Traumatic is in Sweden. So, from what I've seen, just to verify what I thought a while ago, so Finland did win matches. I think that was in 2020. That was in group stage. They won a couple of them in advance bracket stage.
Actually, you're correct. Yeah, it is 2020. I was about to say 2021, but they finished with 0-2. But yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, Sweden's last victory was way back in 2018, where they won against Netherlands and Germany, and they advanced to the bracket stage there. Had some really tough opponents in Indonesia and Japan in that tournament. Like that's an absolute. That's like not what you'd want to happen. Like first Japan, sorry, first Indonesia and then Japan. Like those two countries were extremely good that year. So yeah, as I was saying, it's been a while since we've really seen a Sweden victory. Okay, I stand corrected. 2019 was the last time we saw Sweden win a match.
Oh.
I could be corrected though. I could be corrected. But these two countries have really yet to win a match in years. And one of them is gonna run away with it. I'm really excited to see how they answer with that information that I said.
Okay, I went to check and their last win was 2020 where they beat Norway 5-1 in group stage for Sweden.
Okay, so both teams haven't won in 4 years.
Yeah.
That's a very long time, and I think both of them would be excited to. But to start things up, Finland picking the technical pick is very, very risky. But I think they're trying to utilize their advantage on Venyas, because I remember in the previous round, Venyas was a consistent player, but just couldn't really act properly. And right now, it's really showing that Sweden has a third player problem, in which Finland is extremely consistent right now, by the way.
Yeah, so far so good for Finland. 299. Oh, actually, I was about to say 299.7s, but Fisu drops all the way down to 99.5, recovering back up to 99.6. Sweden are still doing okay to catch behind Finland by a bit. Benyas is definitely the biggest outlier, but Lemmy and Trimatic are doing extremely well to cancel out Finland's two best players, and as I say that, Fisu drops to match Lekka's accuracy. So we'll have to see if Sweden are able to try and match the accuracies of Finland still, but Venyas is still stabilizing. As I say that, that's the first miss of the match from Venyas.
That's gonna be massive, but Fisu drops, and that was actually that was arguably a worse drop because Venyas dropped only a little bit, while Fisu dropped a lot more than that. See, the thing about these technical parts is you'd expect those drops to be very messy, so I'm not surprised. I think that was a 100 from Fisu as well. That's not good at all.
Coming in extremely close with the devil. But they are slowly recovering, yeah.
I like how there's like 4 FCs still in the lobby. Like,
oh, very good FCs.
It's insane to me how consistent these teams are. But the problem is they're slowly dropping accuracy. Trimatic dropping, I mean, it's those technical rolls. You can't really do anything about those. But time is running out. And here's the thing, those split rolls and technical patterns are still there, so anyone can miss. This lead is not safe.
No.
Never mind
well,
then.
You say that Trimatic misses, I think that was probably gonna seal it for Finland. Stretchy doing an extremely good performance to top this lobby. And with that also, carry this lead forth as Trimatic misses again. A pretty convincing victory.
That was the nail in the coffin. Like, that one miss certainly did it. Okay, so looking at the ratios for both teams, I would say Finland had the slight advantage. In terms of 200 counts, I think it's still the same. Finland does have an advantage. Like, Straki full comboing, that was definitely super clutch. But Lemmy and Lekka did really good jobs on that as well. But I think the difference between Venyas and Fisu, like, that 4,000 points... Actually, no, sorry. Trimatic and Lekka's difference was what made it.
Yeah, but also Stretchy's 993k is also really impressive. Good start for them.
Indeed, it's a good start. So I won't be surprised, by the way, if they pick Bull of a set at some point. Right. After looking at this technical pick, it makes me feel like Finland may want to go for Bull of a set at some point. Though here we go, Sweden's first pick. Can't really say this with 100% certainty, but they have to go hybrids. Okay, yeah, there we go. They're right on cue. Right on cue. I mean, Finland did ban a hybrid, so you can already assume right from the start that hybrids seem to be one of their like weaker skill sets.
Yeah, both these teams did not play hybrids last round. So we have to actually go all the way to the qualifier results to even get some comparison.
Yeah, okay, I'm there right now. Okay. So, Sweden was... Wait, let's see. So, Sweden placed lower than Finland, actually. Finland had 2956 in routing, and Sweden had 2953. But...
Oh my gosh, that's like a 2,900 point difference.
But, if we were to look at the scores that were set, it seems like these were done with a few misses here. So I see... Wait, let's look at routing again. Okay. Apologies that I'm taking a little bit of time. Okay, so there we go. So Finland had a miss on Fisu's side, while in Sweden, seems to be there was a miss on Oliver Q. But the higher scores of Sweden had better act. So let's put that into perspective.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a battle of accuracy and consistency here. Lemmy and Neon Drakon should have the highest acts of the lobby here, and Oliver Q has to be more consistent. While Finland probably has to like balance it out, like try to get a triple 99.6 is my suggestion for that.
Well, let's see. This is Sweden's first pick of the match. Oh,
And
that's a
already-
big miss from Ilya already. Actually, not that big. It's not that much of an accuracy drop, but it is still a miss nonetheless.
That's still not good though. Like Ilya was at 98% for a short bit, and that already costed around 5,000 points almost, which is already a bad look. But from how I predict this is gonna happen, Sweden's gonna have a higher ceiling, but may have a lower floor, while Finland I would expect may be more balanced overall. However, it doesn't look to be the case because Oliver Q hasn't dropped yet. Not to mention Neon Drakon is the one with the lowest act right now. Some 200s right there. It's not exactly a good start for Finland, but their consistency is still very commendable, I'd say.
I feel like the misses at the start for Ilya has just been like negated. Ilya has the highest accuracy in the Finland team.
Yeah, that would have been really nice if Ilya did not miss. However, here's the thing though. This file has a lot of choke points, I'd say. Like, you see those trails? Oh,
Ooh.
well, what did I say? There's a lot of choke
It
points.
was that.
That's definitely
Yeah, it was that Ellen Shield, wasn't it?
Yeah, but wait, I
that
didn't
Ellen
notice this,
Rose.
but Fisu did drop at the same time as Lemmy, and I did not see that. So that's two misses to Finland's side, and Sweden has only one drop. But it's almost as if that miss didn't really affect it too much. Wait a second though. Strachey dropped a little bit of act, but Neon
Neon
Drakon
Drakon.
trades a miss!
Oh, that could swing it back. That was quite a big miss on Neon Drakon, dropping down to 99.5.
Yeah, but the accuracy from Fisu and Strachey dropped a lot, getting a
Yeah.
few 200, so that's not gonna matter. And as the moment Neon Drakon gets to the 400 combo cap, which they have, it's not gonna matter. And I think Sweden is gonna take this point. Yep.
That wasn't comfortable at all.
I was totally wrong in my prediction. I did not think Oliver Q would have the highest score
Yeah.
in Sweden's side. Like,
Oliver Q.
like Oliver Q MVP for Sweden's side, Ilya was still the MVP. It just makes you wonder, had that miss not happened, Finland may have won that. Like, look, that one miss may have made it down to 66. I would think it would be at 99.7 without that miss. And that was a 2575 point victory. So without that miss,
It might have
Sweden
happened.
could have lost. Yeah.
Also, sound the alarm bells. We have our Oso Original out finally in the round of
Finally.
16.
I
Our
was scared
newest-
this was...
Oh
I
yeah,
thought this was gonna be picked.
don't worry. I was a bit scared that we might see like a SB2 100% ban, but so glad to see this finally come out. Our latest featured artist.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this. Super 7... I don't know how to pronounce this.
Super
But-
7 Onis.
Super 7 Onis, yeah. Super 7 Onis and 5 Let did a great job. I have to say this. Like,
Do you know they're both the same person?
wait, they're both the same person?
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay. Even if you say that, they still did a good job. Both of them,
Yeah.
whatever it is, they're the same person, still did a good job. I mean, the point still gets across.
Alright, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun because this map it's something, very something. If you haven't practiced this enough, you're gonna have a roller coaster over time.
Oh, definitely.
And to
Oh,
be fair, I
apparently-
think I think we can like judge like how well these players have practiced just based on like the first few jumps already.
Oh, apparently it's pronounced Supatonis. I did not
Super
know that.
Tonus?
Yeah. Okay. But alright. So now you can tell that Lemmy may have probably had a bad start. But the thing about this file, like I know it's a memorization map, but even for something like that, it requires a lot of timing as well. Like normally you'd see timing difficulties on a reading file, but that's not the case for this one.
It's really about memorizing like when the jumps do come with the drums. Finland have prepared this extremely well.
I mean, they protected it for a reason. Like, what's the
Yeah.
point of protecting it if you're not gonna play it, you know? It's very impressive. Like, seeing Krause and Fisu absolutely shred this chart, not to mention Straki as well. 99 for the entire team of Finland. While in Sweden, only like a couple are at... Actually, no, you know what? Sweden's also doing really good. Like, other than that one miss, they're still at the full... Like, this is still almost a triple full combo from them.
Yeah, Sweden's still trying to get themselves back into this, even though it is a 50,000 point lead, and still 3 FCs from Finland. That second half is not gonna let up.
That second part is really difficult. And as I said, Johnny finding a drop. I mean,
Yeah,
again,
as soon as the SVs restart, we already see a miss from Sweden.
and let me get
Another
this.
one. Oh.
This second half is really difficult. This is not one of those you can just really sight read. I mean, SV in general does have that feature where it's not sight readable, but this second part requires you to time those quids. Wow, Fisu did not drop Akala
Yeah.
in that part.
Actually, I was worried about like Strachi and Krause dropping, but they are still holding on to combo. Strachi might be hitting these patterns a bit earlier than they should, but it's still a 3-way FC for Finland.
Imagine if someone misses on the ending of here for Finland's side. That's not gonna happen, right?
I mean,
Yeah, it's not
even if
gonna
they
happen.
do, like this score lead, it is unbelievable. That's a 139,000 point lead, a 3-way FC from
Wait.
the lower seeded team.
Can we at least see what Fisu's score was? Oh, it's not loading. Okay.
984. It was 984k.
984 on this file. That's extremely impressive. And 8 200s. I mean, ratio-wise, it easily goes to Finland. 200 count-wise, again, still goes to Finland. Really good performances from everyone. I mean, okay, you gotta give them credit because, man, Sweden also did a good job. Like, being able to S this map is already very impressive. You want to know, like, I'm looking at the map pool statistics right now. So, like, let's looking at the SV. Based on the scores here, Finland actually did better on here than the SV on the qualifier. While Sweden actually did worse on the SV in here than the SV in qualifiers. That's a very interesting statistic.
I mean, that goes to show, like, if you just put a lot of time and effort into an SD map, you can definitely set the bar high. But we do see an LN pick come out from Sweden.
You know, Sweden isn't usually a team that picks LNs. I don't think, like, at least back then, I don't think they're like a team that would really want to try and test the waters on LNs.
Yeah.
But considering the opponent, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think we should see Oliver Q back in, and they are back in. I mean, if we're going to like compare LN density, we compare this LN2 to round of 32's LN2. Sweden have a 21,000 point lead over Finland. A sizable difference.
Alright, yeah, I mean, it is indeed a sizable difference, but so far, Finland's wins have been slightly more convincing than Sweden's wins. I mean, sure, the SV pick was there, but like,
Yeah.
but like on A, the Finland's lead was in double digits, while in Sweden it's around 2,000, something like that. That kind of concerns me, honestly.
To be fair, I feel like it also concerns me if Sweden will actually go for SV1 eventually. Because they did protect that.
I'm willing to bet they practice SV1 more than SV2, and if that's the case, I'm not surprised. But like maybe try to gamble one of those SVs and hopefully and just hope that you can do better. That makes sense. All right. So what in? Okay, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Plan just restarting itself, don't worry.
I'm a little bit concerned about Krase here. Like, historically, Krase, at least compared to Fisu and Ilya, I think their accuracies might be slightly behind. And that does seem to be the case. But the thing with Sweden is the same can be said for Oliver Q. But Fisu is starting to drop more 200s. I mean, you can't really blame them. These density patterns aren't easy to act at all.
Yeah, the big problem as well as Fisu drops a couple misses, I think. As I say that, another miss. I was about to say, the problem with this map is it's so short. Every mistake is gonna hurt even more. And that is hurting Finland already. 15,000 point lead to Sweden.
The thing about this file is like, it's one of those files that players should be able to combo easier than Act.
Oh.
But doesn't look like that's gonna be the case. Lemmy does drop, yes. But that accuracy isn't that much lower than what we saw a while ago. And there's still the second half, which anything can happen here. So if this accuracy does not increase soon, this is bad news.
Yeah, Fisu is struggling with these patterns, but Lemmy is as well. And that is another substantial drop from Lemmy as Fisu trades it back. Finland just can't pull this lead back towards them. Sweden have hammered this lead to the ground in the blue side.
So these kinds of density patterns seem to be something that Fisu sort of struggles on. And not to mention, Neon Dracon and Ilya are matching each other, Oliver Q and Krase are matching each other. It's really the third player, and Sweden is able to capitalize on that. So if we're going to be seeing a lot of trills here, I think the mere fact that Sweden banned that trilly map, that rice map, it makes you wonder, that's kind of a bad ban now, don't you think? Like, if Finland's struggling on trills, maybe you'd want to pick stuff like that in the long run, huh?
To be fair, you wouldn't know until you actually get into the maps themselves. But yeah, really good score from Neon Dragon, by the way, 991k.
Very good
As
indeed.
Ilya did find a unfortunate miss towards the end.
Yeah, overall, Sweden had the much better accuracy. Ratio-wise, definitely goes to Sweden. I just think the problem lies with the fact that they're trying to get the third player to be balanced here. Finland, I don't think should pick SV1, even if they want SV2, because I think they're going to be stepping onto dangerous territory. I would think Sweden practiced SV1 if they protected that.
I think it also depends on how much Finland practiced SV1. Because I think based on SV2, they've practiced SV2 quite a bit. And that also means they might have to juggle their time between SV1 and SV2. But okay, it is not going to be SV1, it is going to be Supernova, aka Rice 5.
Okay, so we're going for Rice 5. Sorry, wait, Rice 5? Okay, Rice 5, yeah.
Yeah, Rice 5 is Supernova.
And considering that they won Rice 6 convincingly, I not really convincingly, but it had a safe lead at the very least. I think it's a bad pick. It's definitely something you should go for. But I feel like Bull of Facet may have been better, because I think that's a safer pick than this. However, maybe they're saving the safer picks for later when they really have to pick those maps.
Yeah. We'll see if Oliver is gonna stay in or if Venyas is gonna swap in for Sweden.
At this point, I don't know. Like, if they think Finland's been missing more, like you've seen I don't like this pick. They only won hybrid one by 2,000 points, and they're trying to risk it by going for another hybrid pick. I don't like this pick at all. Like I don't think I think this is something they should not choose. And not to mention, when they were facing New Zealand, like it was what was that match again against New Zealand? Was it Italy? Italy, New Zealand, right? See, Italy,
yeah,
New
yeah,
Zealand had this pick, and I remember Italy missing a lot, and that led to New Zealand winning it, even if they had the better act. I don't think this is a good pick. Not to mention, wait, Strachey being in this pick is a little questionable as well. Like I was expecting someone like Kraze to come in, but to be fair, Venya's being in here is also a surprise. I would have thought Oliver Q would have played. So I guess it kind of cancels out.
I mean, again, at the end of the day, kind of also boils down to how confident the players are feeling at the moment. Whichever map that they feel like playing.
Strachey already finding a few 200s at the start. Kind of ironic that Venyas is the one with the highest accuracy in Sweden right now. Ilya with the 99.9. So very good starts for a lot of these players. But Strachey should start to gain some traction because time is running out. Like you can already see how chokeable this file is.
Yeah. Very awkward burst as Ilya drops on one of those. That's going to give that lead now to Sweden. Oh, and Venyas will trade it by a larger margin, 99.1, but Ilya trades it back and cancels out the miss from Venyas.
Just when you thought Sweden was gonna lose the lead, Finland just
boy.
finds more, I don't know, responses to those chokes. Just really unfortunate because Fisu and Strachey are holding strong. Not strong enough against Lemmy and Ian Dracon, but definitely a chance.
Oh, double drop from Finland, another double drop from Finland, but a drop from Lemmy to at least put Finland in the conversation by a bit. It's 1-1 FC, but the misses do favor Sweden.
It does by a lot as Ilya finds another drop. Like Ian Dracon is successfully canceling out Strachey, but Vanyas and Lemmy do have a sizable difference against Ilya and Fisu.
Yeah, this, after all, seems like a pretty decent pick for Sweden as all of Finland falls. Strachey, the final FC from them, will grab that final miss from Finland's team, and that at least just going to continue to slingshot towards Sweden as Neon Dracon is eating up this map.
Not surprised to see Neon Dracon just absolutely tearing it apart. But look at Lemmy's accuracy. That's the highest we're seeing in the lobby. Very impressive seeing how technical this file is. Wow, is Sweden's advantage so... It's gigantic. Like, I know that Finland had a higher lead on the SV pick, but this happening on the non-SV pick is much more significant.
Yeah, coming from a seed 24 to a seed 25. This is a statement. Even though hybrids are now out of the picture because there are no more hybrids to be picked, that is still a team score from Sweden.
Sweden just made a statement. Okay, we're only one seed apart, but there's a difference that we're going to be making. That's essentially the statement they just said in that file.
Yeah, and Lemmy actually having just overall better accuracy, just the unfortunate miss, giving them a lower score.
Wow, look at Neon Drake on 988k on a technical file like this.
I think
That
Lemmy
is-
would have definitely 990 without the miss.
Oh, definitely. But regardless, consistency is key. Like, Lemmy and Neon Dracon just absolutely destroyed the chart. And Venya's act was actually good for that file. And that's not something you'd normally see. Venya's typically has slightly disadvantage on accuracy. But right now, Venya's was extremely clutch and performed how they were supposed to perform. Finland, I don't think they should pick Rice 2. Sorry, Rice 3 rather. Rice 3.
Rice 4 maybe?
I mean, I think Rice 4 is their best shot.
Okay,
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, the pattern from Finland right now is like what, Rice 6, Rice 5, Rice 4. If they do still stay alive, maybe we'll see Rice 3 come out later, but... We shall see. I mean, Rice 3 is the contract. Rice 4 is just another tech map. But this one has some very wild patterns.
A lot of wild patterns indeed. I think Neon Dracon's gonna be subbed out for Trimatic.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
I mean,
I was actually thinking Dragon would stay, but yeah.
No, this is the right call. It was definitely the right call. I think Trimatic's accuracy might be like Neon Draco's accuracy might be better, but I think Trimatic has a better chance for full comboing. What I'm more surprised is seeing Ilya stay. I would have thought Lekka would have came in because remember Lekka full comboed A, and now we're seeing Ilya who made a lot of misses in the previous maps. I'm not sure if I like this lineup from Finland, honestly.
Well, time will tell. And hopefully this could maybe give some confidence boost back to Finland. They are 2 maps behind. If they lose this, there is the potential that they might not pick again in this World Cup. Because this is an elimination match.
Indeed it is. I understand that Finland is going for better accuracy, and they're maybe targeting Venus who we all know, at least they should know, that Venus' accuracy is something that they can capitalize. But you can't! But I think they really have to go for those full combos instead of aiming for better accuracy, because Sweden's chances of full comboing is around the same as theirs. Well, right on cue!
Oh boy. Yeah, Ilya is not having the greatest of days today. First miss once again from them as Sweden will snatch this lead back.
Yeah, like
And
Sweden...
I really
Yeah?
feel for Ilya, like when you've missed like so many times, that's like the first miss of each map, it's gonna like deter your confidence a bit, and I feel like Finland will still have a good chance towards this second half. But Sweden do have the lead, and that's what matters as Venus misses! And that lead! Slingshots to Finland as Trimatic finds a couple! Okay.
That was a gigantic push. Like Sweden had the lead slightly, and now it's convincingly going towards Finland. May I add, by the way, what in the world are these acts we're seeing?
Yeah!
Finland, what? 99.8 average?
Oh,
okay,
no.
never mind.
Oh,
only-
I mean, it's stretchy. It's just stretchy.
It's just Strachi with the full combo.
But this lead, it's convincing for once of Finland. 32,000 points. There's no way she can get this back. So Finland do have a third.
That's it. There it is. I wasn't so sure with this lineup. Like I would have thought Finland was playing with fire in this lineup, but it just seemed to work out. And that ratio difference was very clear. Ilya would have double S without that miss. And I hope this increases their confidence because they're just certainly back in the game. Only problem,
for sure.
they need to get one breakpoint off Sweden. That is the only problem they're in right now. And here's the
I
thing.
mean, here's the funny. Yeah, I was about to say SV1's open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't. Okay, even if I said they needed the breakpoint, this SV1 pick is their best chance of taking a breakpoint. If ever Sweden goes with it. If I were Sweden, I would go with LN1 and then LN3. If I were Finland, though, what do you even go with this? Like, okay, they gotta avoid Rice 3 in my opinion and go stick to Rice 1. But look, Finland hasn't really been that good on trills, so maybe Rice 3? But why do I feel like Sweden's gonna be extremely consistent on that file?
Rice 3 is such a toss-up because Kojak hasn't been tested yet. So it's like, you can just blindly go into a match for a Kojak pick and you have no idea who's gonna win. LN1 is gonna be picked, you made the right call. Sweden are still going to try and keep it safe. No SB1.
This is the right call. This is indeed the right call. Sweden's Ellen's, at least Ellen Aquires, has really been better than Finland's. Like if you were to look at the ratio alone on Pochiko no Shiawase, which was LN2, the racial difference was so big, but the 200 count difference, I think actually slightly goes to Finland. Okay, that's interesting. I think, are they taking a timeout? I think they're taking a timeout.
Mental reset.
Yeah,
was
they kind of
saying,
have.
you know,
They kind of have.
Yeah, I think especially for Ilya, like I was mentioning how they kept on getting first misses in like almost every map they played, but then that previous map was such a confidence booster. Oh, but Finland. Okay, I don't think Finland are going to use a timeout. Then they're just going to use that current timer and run it out.
Huh.
I mean, whatever it is, they still need that mental reset. Yeah.
They really do, yeah. I'm honestly really nervous for both teams because like
I mean,
I don't know. Even though Sweden won that last LN pick, the fact that Finland had the better 200 count or slightly better 200 count than Sweden, I think that should be a sign of hope that they can take this point.
I mean, both these teams want the win, right? Like they haven't win in years.
Both teams haven't won in years. This is their best chance to take a win, and they would really want to. You know, I'm nervous for these two teams. Like, you know what kind of hurts? One of these teams is getting eliminated, and am I like,
Yeah.
am I the only one who wants to see both teams finally get a victory at some point? Because man, I really want to see that.
I feel like I don't want to throw like any shade towards Finland, but if Finland kept their 6-player roster from last year, like how much closer will this match get?
I'm not entirely sure because I think this 5 is already more than enough to, like,
I mean, it's definitely working so far, yeah.
it's really working, and I think. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. Okay,
That's
I
fine,
was
that's
nervous.
fine.
No,
That's not fine.
That one wasn't. That one wasn't.
Oh.
Okay. What makes this map really difficult? It's fast, has a lot of short LNs, and you gotta time them very well. And it's very not straightforward either. And Kaze finding a couple of misses already. Okay, that's not
Oof.
good.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't think Finland do have a strong third player to match Fisu and Yulia. So Kazi is like the best bet, and you're just kind of like hoping that they can just hold on and hope that Sweden do like make some mistakes with Oliver Q, but Kaze has been dropping quite a few now. And that's concerning.
It is indeed very concerning. Like, Kaze has to start holding on to it a little bit. Fisu does drop as well.
Ooh.
It would take a full Sweden drop to even like recover from that. And I don't see that happening very soon. Neon Dracon is extremely consistent on LNs and can act very well. But here's the thing, Sweden does have that, like, the accuracy isn't too far ahead actually. It's really mostly on Kaze and Oliver Q's difference.
Yeah, it's the misses from Finland and the 0 misses from Sweden.
Indeed, that's all that's making the difference. Sweden has been so clutch. Kaze finding another drop. And that one was massive. Like, that really dropped a lot there.
Yeah, so far so good for Sweden still. 99.6 from Neon, 99.5 from Lemmy. Both these players just topping over Finland. There has to be misses from Sweden, but Kazi drops again. And now the lead extends into the 30,000 points.
It's just crazy because I think Sweden's holding on to a 3-way full combo.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of consistency these two teams have been showing is just insane. Like, I know that some drops have happened on both sides, accuracy-wise, but man, have they been performing so well.
Oh, and that's, oh my goodness. Absolute destruction from Finland, but Lemmy does find a miss, so no 3-way FC.
Are we gonna be seeing a 2-way FC though?
Will Oliver Q manage to hold on? They were a bit shaky.
Oh my
there.
goodness.
That's almost a 990 from Neon Dragon, by the way. That was almost.
10 200s. Wow. The ratio difference from Sweden really showed here. Like, remember when I mentioned a while ago that there was a ratio difference? This map really showed the full display on it. I actually think Finland won in the 200 count because Oliver Q had more 200s than all of the Finland players. But those misses were way too much. And not to mention, with that ratio, I don't think they were winning this pick anyway.
Yeah, but that is match point to Sweden. It's do or die for Finland. They do get the pick this time around, and we got some very funny picks remaining.
I think it's the Knight, whatever that is. I think they gotta go with the high Lotto speed map. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, the Knight away. this could actually wait. No, this is not potentially Finland's last pick. This is straight up Finland's last pick.
Because Sweden does have the last say in what they want to pick.
Yeah, which also means like, oh my gosh, the protect on SB1 from Sweden.
Putting
We
in
might not even
Lekka
see
here. Exactly, like putting in Lekka for this is huge. But
Okay.
this isn't the player who I expected to switch. I expected Lekka to switch with Ilya. Because remember, Ravia, like in the previous pick, Bull of a set, it was Ilya who only found the miss, right? I was expecting Lekka to switch with Ilya and not Fisu.
I don't think it was only Ilya. I believe like Strachi kept on to the FC all the way. No, like they
No,
were the
I
only one.
no. Oh, it really? Okay, yeah. Regardless, though, I think Ilya had the lowest score in there. So either way. Okay, no, sorry, I stand corrected. Fisu had the lowest score. So yeah, you're right. Maybe this isn't such a bad move. But yeah, I think this is the right move then. If they're gonna go purely off accuracy and consistency, this is what they have to go with. Okay, yeah, now that you mentioned it, that's true.
Well, let's see. Will this be another statement victory from Finland, or will this be the point that sends Sweden into the quarterfinal weekend?
We'll have to see though. Part of me feels like consistency might go slightly to Finland actually, because I remember seeing a few misses from Venyas and Timatic. Something I've noticed, Rav, is that both of those players have a big tendency to miss. And that's not good, especially considering that Venyas typically has one of the lower accuracies in the lobby.
Yeah, but it also comes down to how well Finland can play this as well.
Right now, it does seem like they can have an early advantage, but remember, look at Lemmy's accuracy right now. Think about the speed. We have to remember, speed, gotta try to take the risks if you can, try to be very consistent. And
Ultimately, this is gonna be a combo game, I think. Like, someone's gonna miss, and that could determine it.
Imagine if someone misses the moment I say this, no one does, okay? See, they're very consistent. But what I find difficult about this is like those anchors. Those anchors have been making Lekka drop a few turrets, but so does Venyas and Trimatic. So it kind of cancels it out, but Lemmy still has a slight advantage towards everyone in the Finland. Okay.
What? There was like a blink of an eye. Venyas and Trimatic both dropped. Lekka did drop too, but like, oh my goodness, this lead to Finland. This is for your World Cup survival, Finland. You probably don't know it, but it's very close right now.
Oh, I don't think they want to know that it's very close because
Oh,
the
they do
moment
not.
they
They
find
do
out,
not.
the moment they find out, they'll start shaking. But it's not over yet. This map has a lot of anchors and speed sections to go through. And now with the small jumps.
going again.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Don't jump at 200 on the LN. Okay, they don't. Now more anchors, more speed sections. Can Finland hold on and try to extend their push a little longer? But wait a second.
Oh, accuracies from Sweden are going up though. That's the thing.
Yeah, they are going up. Lemmy still has the best act in the lobby, but that's just like a minimum. Like a fucking drop!
Lekka drops.
But it's not over yet. There are some jumps. There's still some anchors. Some rolls. Can Finland catch up? But that was a massive drop from Lekka. Sweden needs to have two players dropping to even give them a chance. But I don't think that's gonna happen. These speed sections. And Ilya! That's the middle of the confident. Wait,
Trimatic
finds a drop.
I think that's
But
too late. It's way too late.
It's too late though. Ilya finds another drop and there it is.
There it is.
After 4 years, Sweden has finally won, and Vegas holding on to that full combo. Look at that 50. Had that been a miss, that could have went Finland's way. Wow. This must have been an emotional match for both teams. Again, they're both trying to get a win after so long, but unfortunately, only one team could have that honor of taking the victory. Lemmy holding on to that 994 made a statement, but Strachey put up a good fight as well, canceling each other out. But man, both teams definitely put in a lot of effort. Like Finland and Sweden, I just cannot stop but give credit to both teams because they did an absolutely good job.
Yeah, this was a performance and a half from both these teams. Like when you think 24-25, you would know like these two teams would be going extremely close, but this was still pretty special.
Indeed, this has to be an emotional moment. Like, after so long, they finally booked the ticket and win on the go to the quarterfinals round. Like, here's the thing. Just very impressive work. Like, both teams did a great job. I mean, okay, here's the thing though. Like, even if they had their last group stage victory, I don't remember them winning a match in the bracket stages. So this has got to be a very long time coming for Sweden.
It indeed has, and at least for some of these players who have played the World Cups for quite a few times now, getting a victory definitely must feel sweet. When it's your Nordic neighbors as well. But with that
Indeed.
being said, yeah?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Now, with that being said, our B stream match, as you can see on your screen, it's not done. In fact, there is also a high chance that it might go the distance. Singapore currently leading 4-3. But
Yeah.
also, with that being said, we do have another match on this stream in 10 minutes, which I do not think you want to miss. It's, oh boy, some
You just don't
mania
wanna-
giants.
You don't want to miss any of these matches, okay? Just gonna say that.
Yeah, China versus Malaysia coming up in 10 minutes. You got anything else to add, Silveska?
I mean, just wanted to say this, but if you want to show your support to any of these countries, you know, just spend a little bit of money and go buy the banners, you know, Rev?
Yes, do you know that banners can stack as well? You can buy all of the country's banners. You could buy like 32 Finland banners. Why not? Even though they are eliminated, you can still show support to them and to the entire Osmania 4K World Cup staffing team players, whoever has worked on this incredible event so far. You can just go to the store, it's linked in the chat. You can do so.
Thank you so much for posting those links. But yeah, you don't want to miss that B stream match because man, both teams are doing so well. But also don't miss the match happening 9 minutes from now. I guess that's it for me. If you have anything else to say, Ray?
No, you can either catch UK, Singapore going on the B stream, or you can just chill here as we load up China versus Malaysia real soon.
But if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. So many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye, but I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with voices
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some more Osimania 4K World Cup 2024. We had quite a small break there between the previous match, Finland-Sweden. What a great match we just saw. But we got some more round of 16 action. This time on the winners' side of things, China, the number 8 seed, versus Malaysia, the number 9 seed. Neither of these two teams will be eliminated after this round, but both will have the chance to make it to winners quarterfinals here. Very exciting. I'm one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here by Raviel. How's it going?
Yeah, I just came from a pretty close matchup between two teams separated by 1 seed and back
Jumping
in for
right back
another,
into it. Yeah.
another match separated by 1 seed, and this one is going to be tasty. China versus Malaysia.
Dude, I've been looking. When I was during my prep for this match, I was looking at how the teams were performing, and in qualifier results, China did really well on the rice picks, and then not so hot on the long note and hybrid, and Malaysia did really well on the long notes and hybrids, and not so hot on the rice, which makes you think, oh, maybe that's going to be the dynamic. But if you look at round of 32, Malaysia did super well on the rice picks, and China did super well on the long notes.
It was topsy-turvy. Like,
it's really
China have the first place on LN1. Like, what?
Yeah, first place on LN1 and second place on LN3 from last round. That's crazy. And China already just getting rid of that density pick. Classic.
I mean, they were 5th on LN2, but Malaysia were 8th from round of 32, so...
Yeah, probably just
interesting.
Probably just looking at that, the close matchup there, and just want to get rid of that a little bit. I mean, Rice, I could definitely have seen China banning a Rice map, or maybe Malaysia's going to be the one to ban Rice. This is going to be a weird match, I think. I'm excited to see how this goes, because...
This is going to be a weird match, and the craziest thing about all this, I went to check my history notes. This is the first time these two teams are facing each other in the 4K World Cup.
That can't be true.
That is true.
That can't be
it's
true.
Crazy. I control F Malaysia and the China tab, and there's no results. So.
Also, very fun. Both SV maps open.
Oh. Alright, well, let's see who wants to tangle with the SVs first. I mean, Malaysia is the first pick. They did
Malaysia's also
play second on SV1.
Slightly stronger at SVs.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it is it is still there. They did better on the SV qualifier and also did better on the SV1 pick from round of 32. And SV1 is the immediate first pick coming out of Malaysia. So an exciting start to this match here.
Alright. We've seen this pick come out a few times already. And we've seen some varying results. Like, gaps of like 100,000 plus.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be the case.
This map's really interesting because it is the more reading-oriented SV map of the two, but it is still there's still a few memorization patterns you have to do, like the few big jumps right in the transition going into the first KI section, as well as that first KI pattern. Both require you to actually know what's happening, so that can be a very good tell of how these two teams are going to do. But neither team banned SV, which probably means that both are well practiced by these two teams, and we've seen both of these teams do well on SV in general, so I'm kind of interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, these are the same 6 players that played Ignite My Heart from round 32. So absolutely no changes there. This is pretty much a definitive SV rosters from both teams, yeah.
Right. It's the same team that did SV1 from last round and the SV1 from qualifiers.
Yeah.
So I think these two teams just have their dedicated SV players and then have the other 3 just kind of play everything else for the most. Well, not necessarily play everything else, but focus their practice on everything else, while the 3 players here can put some time into the SVs and then do what they need to with the rest of the pool.
Let's see how this goes. Oof.
This first half is going to be a big sign of how these two teams are going to do, but it does start off with some pretty easy patterns, get some slow jam, but pretty much immediately, as soon as the jumps start, we'll start to see if these teams are as well practiced as we think they're going to be. That first jump has been kind of bait for a lot of teams, where it doesn't go down to the receptors, it teleports about halfway down the screen, so not the easiest to be ready for.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for Malaysia, but here comes the teleports.
Dawn X was ghost tapping. That was terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of these players are.
Yeah, there's a few players ghost tapping here, and the BPM is in such a weird spot. 150 is right around that range where ghost tapping starts to get a little risky, because if you're a little late and you have it on the wrong column, you're rushing that note. But no player is finding any misses yet above 400 combos, and that score is very well matched so far.
You know, speaking of rushing, Donix rushed a couple of those teleports, dropped from a 99.8 to a 0.5, and that is what is causing this lead to flicker. However,
Tosai a little bit behind all the Chinese players, though. Turks does drop a little bit. We're starting to actually now see Donix and Turks find a few accuracy drops, 200s dropping everywhere. Tosai now ahead of both of those two players, and Yunhong and ERA Leon both doing very well. Yunhong and Ganyu Angel basically just canceling each other out. Leon basically the difference here, doing just enough to get ahead of Turks and Don X and give themselves and then about an 8,000 point lead, but the slow gen actually does cause a little bit of accuracy drop for Malaysia there.
Yeah, but this is China's to try and snatch back. Don X is recovering back some accuracy, and this Malaysia lead is starting to maybe shrink a little bit, but will we see any more drastic accuracy drops? Leon is dropping a little bit.
It's been so consistent. This ending is a lot easier, but we're seeing some LI mistakes. Tosai drops a little bit of accuracy. It's only 5,000 points. Teleport Jack. No one drops that. There's a couple of awkward patterns right at the end. I wouldn't be surprised to see people forget about this. Again, Yunhong, Ganyu Angel, not really the people we're looking at. Everyone else in the lobby dropped a little bit.
Tosai, oh my
goodness! I thought that was the wrong miss.
Tosai just begun like dropping hundreds and 200s,
and
then
a double S coming out from Yunhong. That's incredible. That's crazy. I don't know how you do that, actually. That map
Ganyu
is
Angel.
so hard to get a double
Yeah,
S
Ganyu
on.
Angel was also really close. Both players did really, really well.
Yeah, and that accuracy, the ratio actually giving giving Ganyu Angel a little bit of leeway there, but Yunhong with that MVP performance there, giving Malaysia their first point. It was their own pick, so almost what you'd expect. But that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. China definitely did their practice and made it as close as it could.
Now it's China's opportunity. Rice 4 coming out. Boo
Okay.
Benson. Oh boy.
Okay.
That's an interesting one. I don't know if this would be my first pick as a Rice team ever, but you know, the tech, I guess the tech motion, this is very chokeable. If China feels confident in it and they can get 3 full combos, that's kind of how you have to be. You have to be that way.
I mean,
with a pick like this.
Yeah, this map was picked between Finland and Sweden, and the lead was like in the favor of Sweden by 8,000 points, and then like 2 seconds later it went 32,000 points to Finland. These
187 BPM mini jacks are so tough, and in the middle of all those bursts, you're right, like that is so tough. It's so easy to miss on, and like you said, it can lead to 20,000 point swing within like half a second. It just happens.
Yeah, and when the map is that short as well, 1 minute and 47 seconds. We'll see the lineups from both these teams. I'm honestly expecting J-Lai to come in for Malaysia to fill in with Pojian and Icefy. I think China is pretty set on this as well. There we go.
Yeah, and Leon is taking their lead from the Malaysian side. We've got the Rice team from both sides. So fun to see Don X back. It's so interesting. After like 4 years of them being gone.
Yeah. It's been a while, and Donix is still like showing up. Like Donix set like the highest score in China's team for Rice 5 from the round of 32.
Yeah, really good performance. I mean, they've always been a really good accuracy player, so not necessarily surprised to see that be the case, but we're getting into this, 1 minute and 47, so blink and you'll miss it. It is not quite too difficult to get good accuracy. It is OD8, so it's right around average, but though, like I said, 187 BPM mini jacks, not the easiest to keep up with, and that is definitely going to be a point of contention here, especially towards the ending, where those bursts and mini jacks really become an issue with mixing them together.
A bit of a good start for Malaysia so far, but we shall see as this match progresses. Once the bursts start settling in. Here we go.
Any decks coming around all players that kind of sticking around the same accuracy. Donex with an exceptional accuracy at 99.96 so far. Kind of just the difference right now is Proji, who does find a miss as soon as I say their name. That's going to give China a little bit of... Whoa!
Oh, is that within 30 seconds?
I don't think so. We're almost halfway through the map. That was like
dear.
50 seconds in.
That is really not good for China.
That didn't even look like a regular disconnect. It almost looked like they just like boss keyed or pressed escape or something.
Good, yeah. I mean, this now just throws so much doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, this is basically a guaranteed breakpoint now for Malaysia. Can't reset after 30 seconds. As long as no disconnects happen on the side of Malaysia, we'll be seeing them get a breakpoint. It was super, super close, and we'll have to see how the ending here goes. No other misses have happened so far, so it looks like it probably would have been a point for China, just based on the accuracy advantage that they have. Unless we had seen some misses from Donex, but that is unfortunately going to be a breakpoint for Malaysia.
Oh
off the
boy,
disconnect.
alright. Well, this has to be a mental reset for China, because I think that should have been China's... Oh my god, these accuracies. Oh, IST5! Oh,
Whoa!
okay.
Whoa!
When you scan the area of your screen, you just start seeing weird accuracies. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't have no idea. Like, man, that could have been like any team's point. Like, it depended on what would have happened to Donex if they stayed in, but
Yeah,
those are
for
awesome.
sure. I mean, both of these have been very close. So those are two first picks coming out. Unfortunate that we saw a disconnect there from China on their first pick, but it still would have been quite a close matchup there. We're just gonna have to see how the rest of this match goes. China can definitely, obviously, like, based on how they performed in SD1, I wouldn't be surprised to see SD2 kind of be maybe avoided by Malaysia here.
Well, we're gonna see what Malaysia could go for. Whether or not they'll still stick with SVs, potentially still stay in the rise, maybe not on the tech.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting question to ask. I could see them trying for something like LN1, but like we mentioned at the beginning of this match, China did get number 1 on the LN1 from the previous pool. So it's a little bit of a scary pick there. But I think pretty much everything is already looking pretty scary.
Yeah. Oh wait, is there a rule where you are like able to register the disconnected player's score if they played?
I'm not
the full
sure.
thing?
I know that you can add whatever score was had at disconnect. I don't know if you can submit a score like after disconnect. So like if Donex had like 500k at the point where they disconnected, you could add that 500k to the score. That's something that was implemented for OWC. I don't know if that's the case for like full map finishes.
Well, the timer is ticking for Malaysia still. Unless the referee wants to do something about that Bolofacet team score from China.
I'm gonna take a look at the rule set real quick.
Yeah, I think if this is like the case, I think the timer might be paused on Malaysia's pick, but hang on tight first.
Okay, I'm seeing if a player disconnects mid-game, their scores will not be counted towards the team's total unless adequate proof of said scores provided. Okay, so... Okay. I think Don X can submit a replay file of the play that was submitted on their end.
This is a very unique situation. There is Don X's score. It was a 997.536. That is more than enough for China to actually win that.
If we can get the ref to have Don X send a replay file of it, that can be submitted as an official score for the run.
And once again, hang on tight. This is a situation that is extremely rare to fight in World Cups. But it might actually...
Okay, actually, the screenshot might be enough.
Yeah.
And the time date looks good. 997 is as good as it can be. Okay, despite the disconnect, it looks like we should be giving China a point here. 997 is more than enough to get them above the scoreline for Malaysia, so it should be a 1-1 game.
Yep. I believe that is also now taking into effect.
The ref has confirmed it is 1-1 for China, despite the disconnect.
Okay.
Don X's score was able to be submitted. We saw a screenshot of the official score, so it looks good. We don't have to worry about it. It's 1-1 now. Good first picks from both teams, and we'll get back to Malaysia's pick. No breakpoints available here.
And Malaysia are immediately going for LN3. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Because China have a better LN3 from round of 32.
They have better LN scores from round of 32 overall. But China did ban LN2, so I'm not too surprised to see them potentially going into this zone. And with how close SV1 was, I'm, again, not surprised to see them kind of avoiding SV2 a little bit.
Now we should see Leon back in, I think, unless there might be a better player suited for Malaysia. Tyrex is definitely back in for sure. But yeah, waiting on... Actually, we're waiting on... Okay, never mind. We're not waiting on two players. We're waiting on one player from Malaysia, Aistafy now in, with Yon Hong. Actually, interesting that we are seeing Aistafy. I was thinking maybe J-Lai would be the one to be playing for Malaysia instead. But this is definitely a big step up from the round of 32, which was a fight in Tunisia. Okay, J-Lai is in. Just waiting on the third play from China. Okay, Ganyu Angel. Just waiting for the swaps. Okay, hopefully we don't have a repeat of Bowl of a Set.
Yeah, hopefully we don't. That would be kind of bad. Don X is coming back in though, so we'll have to see.
No Tyrex? Oh, this is okay.
Yeah, no Turks is interesting. They were on all of the hybrids and long notes outside of the late game hybrid from qualifiers for China. So a little bit surprising to not see them in.
Yeah, I thought like Tyrex has been like China's best LN player. I mean, Ganyu Angel has been doing extremely well too.
That is true. Especially early game, Ganyu Angel was super strong for China. But no Turks is going to be an interesting thing to see. This map particularly difficult though. This is almost a density pick if it weren't for just mini jacks being everywhere, because it plays very similarly to how density kind of goes in general. It's just that there's mini jacks every measure, like once a measure. So it's not necessarily the kind of thing you'd expect from an LN3 all the time. It's just like it plays like a certain map, and you just have little zones of those reverse shields.
Oh, double drop from Donex, a bit of a rare instance from China's side as Malaysia now have a 9,000 point lead despite a bit of an awkward accuracy drop from Ice Fight and JLA at the start. That should be Client.
That's Client, I think. Yeah, that lead it's definitely not 30,000 in favor of China, even if that was a real miss. We're just waiting for Klein to catch up. There it is. Okay, 15,000 points in favor of Malaysia at the moment. Donex was able to get up to 400, but is a little bit behind in terms of accuracy at this point. 99.4 compared to the next lowest in the lobby being his teammate Nyasin Fanboy. So 2 players on China below all 3 of the Malaysians, who all have full combos as well. So a solid pick so far as we get into the second half for Malaysia, but there are still some very difficult patterns left. We've got so many more reverse shields to get through.
Trill?
Trill should
yeah.
No, there's no rushing here. There's no column locking anymore, so that Trill's not nearly as stressful as it would have been then. But no one misses on it. Everyone recovering well. Donex actually nearly at the 99.6 now, but that doublemint is definitely causing quite a huge accuracy drop for them. And China's accuracy just in general on this long note pick, notably behind Malaysia as a triple full combo potentially coming out from Malaysia. 2 on the side of China as well, but just not going to be enough to go against that juggernaut.
Oh my gosh. That's a team 2981 from Malaysia.
8 200s total. Yeah, I'm with Donex's score there. That's still a solid score, even with the miss. 980k is nothing to sneeze at, but I am surprised to not see Turks in for that. We saw them in the lobby. I guess they just didn't feel super comfortable or confident. It was Malaysia's pick, so it shouldn't cause too much stress for China, but that is still an interesting choice there.
Oh, they're just sticking with the tech. We're going to Supernova.
Yeah, going for the, I guess, between the 2 Rice picks that are available, this one's definitely the more technical of the 2. I would imagine they're just going to stick with tech, and then the other 2 Rice
I think J-Line might have dropped a little bit, but it could still be in Malaysia's favor. It will come down to the last notes.
Oh my goodness, 1,000 points! China
Poachin!
takes that. That's so
Poachin!
close. 73. Oh my goodness. 98 from Ice Defy, 2 absurd scores. Oh my goodness.
Pojen picked up like a 200 at the last chord. I don't know if that was what made it switch over to China, but
I don't think that 200 would have been enough, but still, that's crazy.
oh, that's crushing. That
What
is
do you
really
do at this
crushing.
point? China, do they just keep going race? I mean, it's kind of working, but they barely won that.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. Like that was so much like in Malaysia's favor to just take.
It is Malaysia's pick. They still have a long note pick available and an SV pick, and then it kind of goes up in the air. China already in a zone where they might not feel super comfortable and everything, but LN Pool is now used up boost anima coming out from Malaysia. Not really even a surprise. Do we see Turks actually come in for this though? Because that might that might make the difference.
Surely, I mean they are in the lobby.
Yon Hong for Yon Hong for
Yon Hong and
Malaysia.
Leon.
That makes sense. Leon and Yon Hong. J-Lai should probably be the last player.
Yeah.
See on China we see now some fanboy who I don't think is a normal player for LN pick, so I guess they're just moving people around. Ice Defy potentially staying in for Malaysia here.
Definitely not someone else thinking from Malaysia to play this, but Tyrex is now playing for China.
Yeah, so Turks, Ganyu Angel, and Nyasu Fanboy not necessarily who I expect. I would maybe see Parasol Tree come in again. So they're kind of replacing Parasol Tree and a few picks that I would have expected them to be in on. Ice Defy also a little bit of a surprise if they do stay. No, okay. They're leaving. I assume J-Lai is coming in.
J-Lai, yes. Okay, there we go.
And Yasin Fanboy is the selection for China there to come in for this coordination LN pick. MP Start Command comes through, so we'll have to see how this goes. They actually did play 2 of the long note picks last round, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. And they were part of the squad that got number 1 on LN1 last week, so, you know, maybe early game Yasin just knows what they're doing with coordination.
I mean, we can also argue and say it was like number 1 out of 4 teams, but I mean,
Still,
number 1 is still number
being
1.
number 1 out of 4 teams, 2.96 million nearly is still very good for coordination picks, especially with how hard they've gotten. So, not too surprised to see this be the team. China with a very slight lead early on, but an accuracy drop from Ganyu Angel does reduce that a little bit. And it looks like an accuracy lead actually is slightly in favor of Malaysia. Yanhong with that 99.85%, over a 10% above the next player on China. So doing very good to establish a lead early. ERA Leon right up there, and J-Lai matching Turks, who's the highest accuracy on China at the moment.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see, like, almost all Malaysian players beating out Tyrex. Leon did drop a bit of accuracy. Leads still in Malaysia. Actually, Yon Hong dropped a bit of accuracy too, so no more 99.8. Now things are getting a bit closer.
Yeah, we see kind of matching accuracy between the bottom row there. Turks and J-Lai are on the same. Ganyu Angel and ERA Leon right around the same. It's just a difference between Yanhong and Nyansu Fanboy, giving the just about 2,500 point lead here, 3,000 after that long note. Just a slight accuracy lead, but no misses across the board. China keeping it within striking distance, but still no breakpoints in this match. So again, not a huge deal if China doesn't manage to take this for their own sake, but still such a close match. Things are looking very dangerous across the board as we hit the last third of this map. 3,000 points. One miss is enough to swing that pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean the median of the Malaysian scores as well, really close, 0.71, 0.74, 0.79. And then there's just that one outlier from China, just Nelson Fanboy, which is making up this 4,000 point difference.
Yeah,
But
that's
boy.
really an outlier. 99.63 is an impressive accuracy on this map.
It's just an outlier in this lobby.
I guess so. No one is getting an inch in here. Yunhong doing everything they can to keep that accuracy lead in the side of Malaysia, nearly getting back up to 99.8 as they hit the final few patterns of this map. Just the outro left, and we have 6 full combos.
Oh my gosh. J-Line did pick up a bit of an accuracy drop before, but as long as Malaysia does hold, this is it. Alright.
Oh my goodness! What are these
6-way
team scores?
Okay, to be fair, it is Seed 8 and Seed 9, but still, 6-way FC on this is crazy.
That's stupid. That's
Yunhong?
stupid.
Yunhong's ratio, even with 7 more 200, beats out Tyrix. And Leon as well.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. 3 200s from Turks is what? I don't get that.
No breakpoints yet.
No breakpoints yet. 5-4-5 own points. You gotta go Rice 6, right? That's the pick here.
I mean,
it's risky, but everything's risky.
It's like China are just back into a corner and they're like, yeah, we have to just pick whatever scraps we have on the floor. I mean, if it's not Rice 6, what else can they even go for?
At that point, they have to dig into the hybrids, in my opinion. I don't think Rice 2 or Rice 3 are good picks for China here.
I mean, they have been like avoiding the hybrids. Both teams did not pick hybrids, or play any hybrids in the last round.
Yeah, if I'm seeing hybrids come out from either of these teams, I think China takes hybrid 1. And actually, maybe China takes hybrid 3. These are all quite Rice heavy. Hybrid 2 is definitely the best for Malaysia, but Rice 6 is the pick here. Sticking with the tech, I think that's fair.
Yep. Oh boy, I mean the Rice map so far for China has been by a fingernail.
Yeah, and only got one of the points because Donex finished their run and had a screenshot of their score ready. Like, there's some. This could. I mean, if the rules weren't updated, this would be a 4-1 match, and that would be unreal for China here. That would be such a difficult score to come back from. But
I mean, yeah, the mental game especially.
But hey, thank goodness that the rules changed so that China can get that point there. That really does make a difference here, especially in a match like this between the 8 and 9 seed looking for their berth into the winners quarterfinals. But we still got a lot of match left. Malaysia's going to get at least one more pick no matter what happens here. But this is definitely the closest to a straightforward Rice pick as a tech pick can kind of get. It's a mixture of a lot of Jackie type patterns, some bursts in the middle of it. It's FF hardcore, really, is kind of how you have to describe it. Because there's not really a type of map that fits the mold of FF hardcore other than stuff like this.
Interesting to see Nyasun instead of I don't know.
That is true. But
I mean, I think they could be interchangeable.
Yeah, I think the Chinese team is just so well rounded that the players can play what they need to. And I mean, they're 8 seed in a stacked tournament. Same thing with Malaysia. They're a 9 seed in a stacked tournament. They're going to have really good players who are well rounded and can jump in for anything. Like, J-Li has been on almost everything for Malaysia here. Was on almost everything for the qualifiers as well. So, really good players here. And especially not seeing players like Leon, who used to be like big carries for teams like Malaysia, getting the chance to sit out and not have to, be that guy. But, ooh, that first caught Ganyu Angel off guard really hard. Dropped below 99% there. Didn't drop combo, but did drop a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, we'll have to see the results screen to see how much AC Ganyu actually dropped, but that's going to give a substantial lead to Malaysia at the moment.
Really strong accuracy from Donex coming out. Highest in the lobby right now. But
actually,
the other two
Nelson
players
dropped a
on
bit too.
Yeah, the other players on China both behind the 3 Malaysian players, though. A little bit of a lead for Malaysia as all 6 players holding on to full combo. And interestingly enough, 3 players on mirror, probably to handle those long jacks, if I'm being completely honest.
I'm very sure the start, like, Jay like got a couple of 200s on that long jack.
Yeah, and interestingly enough to see, as this match moves forward, we're seeing China make up a little bit of the score difference, down to about 35 to 4,000 points. But that is going to have to take a little bit more of accuracy build-up. The accuracy is definitely still in favor of Malaysia, despite the 99.94 from Dawn X. But J-Lai, Trojan, and Ice Defy all being above 99.75, giving them a lead, 6,700, going into the last third of this map. Just a few patterns left, but Malaysia, with managing to get through that first big wall, definitely gave them an advantage. And
This lead's not shaking. It's been like at 6,000 for like the last quarter. Okay, it's dropping a bit. There is still chances for China to take this, but Malaysia have been very consistent so far.
As long as consistency stays true, Malaysia should be able to take a break point. There's a few jumble patterns in this ending. There's not much left though.
I'm a bit worried for Pojian. They picked up a couple of 200s on the rolls.
Oh, it
We just need to see it now.
J-Lai actually finding an accuracy drop. Oh, but it actually increased more.
Right.
It looks like Ganyu not able to build up that accuracy. And that is the first break point of the match. Malaysia managing to take a break point against the higher seed. Oh my god! 99, 139 double S's. What are these scores?
Jeez. 90, like double digit 300s on this is...
I think
I don't know.
The only map Donex hasn't gotten double-digit 300s on has been the long note map that he was in on.
Yeah, which is like understandable. Okay!
OC Original coming through.
And it's your map too. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we get to see my map.
We'll get to see if these players have actually practiced this. I mean, Malaysia, surely.
Yeah, they've picked it. They have to.
China.
I think they protected it too. Wait, no, they didn't.
They
Wait,
didn't.
what were the protects and bans of this match? They just ignored SVs in that.
But Malaysia protected the other SV.
Yeah, Malaysia protected SU1, and it just stayed open.
China were just like, okay, we'll just leave it there. We'll ban LN2. And
I mean,
thus, this is huge.
China put up a fight on SV1, so I would not be surprised to see them do very well.
But this
here.
is so much more tough than SV1.
It is. It's so hard to get good accuracy on. The ending has some crazy rhythm changes that are just so difficult to be consistent on. And just the changing motion of the SVs in general. Like, there's a couple sections in the middle where you have to swap between fast jam and slow jam, and then you have big jumps that go into faster, long form SV, like sort of mini fast jams, so to speak. But those can be really hard to keep good accurate. It's an accuracy fest. Like, even if this is like in the quote unquote memorization slot, memorization comes down to basically just knowing the rhythms of a few specific parts. Outside of that, it is just making sure that you have good accuracy.
Now, one concerning thing from China, no Dawn X. It's gonna be Nyasu Fanboy instead.
Interesting.
It could be good, but it could also backfire for China.
Yeah, expected team does come out from Malaysia, Leon, Yanhong, and Tosai, a same team has been doing every SV pick for them. But opening doesn't catch anyone off guard, so it looks like China may have... it looks like Nyasun Fanboy did put in the time, so it shouldn't be too bad. A little bit below 99 comes Ganyu Angel right out to the gate, but everyone around the same accuracy as of right now, and Turks with a 99.77 or 73 now. Highest accuracy in the lobby, but tied just around with Tosai right now.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, China definitely did their homework. Nyasun Fanboy being the outlier, but it's still not that far off from the next lowest, which is Yonhong 99.5. Oh, actually, as I say that, Yonhong dropped quite a bit!
Oh, that's a big drop too. The bottom of the screen actually staying consistent above 99.7. Right now, it is kind of a fight between Nyasun Fanboy and Yonhong. Nyasun winning that fight right now, as Leon actually also finds a little bit of an accuracy drop, and China actually has the lead right now. Ganyu, Angel, Turks, and Tosai last up of 99.7. But there's a
Yasun
little
got
bit
the
of a
bit.
drop on Yasun, and it's like a 700-point lead going into the
How
slow
is
jam
it
here.
so close? How is
I
it so
try-
close on this kind of SV map? What?
China put up the good score on SV1. They were so close there, and it's only showing that they're putting in that practice, despite this being Malaysia's pick. Oh my goodness, Nyasun Fanboy and Yeonhung tied in accuracy. It's now just a fight between the bottom, as both players on China, Ganyu and Turks, beating out Tosai and Leon, but we still have the 1/5 patterns, the rhythm changes in the ending. But
this
so
second half
far,
is terrible. Yeah.
it's
we
so easy to mess up. Oh, that's a 200
There
from
we
Turks
go.
right away. But that's actually two.
Tosai and Leon.
That's multiple accuracy drop from Tosai and Leon.
Yeah, and Yeonhong as well. Ganyu Angel, the only one to actually go through there unscathed.
Yeah, incredible accuracy there. No one on Malaysia above 99.7. 2 players on China above 99.7. This might be the right break point. Right back. No, that's a 100 from Turks. Oh, that long note, scary, but keep the accuracy above the rest of Malaysia, and this is looking so strong for China right now as we get in the last patterns.
It is still open. I mean, any of these players could still miss.
Especially in this ending pattern, but the lead's only increasing as the rhythms are not quite as well practiced. China putting in the work and getting the break point on SV2. Leon finds a break point at the end, but what a score from China! Oh my goodness!
I am extremely impressed that China was not only able to win that, but by 17,000?
That's a really good team score by China. Like, unbelievably good.
What? Okay, Malaysia taken by surprise.
And a nearly 6-way full combo. Leon missing 7 notes before the end, but still, very, very strong performance. Both these teams obviously putting the time into SV as needed. And Turks saying huge PB. What a time to get a PB.
I mean, can you imagine, like, when China like lost Don X on the disconnect to now, like the mental game must have shifted so greatly in favor of China.
And now there's momentum. You know, Malaysia had the momentum off of that breakpoint on Rice 6, and that probably gave Malaysia the confidence to say, let's lock this down. But China put it in the practice and needed that momentum swing. I think that was the perfect thing to get that swing on.
Alright, but now we're getting into the goods. It's either Rice 2 jump stream, Rice 3 cord jack, or all of the hybrids left open.
Honestly, if I'm in China's shoes, I think Hybrid 3 is the best pick here. I think Hybrid 3 is what you go with.
Ooh.
It's the most similar to Rice 1, which was banned out by Malaysia, and it doesn't have a super intrusive long note body outside of the very end of the map. I think that could be a really solid pick for China. Ooh, but Hybrid 1 comes out. Finn Arcdeer comes out. This one, I also think makes sense. If they were going to pick a hybrid, I just think it would have been bad if they picked Hybrid 2. I think that was really it.
Alright, first of the hybrids. First time we're gonna see a hybrid from both these teams get picked in this World Cup so far.
Yeah, so no past real performances to look at outside of qualifiers. We did see that Malaysia performed better on Hybrid 2. Wait, yeah, Malaysia performed better on Hybrid 2.
Yeah.
China performed better on Hybrid 1 during qualifiers. So, very well matched here. This is probably right between the difficulty of those two, too. So, very much up in the air.
Yeah, now we're going into like territory where it's a little bit uncharted. This could still be Malaysia's game, but I don't know. I mean,
I do like China's willingness to kind of step out of the Rice area, though, because it makes sense. They lost on Rice 6, and the other 2 Rice picks are much more straightforward and available for breakpoints for Malaysia. Getting into uncharted territory makes sense for China, going with something that's going to be a little bit awkward for both teams. And just going to have to see how they perform. Nyasin Fanboy, Don X Turks makes sense. Istify, Yeonhong, and Leon actually makes sense. Leon is a fun name to see. They haven't been playing a whole lot on these matches, but good long-up player, good hybrid player in general. has the history and the veterancy. So I'm excited to see this.
I mean, only one of the very few players that has an MWC badge in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting third place in 2021, so nothing to shake at there, as both teams quite evenly matched out the gate. Donax holding on to the strongest accuracy, but Inyas and Fanboy a little bit behind the rest of Malaysia, getting a little bit of a boost, but Donax finds a break, and Malaysia gonna have a huge lead now.
That's a big drop, 99.4. They will recover, but Malaysia, once again, has a lead on a map not picked by themselves. Oh, but Yon Hong will find the miss. It's cleaner this time, not like Donax.
Definitely
So
is
maybe
cleaner. Holds on to higher
maybe this
accuracy
lead.
than Donax. Donax trying to build up and is doing well to build up that accuracy, slowly digging into the Malaysians' lead here. 4 full combos, 2 on each side, but Yeonhong just about to get to 400, and that lead is going to stay just about stationary at 4,000.
Yeah, this is still close. Leon pick up a 200. So now this lead is below 4,000 points. It's striking distance again for China.
And it's a miss from Istify! That's going to give China
distance.
the lead immediately. Leon, the only full combo on the side of Malaysia. Turks and Nyas and Fanboy holding on to the full combos. Everyone's accuracy just about the same. Istify with another miss. And Donax now coming back with the accuracy above Istify, and that's going to give him a 10,000 point lead. Final few patterns. It's going to take a meltdown here. Multiple misses from China required, and it looks like this is a solid pick coming out of China immediately, and will even out the scoreline.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's solid, but also you could still see a bit of shakes, at least from Donax. Yasun Fanboy and Tyrix picking up the FC 990k from Tyrix, I mean. But Leon is on 9. Wait,
Leon with the MVP in that lobby. I love that. Thank you, Leon.
Oh my gosh.
Give
but we are now.
Give the old people representation. I mean, I guess Donax also technically counts as an old person. They've been around for a long time.
The veterans definitely taking some shots. But we are down to a best of 3. Both these teams have 1 pick each.
And both teams will get their last pick. It's either a tiebreaker or one of these teams takes both points coming up. But Malaysia in a little bit of an awkward spot. I think Hybrid 2. That is my opinion. It has to be Hybrid 2 from them. Actually, that's not true. I think Rice 3 could be a fun pick for Malaysia.
Oh boy.
It's risky, but it's fun.
It is risky. I will go giddy if they actually go Rice 3. I mean, at this point, there's like just so many risks remaining from these 4 maps. You take a shot at the dark.
I think the only bad pick from Malaysia here would be Hybrid 3. Everything else, I think, makes sense from their end. I could definitely see Rice 2 coming out as like a normal pick from them, given that they won Rice 6. Given that consistency, getting the Rice, getting the jump stream, but no! No!
They don't like
don't do this to me!
Malaysia don't like you, man!
Maybe they're confident in it. I just think this was the weakest pick available.
Well...
This is rough. This is super risky.
We shall see.
Is this the first time we've seen this map this weekend?
No. I think Finland, Sweden had played it. If not, I think UK, Singapore.
I'm just so surprised. This map is so difficult. This is crazy.
Yeah, Sweden, Finland did play it.
Okay, they did. So we've seen it this weekend. I'm just like, from my own personal like vices as like a person who used to play in this tournament, this would be my last pick almost every time. I mean, this is Malaysia's last pick of the match.
Maybe Malaysia knows something we don't, but I don't know.
I guess so. That's possible. I mean, I just think like they're in a position where they've been doing very well in the long note maps, and this one is super not long note heavy, especially in the first 3/4 of it. I think China's going to have a good time on the first 75% of it. It's really about how the teams are going to be able to handle the ending.
No, we're only at the start. Nothing severe at this point.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
and misses. Getting up to 400 combo. Also
Pyrex!
managing to make it there. That is a little bit of an accuracy drop from Turks there. Everyone else above 99.8 so far. Leon and Ice Defy right on the edge, but that accuracy advantage from Turks' little mistake at the beginning is giving Malaysia a small lead after a quarter of the map.
Yeah, but Don X definitely trying to get some redemption from earlier. 99.84 at the moment, leading the lobby. It's just
Does find actually a little bit of a drop there. Now J-Li leading the lobby in accuracy, but dropping a little bit on those bursts. Ice Defy 99.81 now. J-Li and Donix canceling each other out, and then Nyasan Fanboy and Turks behind the other two Malaysian players.
Yeah.
So very slight lead as we get into some of these weird LN Trilly sections. LNs are going to start becoming more important in this second half, especially in the last quarter of the map. But the accuracy definitely favoring Malaysia here, as these patterns definitely causing some issues for the Chinese players.
Accuracy dropping from Nyasun as Tyrus gets back up. Donix did drop as well. Ice Defy still holding onto the highest accuracy in the lobby, but Leon also dropping a little bit. Nyasun actually drops to a 99.58. Malaysia have extended their lead. My goodness.
And they made it to the longer part with a lead. This should favor Malaysia in general. And maybe Malaysia did know something that we didn't. We've got a few patterns left in this map, and this is looking like a 6-way full combo on Hybrid 3.
Yeah. And barring any weird drops, I think this should be a 6-way FC as well.
That's absurd. That's crazy. What? I think this map, at least just from watching it, looked like the hardest map in the pool. That's crazy.
Match point Malaysia.
Match point Malaysia, but it is China's pick.
Ice Defy. What?
No, two double S's. Two double S's.
What?
Wow.
Alright, Malaysia knew something we didn't. That's 3 200s total. Oh my gosh. 215 from China. Alright, what is China going? What, Hybrid 2?
No. Rice 2, please. Please, big Rice 2. I think that's China's best chance. They've had really strong accuracy. I think Rice 6 was lost off of a couple of... Yeah, Rice 2! Thank you! You picked the right map! I didn't look like an idiot for once.
Malaysia defied your orders and China was like, nah, we got this.
Man, I just have such a bad track record with this. It's awful.
Oh boy. I was also about to mention, as Leon mentioned, picking this map this late.
Oh yeah, stamina map, last map of the pool. Last map of the pool before a potential tiebreaker. It's either tiebreaker or Malaysia moves on in the winner's bracket. It's either a tiebreaker or an upset. This is an exciting match. I mean, and that's what we were expecting. China and Malaysia are weird teams here. They did, like, Malaysia did well on long notes and hybrids in qualifiers. China did well on Rice in qualifiers. And then in round of 32, it swapped. And now we're here, and we've seen both teams take breakpoints on really weird picks. China taking the SV breakpoint, and Malaysia taking a Rice breakpoint. What a match we have so far, but the potentially most straightforward map for the pool coming out. Really, it's first miss loses. That's really what we're looking at here.
This is also turning into a mental warfare game as well, when you've been playing a match for what has almost been an hour and then going for jump stream at 235 BPM for 3 minutes.
And especially with how the ending of this map is structured, like, this is not just a stamina map. This is a stamina map that has a stamina map at the end. Like, the angers and one-hand trills at the end are gonna be so difficult to deal with like a full hour-long match that we've had so far. It's been 55 minutes since this match started. Plus all of the warm-up that these players have had. I'm so excited. This is gonna be so fun.
This is gonna be a testament to the MWC debutants as well, like Nyasun Fanboy, I don't know, and Pojin Sucks, who have never played MWC in their lives. With the stakes
the stakes as high as they are, the stress as high as it is, the pressure as high as it is, they're going to have to get rid of those nerves and do everything they can to hold on to the combos. Because like I said, in a map like this, it's first miss loses.
But I mean, you say that, but like in a match like this, we might not even see any misses. It might just be an
That's
accuracy
true.
game at the end.
That straight up might be true.
Oh man, I can't imagine if this actually becomes an accuracy game, how close this lead would be.
Get a little bit of a break right at the beginning. Get some. The first fifth comes through. Everyone above 400 combo, and the jump stream starts. A slight accuracy lead for Malaysia. Highest accuracy in the lobby actually going to Ice-Defy so far. Donex right behind and actually overtaking them, but 2 players below the 99.9. Both Malaysian players above that accuracy margin, but it's so close that the accuracy doesn't even really matter until we don't see any misses on this map.
Yeah, right now it's just the 2 new players on the side of China doing just a bit lower than Donex, but that lead is just, it can be negated with a couple of 200s.
And Donex actually holding on to the stamina a little better than Ice-Defy here. Ice-Defy dropping accuracy very slightly. Nyasun Fanboy holding on at the same level as J-Lai. I don't know, a little bit behind Projin. That is a slight accuracy advantage from Malaysia, but Donex's super high accuracy might be enough to keep this very close, and especially towards the end when those anchors and O-Trills start coming in, we could absolutely see swapping score lines, especially if the stamina starts to weigh on these players. We're already halfway through, despite this being a stamina map, and we're seeing 6 full combos. This is kind of what we were expecting. It's just about who's able to hold on.
Oh boy. I mean, so far it's just been Malaysia holding this solid lead, but how long will this last if China just hold on and Malaysia start dropping? But
hey, Ice-Defy continuing to drop, was holding on very strong with an 9.96 early on, but drops a little bit. It's still only about 400 points. Nyasun Fanboy doing very well, actually above J-Lai now, and it looks like the lead is actually maybe going over to China as Donex holds on to an incredible accuracy.
It comes down to the 2 new players of China, Nyasun and I don't know, who have been behind for the majority of this map. Could they salvage this?
Oh my goodness, it's so close. I don't know if he can build up the accuracy. O-Trills come in. Accuracy staying just about the same on both sides.
It's Malaysia's point to lose now.
J-Lai and Projin staying around 9.87. It's so close, I can't even say anything.
Might actually be double digits if nothing else changes. It might actually be a 6-way FC2.
We're seeing drops from. We're seeing accuracy drops overall. Nyasun Fanboy actually dropped a little bit.
I think it's Malaysia if they just hold on. They just need to hold on now.
Oh my goodness, that accuracy drop from Nyasun was just enough, and Malaysia just barely, I think, gonna take it. 745 points.
The new boys of China
81.
did all they could.
What?
Malaysia with a flawless no 200s, and that is what made the difference.
It was the accuracy drop from Nyasun, a 100 and a 50. I can't breathe.
That is gut-wrenching. I mean, China started very shakily, especially with the first few maps, but then they managed to claw themselves back.
They sure did.
Ultimately,
oh my
Malaysia
God.
had their nerves.
I'm lightheaded. I don't know what to say anymore.
This match deserved a tiebreaker, but I think that was a tiebreaker in and of itself.
It very much was. What an impressive performance. Yeah, Malaysia moving on in the winner's bracket, and thank goodness China, with such a great performance, will still be in the tournament, just will be knocked into the elimination losers bracket for the quarterfinals. We'll still get an opportunity to see both of these teams moving forward in the tournament. Malaysia just has a little bit of extra life going forward. Guaranteed top 12 for them. But still, what a match we just saw.
China will be facing Indonesia in the lower bracket. Oh boy.
Oh boy, and
The banger matches just
oh,
don't
and
stop.
Malaysia facing the winner between the United States and Canada in the winners bracket. Such a scary matchup to see coming up, but that's kind of how it goes. Such a close match. They'll have to move on, but we are going to be finished with this small block for now. We've got another match at 18 UTC in a couple hours from now. Argentina versus Poland. That is a losers bracket match, so winner will move on, loser will be eliminated. So all the stakes are still on the board for this upcoming match. What an exciting time to be here. Do you have anything left to say, Radio?
As always, you can get your banners still available on the O store. And you can also stack banners as much as you want. You can buy any of the countries, even if they have already been eliminated.
That is absolutely true. We love to support our tournament. We love to support our players and the staff and everything here. Get your banners. Make sure you pick up as many as you want. I know that I still haven't picked mine up yet, but I know I always support my favorite teams. I love Malaysia as a team. I love the United States, and I love Brazil. I'm probably buying all three, honestly. So you gotta follow suit, buy whatever teams you want, and if you predict the winner of the tournament, you get to keep your banner for the entire year until the next 4K MWC happens next year in 2025. Very exciting times, but that's gonna do it for us here in the Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2024 round of 16 commentator booth here. We'll be back in about 3 hours for Argentina versus Poland. We'll see you guys then.
Yep, see ya.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osmania 4Key World Cup 2024. Boy, does it feel good to say that again. We're rolling right along with the round of 16 weekend. This time, with a loser's bracket match, we have Argentina taking on Poland, as both look to fight for their tournament lives to try and make it to the quarterfinals. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Dynascape. Dyna, how you doing?
It's always a good match when I am joined with the queen of commentary, Sparky. Argentina, Poland, this one is a bit of a doozy. Argentina managing to snag a point against 6th-seeded UK on SB, where we all thought UK was a very strong, historically, SB team. And Poland actually getting a lot of points in their match against Singapore seed 11, which was absolutely insane to see. 2 rice picks and an SB as well. So I think this one might be a match for the ages. Should be good, should be close, and we'll just see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams punching well above their weight last round. Maybe just some unfortunate matchups. Always hard going up against some of those single-digit seeded teams, but both of them going into this one maybe hoping they can pull a fast one on the other. Historically, some very strong rosters over the last couple of years, but both of them seeing themselves in the 20s in terms of seeding, but that is not to discount the power behind the players that are coming to the fold here. It's just a matter of what the strategy is going to be for both of these lineups. A little bit different than what they might have done so in the past, but adaptation is going to be the name of the game. And we're going to get the protects here. Looks like SV1 already got protected. Poland going to be protecting next here as we begin to tune in to the feed.
Yeah, and I think that SV Protect makes a lot of sense against Poland, or just as Argentina in general. They did really well on SV1 last week, so why would it not be the same for this week? And what would be the scary thing is if Poland ends up protecting SV2, because Poland was the one to play SV2 last week with our Outer Mongolia. But in fact, they are going to protect Rice 3, one of those skill sets that they did shine against Singapore on, and will ban SV2. So now it's up to Argentina to ban something. And I think a Rice pick is really, really good for them, because I think Argentina leans more towards those LNs and HBs. And Poland, again, just really, really strong on that Rice field.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe an opportunity to remove one of the more straightforward Rice picks. Always comes down to a battle of accuracy on that side. And if you're going up against a team that doesn't really, or really does have the accuracy to show for it on those more conventional picks, maybe something like Rice 2, Rice 1 might be a good ban. But to your point, SV2, clear cut, get rid of it. Don't give Argentina an extra comfortable pick. And sure enough, Rice 2 gets removed from the map pool here. Spiral Erebus not going to be played in this match.
Shows that Argentina really doing their homework from last week. Poland with an amazing team score on Senko No Flare. I think it was something like 997, 996, and maybe like a 990 with a miss. Something like that. So, I mean, Poland really does have some hard hitters when it comes to very straightforward jump stream. So taking that out of the equation means that Argentina is safe for at least one of the Rice maps. Cut it down by just a little bit. Though I guess with the increase in the pool size, might be a little bit harder to stray away from Rice as much as Argentina would like to. But with their first pick, Numpa's going to go ahead and choose Hybrid 3.
Ooh, a pretty interesting way to start things off. Considered maybe the most technically demanding of the hybrids. And maybe wanting to reserve the LNs for later on down the line. All of them making it through the banning unscathed. So full complement of choices for Argentina. So maybe wanting to put the feelers out just a little bit, just to see how comfortable Poland is with these more mixed up type of picks.
Yeah, it really is an interesting first pick. Usually you don't see hybrids delved into until later in a match, but as I said, Argentina very much an LN or hybrid team. They've got a lot of good supporting characters to go with it. Got Hakitsu, Clone Droid, even Nebo Girl and Kuru can play hybrid depending on the skill set. So we'll see out of those 5 which we're going to get. For Poland, we've got Bayetka, Klobuk, and if I'm not mistaken, usually Malza is their all-rounder, where Malza basically played everything but the SV for their match last week. So pretty standard players coming out for each of the teams. Just gotta have to see how they do because, I mean, Introduction Bygone is very, very tricky. Like you said, very technically demanding. A lot of focus on those releases, some weird quad staggers, some weird release things going on, and then you get into those really physical streams as well. So different skill sets attacked in both LN and Rice. Gonna see how it works out, and whoever really gets this point has a couple of maps that they might feel able to branch out on, whether it be Rice 1 or something like LN3.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out, it's like both these countries really do feel a little streaky in terms of how they can really build up momentum in a match, where if you start to let them get the ball rolling, they get a break point here, a break point there, they can really build on that. The confidence amongst the team helps drive the performances, and next thing you know, they are snowballing 3 to 4 picks in a row, and if that doesn't get broken up by the opponent, it could very well easily lead to like a 6-1, 6-2 type of scoreline. That being said, if they are really as closely matched as we're hoping they are, we could see some more fireworks here. We've seen a tiebreaker already this weekend, a near tiebreaker directly thereafter. Let's see how they perform on Hybrid 3 here.
Yeah, all of the matches so far have been absolutely insane, and I have high hopes for this one as well. But like you said, can't let it run away too early. Can't let any breakpoints go through. Last week was a bit different with it being first to 5. So with first to 6, you get a little bit more leniency. However, maybe they need it, as Argentina not having the best start could be a client issue. Same with Malza. We're gonna have to see what happens as things tighten up and we tidy things up.
Looks like the team colors weren't set inside of the lobby. It looked like it was a 4v2 going into it, so very quick abort by the referee. Very nicely spotted, and we can get a fair 3v3 on our hands here.
Yeah, so second try here. Gonna see how they do, and starting off, everyone doing just fine. Should be pointed out that Numbo is a hidden player by default. Nothing, it's just all to do with comfort. You don't see that very too often, but it is always interesting when it arises, especially in a setting like MWC.
Yeah, for sure. Always want to strive for visual comfort. We'll see how that moves on as we continue on through this introduction. A couple of 99.5s to start things off, but as the Rainbow 300 starts to rain down and we take stock of the situation, Poland faring through that introduction, about to approach that 400 combo cap as a lobby together, pulling away to the tune of about 3,000 points, but Malza finding a pretty massive drop on the first major Rice burst in this chart. Not answered back by Argentina, and Argentina claws the lead back, 9,000 points in their favor going into the second quarter of the map.
Yeah, really stunning start here. Girl had a lot of early releases on the LN section, but once we got into the streams, we saw Malza drop, I think, 2 or 3 times. They're pretty dirty as well, so a lot of work to be done on the side of Poland and to be able to catch things up. And we're halfway through. There's still a lot of quad streams going on, but it seems like everyone's settled in just fine. Maybe those nerves are just catching up to them.
Yeah, for sure. Get a chance to take stock of the situation. Approaching the back half of the map now, Klobuk standing head and shoulders above everybody else, about a full 10th ahead of their closest competitor, Hakitsu, who finds the drop in return for Argentina. So 2-2 now in terms of the drops, and that halves the lead. Poland is starting to claw this back due to the accuracy advantage that 2 of their players have, Bayetka and Klobuk, trying to pull things back for the side of Poland. Malza trying to lay their support, and Nubble falls, but the trade's back. Klobuk and Malza, a 2-1 in favor of Argentina, helps them grow the lead back as Hakitsu finds yet another drop going into the last quarter.
Yeah, no one really finding comfort on this map except for maybe Bayetka and Girl, 2 of the only FCs in the lobby. And as we get into this really physical section, a lot of LNs coming your way. Seems like Argentina kind of finds their stride and solidifies their lead. There's 8,000 points to their name, and map is closing out. There's not a lot of difficult sections left. I think the work has been done, and I think Argentina really has sealed it.
Yeah, it looked dicey there towards the middle section, but those first couple of drops from Poland kind of set the tone, almost given back there. But ultimately, Argentina pulls through on their first point and makes it 1-0 to start things off.
Back and forth, blow for blow. That's what we like to see for a first point. That is a good sign of things to come.
Absolutely. And right now, all I got to do is wait for Poland's first pick here. What are they going to answer back with to start things off? They have the almost full complement of the rights pool available to them. You imagine they might want to wander into hybrid one potentially if it really comes down to it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like Rice 6, maybe Rice 5, something technical. There we go. Supernova going to be the pick here for Poland to start their match off.
Yeah, so something very vocally dumpy, or as you and I like to say, spoken streams, along with Jax to the percussion. So very fun stuff. First K-pop map of the pool, or of the pools in general. So this should be a good one. Really test Poland and their ability to act on weirder streams, because I think it'll help out in a lot of other maps and they can branch out later. Neck and neck with Poland when it comes to scoring there. So I think that there is a chance that they can take a break point.
Yeah, always on the cards. And like I mentioned, I mean, either one of these two countries starts building up momentum, it can really spiral out of control. So Poland needing to answer back to maintain the parity here. Argentina looking to try and get that first break point as we load into Supernova.
And here we go. First couple of notes trickling in. Once we get into the chorus, obviously it'll be much harder, but here we go for now. This first little section, it seems like Argentina pulling ahead by just a little. Hakitsu looks really clean when it comes to accuracy, but that's honestly matched by Ender Nubek and Klobuk.
Yeah, this is very close to call, going up to that 400 combo cap, and now is when the misses beyond this point are going to do significantly more damage than the first quarter. So now everybody's settling in. 99.9s for Poland, 99.8s for Argentina, and Poland starting to eke out the tiniest of advantages. It's maybe a 10th or two in the back pocket to work with as all 6 FCs stay on the board going into the back half.
Yeah, those two players for Poland that I called out really doing work. Klobuk and Ender Nubek staying strong at basically 99.9 for both of them. Pretty above anyone else on Argentina. That's leading to Argentina really showing how strong they are on Rice in general. And shouts outs to Malza, who dipped down to about 99.7 about halfway in, but really locked in their MA and did not hit any 200s afterwards. Just a solid team score by Poland, 995, 993, 991. And unfortunately for Argentina, even though they did have some pretty good accuracies on Nobu and Girl, it would not have been enough even if Haketsu were to not miss those two notes. Just unfortunate situation, but I mean, what can you do against someone that is just really strong on Rice? So Poland going up 1-1. Thankfully, it is Argentina to pick. They still have SB1. They still have, some weirder picks in line as well. Stuff like the rest of the hybrid pool, honestly. LN3, they could all be good choices.
Yeah, definitely have a couple of avenues of approach for the rest of this match. And I mean, to be fair, the fact that they were able to keep something like Rice 5 as competitive as it was for as long as they did, I mean, it gives them something to work with. Like, they're not completely getting blown out of the water here on the Rice so far. And they're about to jump into their comfort zone. SV1 going to be the pick, going straight into their protect.
Yeah, Horizon Blue gonna be seen here. And honestly, I think that Argentina and Poland both have really good team scores on SV in general. So this should be a closer one than we think, even though it is Argentina's pick and Poland did ban the other SV. Nubbo, Jiro, and Girl doing really, really well last week. And let's see here, Bayetka and Paraxia and Klobuk also did really well last week, though it was on SV2. This one, a little bit more in terms of memorization patterns, a lot more teleports, but we'll just have to see. I think it is a pretty sizable jump in difficulty, so FCs really aren't expected. At least 6-way FCs. I think that someone might trip up at some point, but if a team can pull it off and hit that 3-way FC with decent accuracy, that's basically a guaranteed ticket for a point.
Yeah, I'm willing to agree with you there. It's definitely one of the most volatile picks in any pool because of the fact that you have situations where you have such a light note count that getting up over that 400 combo cap becomes a bit of an issue. If you miss in the middle of the map, that you basically tank your score for the rest of the map. And if your team isn't able to kind of recover for you, then it can lead to a tiny bit of a disaster. But as it stands, you were saying last week, these two countries did immaculate when called upon on the SVs. So more than willing to bet that they at least practiced it. And thankfully not the hardest of, dare I say, gimmicks in this map, but I think anticipation is going to be the name of the game. Who can remember where all these jumps are, all these staggers, all these oddities and ends that mappers like to throw into these SV picks? And here we go, third map of the match. It is going to be Horizon Blue. Good luck to both teams.
And I like how you mentioned, as Klobuk does not take this first couple of notes that well. I like how you mentioned the jumps, because that is very important. In Ignite My Heart and Outer Spongolia, we didn't see a lot of aggressive jumps in the SVs. However, this is very much, especially in the back half, there are a lot of very, very big jumps, very fast jams. We got into a couple of them at the start, and then here we go with a couple of these teleports. Seems like Argentina is picking up quite a decent bit of a lead. Some of that is due to Klobuk, missing, but also just the accuracy in general.
Yeah, really starting to eke out the advantage back. Yetka finding the first drop for the side of Poland, and as I mentioned, this is a very snowbally type of pick. 30,000 points already in favor of Argentina. Paraxia falls as well. The lead is only growing as Argentina continues to knock this pick out of the park, going into the second third of the chart. Already 78,000 points and climbing. Nearly untouchable going into the back half of the chart now.
Yeah, a person to watch out for on Argentina really is Jiro. They did so well last week and continue to do that this week. 99.64, best score in the lobby so far. And as we get this little break section, a couple of slow jams, Klobuk is going to miss again. We see Bagyeka all the way down at 97. Praxia 98. There aren't any more FCs in the lobby for Poland, and the accuracy really is slipping. 100,000 points of a lead for Argentina, and there's only a fourth of the map left. It seems done and dusted for Poland.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those picks where you kind of see what's going on. You feel the first couple of misses come through, and it's like, okay, kind of mental reset. Start looking ahead to the next pick. Get the nerves out. Where this is your opportunity. It's like, okay, it's done. 140,000 points. Unless Argentina has a massive collapse here at the end, there's really nothing you can do here. So what's the next pick going to be? How are we going to reorient ourselves? Because Poland was never going to willingly go into this, especially because of the fact that Argentina had the confidence to protect it. And sure enough, a convincing 142,000 point win, a three-way FC for Argentina on SV1 here.
Yeah, that's that magic that really won them the point against UK last week. This squad is really good. Sure, maybe the accuracy could be better on a couple people for Argentina, but just overall, you can expect that consistency time and time again. If you played this map 100 times in a row for Argentina, likely they'd probably FC it like 90 plus times in a three-way FC. So big ups to Argentina as they gather their second point. Time for Poland to choose now. And where do they go? They just won on Rise 5. Got a lot of different choices here. A lot of tech picks still left. We've got Rise 6, we've got Rise 4, and even, I guess, Rise 1 could be a good pick as well, considering how streamy Supernova was.
And sure enough, Rise 1 is going to be the pick here. So opting to go for one of the more quote-unquote conventional Rise charts. Just straightforward in terms of its patterning. Speed might be a bit of an issue, but I think it's a little bit easier to digest than something more technical.
Yeah, definitely. Go with a straightforward pick. For now, there aren't that many in the pool, considering Jumpstream was banned by Argentina. Still have the Cornjack pick, but that's always kind of an outlier within the Rice pool itself. So Argentina gonna try to find three people to match up Malza Klobuck, and should be actually a lot of people can third man it for Poland. Usually we do have Malza and Klobuck on any Rice LN hybrid pick, and then Poland does a good job of being malleable for that third slot. So for this time we'll see Ender Nubek, and for Argentina we'll see Hakitsu.
Yeah, and Clone Droid making an appearance as well, giving Girl a bit of a break. Able to make it through the first three maps, maybe just a little bit more comfortable in terms of their MA on something like this. It can get a little rough at times. I think what people like to say, mind block is definitely a thing whenever you're playing something that's more straightforward. You start to kind of autopilot a little bit, and that's when you start running into trouble. So we'll see how it goes. Looks like the players are in Ender Nubik, Malza, and Klobuck going against Nubbo, Clone Droid, and Hakitsu. Poland looking to try and keep the parity here, 2-2. Argentina looking to try and pick up that first break point in this match still, because as it stands, we're just getting the tiebreaker if nobody finds one of these.
Yeah, and like you said, mind block definitely could be a key factor in this map. Chokeable is also another word that might crop up and on things like this, especially with streams. They're so straightforward, but honestly, this map is very one-hand trilly. At the beginning, a lot of it you'll see one-hand trills at about 1/5 and 1/6 snaps, and then some more straightforward streams in the back half with 1/8 snaps. So it kind of trades out that patterning for physicality later on, but we'll have to see how they do it in this first section where that finesse really is needed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, those snaps really do start to condense a little bit, and the propensity to want to crush some of those runs, especially since they are so staircase oriented before transitioning into those one-hand trills, can start to run into a bit of an issue, but handled expertly by everybody in this lobby. Everybody above that 99.7 mark, just some outliers above into that 99.8 range. But Ender Nubik finding the first drop for Poland, not answered back by Argentina, and Argentina going to be able to establish a bit of a foothold in this map now. 3,000 points in the lead as we make our way into the second third now.
Oh, and Ender Nubik drops yet again. Just can't seem to keep up physically with these 1A streams. They are very, very difficult to contend with, so I do not blame them at all. But as we get into this little break section and the final break section as well, Argentina 12,000 point lead. Nubbo absolutely carrying their team with a great accuracy of 99.82. Clone Jordan and Hakitu not far behind, but they do need to keep up and they cannot afford to miss because Malsa and Klobuck very much close behind, 99.86 and 81. They need to do everything in their power to stop them, and to do that, they cannot miss. They cannot drop more 200s than they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Transitioning on into the last quarter of the map. Argentina still 13,000 points in the lead as we dive right back on into it. Everybody transitioning beautifully into this section. Poland not out of it just yet, but need Argentina to spot them a couple of misses. Those 2 misses still in the back pocket for Argentina. As we continue on, Ender Nubik able to make it back up with that 400 combo cap, starting to climb up in terms of their accuracy as well. But no trades to speak of on the side of Argentina means that there's really not much Poland can do from this standpoint. Last eighth of the map still left to go, and the lead is staying put here.
What a crazy team score that they're setting right now. Argentina really just need to hold on for this last stream, and with Ender Nubik dropping for a 3rd time, I think you can seal the deal here. 18,000 points as Argentina closes it out. Ender Nubik drops again. Malza fails the FC. Klobuck the only FC left on Poland. Malza again drops, just adds insult to injury. Argentina, what a performance on Rice 1, destroying those streams.
Yeah, crazy team score from their side. And very importantly, the first breakpoint secured for the red team here. 3-1 now with their pick upcoming. An opportunity to really turn the screw in this match. All 3 LNs left open. Hybrid 2 still on the board. It's looking good if you are Argentina. And Poland's going to need to find an answer here to try and right the ship a little bit.
Yeah, Argentina really sitting comfy at this moment. Finally gonna delve into the LN section. And what a pick this is. Arcat's survival something map. Mint's difficulty. Very much a fun map. So lots of density-ish tricks and also release. I would definitely say it's like a density releasey kind of map when it comes to that mixed section. There's a lot of focus on those things.
Dare I say wildcardy in terms of its pattern and structure.
Exactly, yeah.
just everything thrown at you. This map is the epitome of trying to make you uncomfortable while trying to maintain those releases. But I mean, we've been highlighting it. It's like Argentina, a very LN-oriented team. We see Kuru check in to round out that roster. Bagietka gonna lend their support for Poland. Not out of it just yet. Another really short map, and with LNs, it's very easy to start chain missing because you're misreading some of these structures. So, still all to play for, but advantage Argentina at the moment, looking to try and double up off of that breakpoint here.
And I'm quite surprised we aren't seeing Girl on this pick. Maybe just not a fan of some of the patterns presented, but usually we do see Girl instead of Clone Droid for it. We'll see how this works out, as Clone Droid doesn't have the best accuracy starting off, really leaning into Poland, getting that early lead.
Yeah, very much by their standard, maybe a bit of a middling start. Everybody hovering in and around that 99.5, 99.6 range. Meanwhile, you do have the outliers for Poland. Bagietka holding on to the highest accuracy in this lobby, and that really is making all the difference right now in this map, as the lead is only about 1,600 points, but Klobuck finds the first drop, going to swing the lead back in favor of Argentina as they find yet a second drop going into the second quarter of the chart. It is now 9,000 points in favor of Argentina as everybody survives the second one-hand trail, transitioning into the break section now.
Yeah, lots of jacks, lots of chances to miss as Malza drops, so only FC left again. Bagietka needs to do something here and now. We're halfway through the map and Argentina gaining their lead. Something needs to change, and what needs to change is the combos on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, we are combo gaming at the moment if you are Argentina, but you are going to take that and run with it all the way to the bank. 18,000 points in their favor. Really long one-hand trill. Everybody making it through unscathed as we make our way into the next density section. Last quarter of the map still left to go. Accuracy starting to trickle a little bit left and right as the 300 counts start to rise up, but Argentina is going to take that 10 times out of 100 because of the fact that they have all 3 FCs left on the board here and starting to grow their lead even further. 20,000 points going into this outro.
Consistency over accuracy. Really, Argentina showcasing what is the strength when 3 players FC a map. And last couple of one-hand chills, not gonna catch them out. Really strict, gonna get crew with a 200. But by golly, Argentina, yet another point. The accuracies aren't super crazy on them. Maybe for Nubbo, honestly, that was a really good performance. But wow, I mean, 987, 92, 93, that's really all you can ask for. And it leads to a smashing victory against Poland on LN3.
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, as long as your score is higher than their score, it doesn't matter
All
what
that
the
matters.
number is. And Poland sensing a little bit of that danger of losing control of this match. Remember what I said, it can easily snowball. Argentina 4-1 now, really starting to build up momentum. Go for Rice 3, start to try and break up some of this challenge that Argentina is mounting.
Yeah, and what a crazy shift in Rice picking for Poland, going for the core jack. Even though they won on Supernova, more of a techie, streamy pick, they don't feel confident enough to go on Bullet Facet or to go on /A/. So really speaks to how much Argentina has shook them up in this match. So Poland gonna try to find their second point with Reiwa, and potentially it could be their last pick if they don't perform on this map.
Yeah, this is the purest of pure accuracy checks. Can you handle 140 BPM core jack is basically the fundamental question being asked here. We have seen core jack picks in the past be complete shootouts where it is double-digit 200 counts, singular points at certain instances, or just complete washouts because someone can't maintain the consistency and the 200s start coming out, the misses start coming out, and things just completely collapse. For Poland's sake, I hope they can pull something out of the bag here and secure another point. Let them fight another day. But Argentina is going to try and close that door as quickly as humanly possible. And what better way to do it than on a core jack pick?
Exactly, and core jack always one of those skill sets where you miss once, there's a big chance you might miss again in the next snap, or even if you CB rush, that could be basically the end of your run and at a chance of getting a good score on the map. So hopefully that happens to none of these 6 players as we get into this very awkward start. Into these jack patterns, there are a lot of weird transitions. You get a little force streams, stuff like that. That'll change up later on, but it really requires a certain finesse that a lot of people don't really find in a lot of very standard core jack maps. It's not just brainless smashing on this map. There's a couple tricks involved.
Absolutely, you gotta really keep your wits about you. And right now, Poland doing a really good job. Consistent team score, 2 players above that 99.9 mark, but Argentina 1 step behind at the moment. All 6 FCs still left on the board here, but this is, as I mentioned before this map started, going to be an accuracy test. And right now, Poland is answering the call, but only by the slimmest of margins. 3,000, 4,000 points as we transition into the back half now.
Nubbo neutralizing out Klobuck, but Malsa misses, so suddenly things seem pretty good for Argentina. I think the latent accuracies for all of the players in general do seem to favor Poland by just a little bit. So once Malsa really gets up to that 400 combo cap, I think we'll see things swing once back again. But the problem is Malsa needs to get back to the 400 combo cap because they missed yet again. So suddenly it's a little bit more dicey. A third of the map left. Argentina, big lead.
Yeah, 2 of the worst spots to find a drop at. We're not even back into the major core jack section, but once they do, they don't have the combo to get them back into the match. And now lingering at that 99.6 mark under that 400 combo cap. They are just bleeding points over to Argentina, already going to crest that 5,000 point mark. But that being said, I mean, they make it back up with that 400 combo cap. They stem the bleeding just a little bit. There's a tiny sliver of hope that Argentina finds a drop here or there. But as the map is coming to an end, it is 8,000, 9,000 points. Argentina not giving this up, but Malza finds the last drop, and that one might be one too many. Argentina on the cusp of a match point situation. Hakitsu finds the trade back, but it is too little too late, and Argentina make it 5-1.
Oh man, that team consistency yet again for Argentina, shining through and getting themselves 2 match point. Hakitsu, if I were Hakitsu, I would have been sweating on that last miss. However, thankfully they accrued enough of a lead to stave off Poland, even with that little mistake. And honestly, Joe took a couple of bad judgments as well, but still comes out with a very clean 9-9-1 despite 4 100s and a 50. Argentina, man, they are looking quite good, as some GGs came out. I thought it was first to 6.
I thought it was first to 6 also, but we shall see. We're being bamboozled here, Dinah.
We just got. I had to check the calendar. I thought it was April 1st because we did get tricked.
Yeah, it is. It is to 6. This weekend. The match is not over. It is indeed match point situation.
Okay, so Poland wiping the sweat off their brows. They do still have a chance in this match as the referee tries to wrangle them all back like cows in a cattle.
Yep,
in the ranch.
Like emergency situation, everybody call the meeting, get everybody back in here. We are not done. Poland's not out of this tournament just yet.
They've still got a fighting chance in this, and while we wait for the other players to join back in, Sparky, what do you think would be a good choice for Argentina to really secure the best chance of them notching in that final point?
Honestly, LN2 speaks to me. LN1 speaks to me. It's one of those where either one's good. It's just stylistically, what do they want to kind of close things out on? So right now, just waiting for confirmation, waiting for the dust to settle here as we wait for this match. It's had a little bit of everything. We had that break point. We had some really close calls, some astonishing victories. That SV pick still stands out to me as like, wow, it's a testament to just how one-sided those maps can be, but also how swinging they can be. Because all it took was one miss to start off the chain reaction. So
yeah, it really feels like Poland usually has like that stranglehold when it comes to accuracy, team accuracy, but just can't seem to find very clean FCs, and that's been a reason to a lot of their losses on some of these maps so far. Seems like Nubbo has picked LN2, so they are going to try to finish it off on the density pick, which I do really like because that was a big factor in LN3. So very, very good choice by Argentina. Gonna have to see if it pays off. I do think it's probably the best chance that they have at closing it off early.
yeah, for sure. You want to take the path of least resistance, because we've been saying it throughout this match. It's like both these countries so streaky in terms of how quickly they can build momentum, and we've seen it happen in this match already. Argentina, 4 to the good, unanswered, looking to try and close this out. Poland, if they do get this breakpoint back somehow, I mean, that could be the way back in. They can start building on that and start getting some points back, but it's gonna come down to this pick, LN2, do or die for this Polish roster. Can they do it?
Yeah, we've got Pochiko no Shiawase no Nanichijo, collab by U East and Mint, 192 BPM density, and there's a lot of tricks involved, a lot of very long anchors, some funny two-hand inner trills, stuff like that. So Lots of things involved where people can honestly miss, and so far no one has yet, except for Clone Droid, who I somehow missed in the first 200 notes. So Poland, decent lead starting off, however, more needs to be done as the accuracy is kind of lacking on this Olympic.
And Taj coming in for Poland, finding the first drop for the Polish side, going to give the lead back on over to Argentina. Clone Droid recovering very nicely from their early drop, be able to lend their score back into the fold, and they start to grow this advantage going into the back half of the chart now. As you mentioned, everybody kind of settling in this mid 99% range. Nubbo being the only one to start to climb up into that 99.6 mark and really starting to tug this lead back over to their side. That being said, it's still 3,000 points. It's teetering on a bit of a knife's edge going into the last third of the chart here.
Yeah, anything can happen. Points are honestly separated by basically one miss or a couple 200, and Clone Droid actually takes a couple 200s themselves, and Poland tries to cut down this lead, but it's wavering way too much back and forth. 4,000 points. As we get into a slower section, you can see pretty much the true lead here, and this last section is pretty hard. However, I don't know if Argentina will yield. They've been so consistent, they've been so good as a team. Will it continue?
It's 1,500 points. Baguetka's mounting the charge here, 99.64. Nubbo fell from their perch. Now it is Kuru trying to pick up the pieces here. It's still 3,000 points as we make our way through the last couple of bursts. And Argentina is going to hang on and officially close this match out by a score of 6-1, knocking Poland out of the Osmania 4Key World Cup and causing the upset here, 27-22.
What a crazy upset that Argentina has pulled off. And again, I can't talk about it enough. This team is so consistent. They deserve this win so much. So congratulations to Argentina for putting up a good match against Poland. And of course, unfortunate for Poland, but they will be the technically third team out of MWC 2024. They did really well. They were super promising. I can't wait to see what they do next year, honestly, because they have a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be very exciting to see how their country as a whole grows. A lot of new faces, a lot of players that started off new a couple of years ago, really taking up that mantle and seeing where they can push their scene. But all the plaudits to Argentina here, able to make it to the quarterfinals. And I mean, honestly, maybe a bit of a sleeper pick going forward here. Pools are going to get harder. We know they have some really good physical players that can really start to punch above their weight on those rice picks. We already know they're really solid on the LNs, so really excited to see how this team progresses from here on out.
Exactly. That was going to be the last match for us for this Saturday little block. Hope you guys enjoyed. There are a lot more to come on Sunday. Starting off at 0 UTC, we've got the US versus Canada, and then a huge block from 12 to 14 UTC, including about, I believe, 5 matches with 2 doubleheaders, so crazy things coming up there. And I mean, I can't wait to see which of these teams are really gunning for that badge. But speaking of things that are rectangular and can go on your profile, Sparky, do you want to tell us a little bit about banners?
Oh, I would love to. It's been way too long since I could talk about these. You can support any of the 32 teams in this year's Mania 4Key World Cup, even if they've already been eliminated, even if they are going to be eliminated this weekend, by purchasing a banner from the OS store for the low price of $2.50 USD. And if you're indecisive, like me, or have loyalties to multiple countries, you can buy multiple banners and show them all off on your profile. Heck, you can even go the extra mile, buy all 32! You'll win somehow if you choose the winning team of this year's World Cup as your banner. It'll stay just that extra little bit longer on your profile and go on into the next World Cup after this one. So show your support. It means the world to the players and the staff and everybody involved. Purchase a banner today.
Thank you, Sparky. Well, that's gonna do it for us for now. we'll see you in about 5 hours. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and we'll catch you guys in the next one.
Hey, Trust. Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2024. We are now officially starting our Sunday block of matches. And oh boy, what a way to kick it off. Another winner's bracket showdown, the 1 seed versus our 16 seed. It is the ultimate of sibling rivalries. It is the United States taking on Canada for what feels like the umpteenth time, transcending game modes. But they're going to duke it out in Mania specifically tonight. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Dynascape. Dyna, how you doing?
I am doing great, Sparky. Always love to see the North American neighbors smackdown. And what better way with the United States, the number 1, facing Canada, looking to see who's going to make it pass on to round 3 in the winner's side to face seed 9 Malaysia. And we've already seen what both of these teams can do. We know them in and out, you and I, Sparky. So, I mean, we've got a good sense of what game plan they have for this Protect Ban phase.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those cases where it feels a little disparaging at this point, where it's like the United States has felt like they've reached this like peak of performance. Everything has lined up for them beautifully as of last year, and they're facing this Canadian roster, a little bit of a rebuild. A lot of their heavy hitters are either moved on to 7 key or just moved on in general, and the young guns having to come in, maybe bolstered here and there by a little bit of experience, but this could very easily shape up to feel like a David versus Goliath type of matchup. But we always know that David has a chance in these types of matchups. What do you think, Dinah?
I think that Canada can definitely snag a couple of points. I do like United States banning out SV2. As we all know, Canada usually a pretty good SV team, but they forsake it and say, hey, we're going to ban SV1. So this is one of those matchups suddenly where there is no SVs. It's just going to be a battle of pure skill sets, just probably Rice versus LNs based on what protects we have so far. And so pretty scary looking at it right now, like you said, but silver lining, Canada does have Mayo 149 this week. You know, I think they struggled just a little bit against Australia, but still a decently dominant victory 5-2 over them, considering how close they were in terms of seeding, especially without May, just because I believe usually they're kind of like that first or second person in terms of scoring and basically every skill set. So Canada going ahead and picking the Streams map, Rice 1 for the first pick of the match. We have to see how they do as they line up their players. So far it looks like Sunny Verdon, Nemesis, no switch outs so far. Have to see how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting things off with a very straightforward Rice pick, at least in the grand scheme of things, compared to some of the other Rice picks in this pool. Maybe setting the tone a little bit. This is very much going to be a test. The purest test outside of maybe the core jack pick of just raw accuracy. We know that all the players in this lobby are more than capable of sharpshooting some really nice 990k plus scores. It's gonna come down to who can really hold the nerve as the team, who can keep those mistakes to a minimum, the 200 counts low, maybe avoiding the misses. Getting that 3-way FC is gonna be so important in a map like this, and I feel like it's gonna be very important for every map between these two countries, because we know what Canada is capable of. It's just whether or not they can prove to themselves that they can stand up to a team like the United States.
Oh, for sure. And here on the side of the United States, we see Nebjin and Hello Sun, two very big staples when it comes to basically any map, especially in Rice. And their supporting cast is going to be Beta Carotene on this map. Usually puts up a pretty decent score. Sometimes, you know, it's a couple thousand off of those two, but I mean, that's really all you can ask for when your teammates are Nebjin and Hello Sun. So Sunny Verdon, Nemesis, gonna try to do their best. And if anything, they need to, honestly, all three of them need to score higher than Beta Carotene, in the sense that if they all 6-way FC, United States is gonna smash them most likely. So really need to keep up that accuracy. And I think that, a couple mistakes might need to be done on the side of the United States for this map to maybe make Canada take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, opportunities are going to present themselves as this match goes along. I think it'd be doing a severe injustice to Canada, just kind of writing them off before the match has even started. But it's going to be up to them to show that they can capitalize on any opportunity that they're presented. And as we begin the first major stream section, hasn't really climbed up to those 1-8 snaps that we're used to. Still kind of in a building phase, but everybody holding strong. Only about 1,000 points in favor of the United States. That's about 0.1% between the teams at the moment as we begin the build up into the second quarter. And here we go.
Yeah, we know that all 6 of these players really do have that accuracy needed in that beginning section, but as we switch to 8th snappings and the streams get to 320 BPM, we do see 2 players from Canada fall off just a little bit in terms of accuracy. Nemesis even dropping twice. That's not going to do well for Canada, as the United States asked Canada, what is a kilometer, as they stretch a mile ahead in terms of score.
That is the most perfect way to put that. The end of that stream, Nemesis doing their best to hang on, but just not able to keep up with that 300 plus BPM stream. And in their attempt to try and salvage things, that's just where things kind of started to fall apart. A full 2% behind now, and the United States taking that, running with it all the way to a 54,000 point lead going into the last third here.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it's just nerves getting to Nemesis. Is it didn't warm up properly? Because I know them to be able to do this and handle it quite easily. It's just they're not doing too well on this run, unfortunately. And honestly, looking at the other side of the scoreboard, it doesn't seem like they could have done much against the juggernaut known as the United States. All 3 players from them hitting above 99.9 accuracy, essentially. And I mean, United States is not going to give an inch to Canada as they try to close this out on this closing stream.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was a perfect, immaculate run, even with Sunny's best efforts hanging on to that 99.8, by far and away the highest accuracy for Canada. As you mentioned before this map started, I mean, they needed to be above what we were thinking being the third man, the anchor for the United States in beta carotene, and they couldn't even do that. And 200,000 points, the lead, does a little bit of an injustice to how close that was at the beginning. I feel like that's going to be one of those, like, okay, something happened here, but the United States taking it, it's going to be that first break point to start this match off. Could not ask for a better start for this US roster.
Yeah, and if I were Canada, I'd start looking at possibly a switch, just trying to see what's up with Nemesis, as they did not do too well. 95.45 is not acceptable at all, especially when you're in the round of 16 and you're subbed in for Rice Picks. I mean, an 800k is not impressive. You need to look at other players. You need to maybe look at something changing.
Yeah, I mean, we can call it maybe a mulligan. Maybe there was a technical issue towards the middle of that run, and once they saw that second one happen, it was kind of like, okay, yeah, we know who we're playing. Save the stamina, save something here in the tank, because it's going to be a bit of a slugfest, and they need to be firing on all cylinders. But the United States not pulling any punches, going to go straight into LN1 here to start off their first pick of this match.
Yeah, it's starting off with a little bit of LN coordination, which bodes well if they are able to snag this, as LN3 is quite coordinated too. So, I mean, good pick by the United States. Seems like they're going to go for the LN route, as on Boost Anima, we're going to see Peach Marrow subbed in for Beta Carotene. Canada currently making those switches. Nemesis does finally drop out. Who are we going to see for them for their third?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes in. Lazy Ghost 14 going to check in for Canada, and it'll be interesting to see how they perform in comparison to Peach Marrow, who subs in for the United States. Definitely a LN versus Rice-oriented anchor position for both these countries. It's always nice to have that flexibility, to be able to have people waiting in the wings to come in and really show off what they're made of on their preferred skill set. So as we wait for the players to get ready, MP Start Command comes out. We're going to get into the second map of this best of 11. Can the United States double up to start things off, or can Canada find a way to get that first breakpoint back and restore parity in this match?
Yeah, I mean, Sunny and Verdun weren't really that far behind the third player for the United States in Rice. We're going to have to see if anything changes here when it comes to LN. And right now, I mean, looking at the accuracies, things seem pretty even as is. There are a lot of release tricks right now, a lot of, LN jacks. And it seems like Verdun is just absolutely killing it right now, basically neutralizing Hello Sun as Sunny tries to catch up to Peach Marrow.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the thirds, the subs for this map. Peach Marrow holding their own against Lazy Ghost, 0.2%, accounting for a majority of this lead. Right now, the United States has built above 5,000 points and change. And with 6 FCs still left on the board going into the second quarter of the map, once we get into this first real chorus section, things are going to start to build up. These major bursts begin to rain down across all 4 columns. Everybody able to make it through immaculately.
Yeah, I mean, just went through a slew of stagger releases into some weird jacks, getting into some more now, and look at Neptune, 99.86. Takes, I think, a late great, but doesn't really put a damper on their accuracy too much, and especially when United States has such a big lead. At this point, it's really all riding on any misses from the United States.
Yeah, and even then, I think they've built up enough of a cushion to where they can kind of roll through the misses. But Verdun going to be the first one to miss for the side of Canada. And that one looked like something else might have happened, similar to that first map for Nemesis. Hopefully, nothing marring their performance. But as it stands, the United States was already well and truly ahead by about 5 digits. Now they've more than doubled that lead to 36,000 points going into the last third here. And Canada's going to need something major to happen on the side of the United States to have a chance to get back into this map.
Yeah, I mean, that drop from Verdun looked quite deadly. I think they missed an entire 3-note chord at some point. So, I mean, a lot of work to be done for Canada and for them to be able to even put up a fight, as United States starting to run away with it. 40,000 points is honestly quite insane. When you look back to last week, United States versus the Netherlands, the 32nd seed actually, I mean, Netherlands was keeping things pretty close. I think average about like 20,000, 30,000 points between them in any given map. So, I mean, to do this to Canada in the round of 16 map is very, very scary. It's not looking too great for Canada as United States closes it out with an insane team score.
Yeah, just the epitome of consistency. The scary thing is the fact that going further into this tournament, I mean, the United States scales so well with harder map pools. The fact that they're pulling off scores like this, convincing victories, it doesn't really peter out as things get harder. If anything, they get better as things get harder. So 2 to the good as it stands. Canada up to pick once again, sticking to their guns. It's going to be Rice 4, moving into something a little bit more technical now.
Yeah, and it seems like they want to stick with their attack on Rice plan, and I do like the switch in categorization. You know, you didn't do too well on Rice 1, so maybe it's time for some tech, because Rice 3 seems like, too straightforward. It's core jack, United States probably isn't going to miss. You gotta look for any openings, and what better opening than some chokeable maps down in the Rice section. So Bola face it, very, very good choice for Canada. Probably one of their better picks in order to steal a point.
Yeah, this map is so abrasive. It's so short as well. Just over 1:45 seconds. And I always like to say, all these shorter maps, you play with fire a little bit. You force yourself to avoid those misses, because the score loss from misses on maps this short is so much more exacerbated in comparison to something like a stamina pick that goes well over 3 minutes, closer to 4 minutes. You can kind of recover in the midway portions. Here, if you miss in the middle of the map, that is essentially the 7,000, 8,000 points you're giving over, and that's if you keep it clean. If it's a dirty miss, all bets are off.
Pretty much. I mean, this map really gives no room to breathe. Like you said, any misses, many more could potentially follow, especially with the bursty nature of this map. A lot of it coming from 187 BPM jacks, a lot of those pretty decent density as well, doubles into doubles, stuff like that. And then transitioning out into the streams can be a real nightmare for some of these players. So physicality much needed, as well as, you know, you kind of have that balance of should I go for accuracy or should I go for combo when thinking about this map?
For sure, and I feel like that's a gamble you have to take with regards to the combo versus accuracy type of question. And if I'm Canada, I'm taking the combo game because all you need is the United States, one or two of their players finds a miss at an inopportune time. So long as you're still within maybe a 0.2% in terms of your accuracy, then things maybe start going your way a little bit and you start to build up a little bit of confidence as you move on. And right now we are just waiting for Canada. They decided to take their time out, waiting for one of their players. I feel like somebody to round out this roster. I think they were mentioning the aforementioned Sawdust Inhaler, I believe, also known as Accelerix, if I remember correctly. Gotta love the name changes, but somebody who can maybe lend some stability to this Canadian Rice-oriented roster.
Yeah, I do like the potential Accelerix sub in. I think that they are really, really good when it comes to Rice accuracy. And we saw on the night away, Rice won for that first pick. Honestly, Sunny and Verdun did their best, and they weren't too far behind the second and third players for the United States. So again, a three-way FC is basically needed for Canada. But if they can pull it off and United States falters even once on any of these three players, that means Canada can take this point.
Yeah, there's definitely avenues for them, especially like even moving past this pick, just opening up the rest of the more tech-oriented picks. We have like /A/ and the name escapes me, but we have Rice 5 and 6, the two just below Balafasset, as potential options to really just keep the United States on their toes, just pay a little bit more respect in terms of the level of performance they need to give to ensure they lock down these points. And I mean, with the way things have been going, even if Canada goes on to lose this pick, if they can keep it within, I'd say like 5,000-10,000 points, I take that as a win for confidence sake, at least. But with that being said, we're moving on into the map. Sawdust Inhaler not going to be in this one. It's going to be Lazy Ghost backing up Sunny and Verdun, looking to try and scratch the armor of this near invincible looking United States roster.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. And starting off already, Era Sunny, very, very strong accuracy, especially when you compare it to Beta Carotene and Hello Sun. More of that is going to be needed, and Verdun Lazy Ghost might need to potentially up the accuracy by just a little bit. But as we said, you know, misses are needed on the United States, but unfortunately for Canada, misses are what's happening on their side as Verdun and Lazy Ghost both take one. Lazy Ghost takes two, and suddenly Canada finds themselves with a 30,000 point and climbing deficit.
Yeah, again, we were talking about it before this map started. It's the double-edged sword. It's like, it's a short map. Yes, there's less opportunity for mistakes to happen, but when those mistakes do happen, this is what can potentially become of it. You're barely over that 400 combo cap. You're trying to get back over it. That's 30 seconds gone that you give some free score over to the United States. And I mean, even if they hadn't, we would have started harping on the accuracy requirement needed to stand up to the United States. 3 players above 99.9%. The level of consistency the United States has found within themselves these last couple of years is something to behold. It reminds me of the Brazilian teams from the late 2010s in terms of level of performance. Sunny goes down through that monologue, Lazy Ghost as well, but I mean, it's all for naught. 75,000 points. How do you touch the United States on a map like this?
it's not impossible, Sparky, really. I mean, when you think about their performance on this map, basically every other map that we've seen so far from them this tournament, it's hard to scrap together like 3 players in general to beat the United
23.
States. 23 is absolutely insane. All DDPs coming out from the United States. A couple of bad judgments on Beta Carotine's side, but to get a 993.5 even with those is absolutely disgusting and still blows out of the water any player on the Canadian team.
Yeah, best efforts, best foot forward for Canada. I mean, on any other day, any other team, maybe they're able to get away with some of those scores, but not in this case. They're just being put to the sword right now. 3-0 with the United States out to pick once again. LN2 going to be the option for them.
And will Sawdust Inhaler be the change that's needed for Canada? It's really tough. As we saw on the last map, there was a huge disparity in terms of score for the LN map. So this one, again, a good choice by the United States. Honestly, any choice is good for them. But, LN, when it comes to facing Canada, seems like it's been working by a large amount. Canada losing by almost 50,000 points on Boost Anima. There's a lot of work to be done for the boys in red and white, and United States just looking to make this a quick one. Will this become a sweep? It's entirely possible.
Yeah, I think the worst part about it is the fact that Canada doesn't even have something like the SV charts to kind of fall back to. We always like to keep those in the conversation as a potential like wild card type of pick, that Hail Mary type of situation where you never know, you can catch someone cold and those misses start to come out, the anticipation of some of those teleports and some of those maps. But given that they were both banned out, it's just straight shooting from here. And right now the United States has drawn a bead and they are dialed in.
Yeah, it's hard to catch someone out cold on the United States, especially when Hello Sun and Neptune have really just been holding it down for their team. Peach Marrow and Beta Carotene always bringing out such good supporting scores, whether it be on LN or Rice for the two of them. So, I mean, United States really does just have such a solid roster, as always. And, I mean, again, that's why we call them a juggernaut as we delve into this density pick. 192 BPM for not too long, only 2 minutes. So, as you always say, mistakes are absolutely deadly on this map.
Yeah, especially when you're being asked to perform at the level that these players are pushing themselves to. It is essentially, misses are banned, essentially. 200s are cutting it close. And as we continue on, this is a better start for Canada at the moment. 4,000 points, but we've said that before on some of these other pigs, and things have kind of gone south for them. Can they hang on? There is a little bit of life. Halosa, Nebujin holding on to 4 for the United States, 99.9 for them. Got the 99.7s for Canada, just 2/10 behind their counterparts. Still within striking distance, still in with a shout to try to capitalize on a potential mistake with half the map still left to go here.
Yeah, tons of teams would be salivating at the thought of only a 5,000 point differential halfway into the map versus the United States. And Canada, although it has gone up to 7,000 points, still very much so in it. As we get into some of these longer density runs, it's very tough, especially with Neptune at a 99.95, but really that weak point being Peach Marrow, as Sunny and Verdun right up their alley. It seems like a couple of misses are needed and need to be in order for the Canada to take this point, and it's looking pretty tough as we try to close things out.
Yeah, it's a testament to the level of performance when we say that Peach Marrow is the weakest link for the United States at 99.76. No, just 99.76. A accuracy that many players would kill for on a map like this. And the United States is going to be able to close this one out. 20,000 points to margin. The closest we've seen this match so far. 6-way FC. Cleanest performance we've seen from Canada, but it's just next level from the United States. Neb and Hello Sun. How consistent are these two? Double-digit perfects from Neb once again on an LN pick that dense.
Yeah, 9985 is nothing to scoff at. You look at the statistics later on in the weekend, and you'll probably find Neptune's name on top of a lot of them. And I mean, things are getting quite dire for Canada. It does seem to be their pick and potential last pick, so this is very much so important for them to be able to strike on the right map.
Yeah, and at the 11th hour, who answers the call but May 0149 stepping in for Canada. This was more akin to the lineup that I think we were expecting going into this match for the Rice pick. Sunny, May, and Sawdust Inhaler kind of locking it down for Canada to try and contest. And right now with the United States up 4-0 at the moment, they can kind of take some luxuries, give some players a break, or kind of mess around with the rosters. Let some players get some experience, get some play time. Reshiram checking in for the United States, a very storied player in their own right as well. Normally reserved for the SVs, given their preference, I imagine, now with their level of play count, at least inside of OS, but definitely more than capable of swinging a performance on something like this as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, you could put Reshiram on basically
Everything.
any map in this. Yeah, you could put them on everything, and they would still do just fine. Usually would probably be that supporting score for Nebjin and Hello Sun. But we do get to see May, which is very exciting as well. Was not there last week, and I think also qualifier week as they were injured. I believe, honestly, they're still injured, which is why they didn't play on these maps, alluding to why we didn't see them on some of these other Rice picks, which is honestly really unfortunate for Team Canada.
Yeah, definitely a very good player, and I hope they're on the right scroll speed. You wouldn't want to come in much slower than what you were expecting, but I mean, you play with the hand that you're given. If this is the scroll speed that they're going to play with, so be it. The United States isn't going to pull any punches here.
No, not at all. And unfortunately, on this map, there really aren't any places where you can scramble and hit the increased scroll speed button on your keyboard. So May's just going to have to duke it out on this really slow scroll speed. Still doing just fine. All things considered, 98.6 on this is kind of crazy. But, I mean, the damage is already done. We're basically just reaching combo cap, and United States pulling ahead with a 4,000 point lead. So, a lot of work to be done for Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get into the first real major section of Jump Stream, only a quarter of the map done so far. And again, tell me if you've heard the story before. 99.9s across the board. We know that the United States is more capable of swinging scores like that, but Sunny and Sawdust Inhaler, 99.9s of their own, able to stand toe-to-toe with the United States at the moment. And May starting to bring up the performance as well, 99.4 and climbing, starting to settle in just a little bit here. But finding the drop, as I mentioned their name, I am so sorry. And the lead doubles to about 9,000 points as we continue on here. The United States still looking strong as ever. And, I mean, give or take a couple 300, Snep is basically at 100%.
Pretty much, and it really is unfortunate to see May drop that combo, because really when you look at it, Sawdust Inhaler and Sunny basically cancel out Peachmere and Reshiram. It all would have been Neptune versus May. And thinking about it, you know, a couple of misses could have been on the United States side, but Sunny finding a miss halfway into the map, especially once we get into that break section, that's very, very unfortunate for them. United States pulling through 16,000 points. There's a third of the map left. May drops again. Sawdust Inhaler, the only FC left for Canada, and things look absolutely dire.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it repeatedly. We sound like broken records at this point, but it's just the level of consistency, the team scores that the United States is able to put out here. It's a marvel to behold, and very few teams in the last couple of years could have hoped to have said something similar. But as it stands, last quarter of the map left to go. This is the strongest team performance Canada has put forth here. It's unfortunate that it's this late on in the match, but I mean, hey, at least they can kind of take some confidence in this as Sawdust Inhaler, the final FC for Canada, goes down. Still hanging on around that 99.9 range. Very clean drop overall. Sunny as well coming up to meet them in terms of the accuracy, but it's definitely a bit of a what if. What if this roster was at full strength? Maybe it would have played out the same way where the United States kind of builds these 9 insurmountable leads, but it would have been back and forth for a while. And as the last couple of notes rain down, the United States going to make it a match point situation. 5-0 to start this match off with their pick upcoming. A opportunity to put a nice little bow on proceedings as a 3-way FC and 3-way V1SS.
Yeah, Neptune yet again with a DDP. It doesn't matter what kind of map it is, whether it be tech, LN density, jump stream, this man can really do it all. And I mean, United States, in that last match that we just had commentated on, Argentina versus Poland, we talked about Argentina has that consistency, Poland has that accuracy. This is what separates top teams from these middling seeds like Canada. You have to have both if you want to be the best. And I mean, I can't remember. Honestly, I'm not sure if United States has missed on a map in brackets so far.
I don't believe so. At least this round. Round 16, 5 for 5 as it stands. I'm more sure somebody's already going to fact check us for round of 32, but you'd be hard pressed to find a moment where they drop maybe a 50. I'd be willing to say somebody dropped a 50 somewhere, but it's just levels. There's everybody at the moment in like their own pool, and then you have the US.
I just checked myself. Sorry for cutting you off, but I mean, US didn't even drop a 100 in the round of 32. We had Beta Carotine's 50 in Bowl of Face It with that double tap near the end, but that is quite literally the first bad judgment that the United States have had in the bracket stage. So just absolutely insane for performance for them. They are going to try to finish things off on Mechanical Jaeger Hybrid 2. Much like LN1, their previous pick, super coordination heavy.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, going into this match, they basically had pick of the litter of what they wanted to play. Just, what do we enjoy? What do we kind of need to grind out? What do we want to avoid? And you can kind of just check off, yeah, we can play everything. Okay, cool. What do you guys want to play? And their picks have been near perfect.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a not perfect pick when you're essentially you're nearing perfection as a team in MWC, right? And so I mean, United States looking to crush Canada 6-0 as we get into this potentially final pick in Hybrid 2. A lot of coordination needed, like I said, so there's a lot of chokeability on this map, especially when it comes to things around the LNs. However, as we've seen time and time again, United States, will take a lot to break them.
Absolutely, and as we make our way through this introduction, everybody makes it up over that 400 combo cap. Another very strong start for the Canadians, able to kind of keep the US in check for the moment. 3,000 points, separated just by that accuracy, as we've been harping on this entire match. It's just, there's looking for the opening, just something, a crumb, a morsel to latch onto, to try and swing this over to the blue side, but the United States, the cruelest customer at this establishment, not willing to play ball with the other teams as they begin to grow their advantage to 7,000 points. There hasn't been a mistake made in this map so far. 6-way FC, and it's 13,000 points.
Just always a scary sight to see. We are getting into a break section, so you can really recollect and just take note of how you're doing. And right now, Canada is really in the hot seat as Sawdust Inhaler takes a late 200. Lazy Ghost, I believe, in early 200. A lot of 200s coming out from Canada as we get into this little KI section, and that lead for the United States is just going up.
Yeah, this is by far the cleanest Canadian performance so far, and even then, it is just not enough to even put a dent in the United States. Sunny goes down, and with that, probably any hope of winning this pick as we make our way through this outro. It is going to be a clean sweep as Lacey Ghost falls as well. A little bit of a connection issue for Sunny. I think they ended the map just a little earlier than everybody else on the stream, and it is official. It is a 6-0 clean sweep. Another team V1SS for the United States. An immaculate performance, the cherry on top of a delicious Sunday for the United States as they push Canada down into that loser's bracket.
Oh yeah, syrupy sweet victory for the United States, sweeping Canada, who was a very scary team, off of their feet 6-0. So United States gonna go on to play seed 9 Malaysia, who had quite the upset against China earlier on Saturday, and Canada going down into the losers bracket, gonna face off against Argentina, who we saw pulled off an amazing upset against Poland.
Yeah, so not the end of the line for Canada, as we mentioned. Commiserations to them. Live to fight another day. Hopefully, rest up, heal up, and come back full force next weekend. The United States, of course, marches on dutifully as I think they expect of themselves to just keep it as clean as possible, leave no room for doubt. And I mean, that we're gonna run out of superlatives for this team, I imagine, before this tournament is up. Somebody has to come up and stop them.
Yeah, I feel like I'm already grasping at straws when I have to try to describe the three that they said. Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, that is gonna do it for us for now. Only match in this little block. We do have quite a bit going on in about 11 hours. So starting at 12 UTC, we have a double header, and then we also have a match at 13 UTC, 2 on 14 UTC. So 5 matches in 3 hours is going to be absolutely a treat. And Sparky, honestly, I don't have any witty transitions into this. Could you please explain the banners for us?
Absolutely. If you enjoy any of the action that you have seen so far and you wish to support teams just that little bit further and show off your support on your profile, you can head on over to the O store and for the low price of $2.50, purchase yourself a team banner. Any of the 32 teams that have qualified for this year's edition of the Mania 4Key World Cup are on the board, and you can show your support by purchasing their banner. And if you're indecisive like me, can't pick a team, pick multiple. You can buy as many as you want. You can buy all 32. And if you choose the winning team at the end of it all, your banner will stick around just that little bit longer leading up into the next World Cup. So why not show your support? Pick up a banner today. Show your appreciation for the players, for everybody involved in making this event as spectacular as it is. But with that being said, we will close it out here. We'll catch you guys in about 11 hours. Get some rest. Be prepared for more insane 4-key action. And we'll catch you guys later.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osmania 4K World Cup 2024 round of 16. We have two matches that are happening concurrently. Korea versus Taiwan is happening on the mainstream. However, if you're here, that means you're tuned in for Philippines versus Japan, seed 4 against seed 13. These two teams have met twice before in the 4K World Cup series. Once in 2022 and once all the way back in 2014, and in both matches, Philippines have won. So this could be the third time for Philippines to take a victory over Japan, or maybe Japan could finally get some revenge. I am Raviel and I'm joined by Mifa. Hello.
Hello there. I'm actually doing fantastic. This I believe this is, I feel like, the one of the most anticipated matches, given they're a bit of a backstory in terms of how how competitiveness in both the teams are relatively pretty much unchanged over the years, and this clearly shows. Given the seed, it might not look like the seeds are that close enough to tell the difference, but these guys are veterans. to be fair.
Yeah, Kuke coming back to play for Japan again, and another veteran in a father as well. Like, these two players have been in the main scene of Japan, but the rest of the team is somewhat new. So we'll see how they will fare.
It does look like it's someone's new, but you might notice if you're following into like the community tournaments that were happening around the 2024 period. I believe Japanese Mania Championship, or JMC, was happened for like a couple of months ago, and it clearly looks like that roster for Japan feels like there's some happenings, changings here and there. I believe two of the three players are emerged like victorious over like that tournament. So I guess this clearly shows some consistency in there, which Japan clearly shows that they have managed to get through like the winner's bracket quite easily, I feel.
Yeah, fusing in the new with the old, the experience with some of the raw talent coming up for Japan. As Philippines do take their first protect, which will be Boost Anima LN1. And come on, Japan. Please protect SB2. I'm waiting.
Japan has been historically, over the years, have been exceptional at SB2.
Yeah.
But they're going for a Cortec, which is understandably so. But I feel like there's a chance for SBs to be staying. There's no bans, I feel. It's just both of these teams are kind of try to dip their toes on whether or not they're gonna take out of the equation.
Philippines did ban SB2 in the round of 32, so if we're gonna follow that script, I fear the worst.
It could be anything, but Japan is also is very pretty much really scary on the rise. But they're actually going for bans for LN density for Japan. Philippines though, maybe I would say either the Rise or Rise. I think there's no image. But they're actually banning Horizon Blue. Okay. So Most Original is staying up here.
Okay, you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised.
Alright, but that begs the question: what would Philippines scores do against Japan in this case?
You know, we always hype up Japan as like this SV juggernaut, but like in this iteration of the 4K World Cup, Japan has been slightly quieter. Like, they are still extremely good, don't get me wrong, but they weren't like getting first on SV maps left, right, and center. So maybe Philippines, taking that into account, maybe they could pull off a short victory if they do go for SV2. But Hybrid 2 is actually gonna come out.
Okay, I did not expect that Philippines are trying to go hybrid this, like, literally the first pick. It's very early on in the match, and I would expect like the hybrids being in a late game, on the later picks, maybe like in a almost tie-break situation, 3-3, 4-3, or whatever. But this being early on is a kind of fresh.
I mean, they are first on Hybrid 2 of the previous round, and Japan were 8th. There's a 19,000 point gap.
Although, if you're just comparing the last round scores
Yeah.
than this. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's completely fair, given the difficulty increase is in a different way.
I mean, it's either you come up with speculation or you base off what we have in scores.
I always believe in Japan's hybrids because that has been happening on winning on the clutching on hybrids every single year.
I mean, this is definitely the lineup that we expect for both these teams because both these teams, these 6 players did play hybrid 2 in the round of 32. Kuki is missing.
Kuki's probably changing colors a
Yeah.
little bit.
There we go. So the ones to definitely look out for, Silueska and Kuke, the veterans of these two teams.
I mean, out of all the hybrids so far, I did not expect for this particular pick has the lowest appearance rate of any other hybrids. Because for some reason, introduction was having one of the higher appearances maybe in terms of hybrids.
Yeah. It's a very interesting shakeup.
Like you would think Hybrid 1 and Hybrid 2 would have more appearances in matches, but no, it's actually clearly the opposite.
Well, let's see if this will work out for the Philippines. First pick of this match.
Yeah, Batmania player for 13 Whisk coming from Japan. I would assume they have the complete tournament dynamics to be able to play at this caliber.
Yep, and when you have those two from Japan, you also have the two from the Philippines, Plana and Liviet. The two new players from Philippines. As the veteran of Philippines drops Silueska L, the first victim.
Very early on, actually. Not too much of a shake-up in terms of lead. It can change a little bit.
Yeah.
Many player has few issues on the accuracy side of things, especially on dealing with the shields, most likely.
Yeah, actually, the entire team of Japan slowly dropping in accuracy as Plana leads the way for the Philippines as they are trying to put this lead back in just accuracy alone. Even with the miss from Silueska L, it was before the 400 combo mark. So that is why the damage has not been that great, and Philippines has taken that lead back, I think.
I mean, in Elze's or I guess Emily's defense, that drop was just clean enough to make sure that accuracy doesn't alter beyond a dirty miss or whatever.
Yeah, indeed. But this lead is so small. Another mistake is gonna be way more fatal this time round.
We're already into the last third of the chart. I feel not much going on except for maybe some shakeups into some actors. They're trying to build up as fast as they can to make sure that the lead is mitigated.
Yeah, the lead is actually slowly increasing in the favor of Philippines. Still a 5-way FC in the lobby as well. As Livia actually takes over the MVP of the lobby, I think tied with Plana now in accuracy.
Nothing's changing there. Just the lead is over trying to skyrocket in terms of Philippines' favor. It's about 12,000. Just before we had like 4,000, and now it just clearly there's a sizable lead now. A miss can still be there, but Philippines will comfortably take this one.
Yeah, just accuracy game. Way too superior over Japan, as we see 5 300ths of a difference between Plana and Liviet. Still a pretty decent performance from Japan, 3-way FC, but accuracy, you can definitely tell Philippines took it from the start.
Even just full comboing is not enough now. These are Cs that you would most likely aware about how they would control their sharpshooting. Now they're going for
my
Vortex.
gosh. Ooh, okay.
All right, this is interesting enough to see that we're probably seeing a lot of 99.9 pluses.
Oh man. Gosh, the early days of when COD Jax was still like a new pick. I remember Japan was just that one team that had like the craziest ratios.
Although maybe in this case, maybe not this time because core jacks are mixed
Yeah.
in between 1.6 and 1.8 burst, so it's not straight core jacks per se. It has bits of some, but not. It's not just autopiloting anymore.
I mean, we definitely see a throttle back in. No crew K, which I guess maybe makes sense. We do see NA2303 and Yomogi. And a single change from the Philippines, Falcon coming in for Siluesca.
As you would expect for most likely for core jacks, you would try to not avoid too many 300s. I say
Yeah.
avoiding too many 300s. On with emphasis.
Yeah. I mean, these two teams are just that good, right?
Oh, 4K. Actually, that's a 50 and a S100 miss probably.
Yeah, that's quite dirty. I mean, it is still very early on, just like Siluesca Elza's first miss on Mechanical Jaeger. This is still okay.
I mean, both of the Philippines players are able to carry that with I guess, arguably higher accuracies than the other two players from Japan.
Yeah, the thing is, if Japan just don't miss, they take this point already. Like, just from that 4K miss. But let's see if that will be the case. I mean, so far so good for Japan. 99.91, 93, and 96. And so Philippines is 92, 95, and unfortunately for 4Ken, 74, which is what is making this difference.
Looks like 4Can's recovery has been substantially faster than before though, because from 98.5 after the miss going to 99.7, almost 99.8 is a faster recovery.
It definitely is, but it will also just hurt so much for the Philippines if that is just going to be the only error of this map. I think Japan is like increasing in accuracy as well, which is just absurd.
Well, we still got some few 1.8s and whatever.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you're not autopiloting this easy. Although accuracy starts to pick up because 4Can picked up a few 200s that day.
Yeah, the lead is actually increasing towards Japan. 8,700 points is the difference. I do not know that if that is because Japan are increasing the accuracy more than Philippines, or if Philippines dropped any accuracy. I don't think that's the case.
It's
I feel like
it's a mixed bag with
Yeah.
our lowest player. Flutter has been staying in the 99.9 range, not increasing that much of an accuracy, but it's still there to make up the difference. In fact, Yomogi though is now coming back up to 99.98. I know.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. And I think Japan will take it as long as there's no wacky errors towards the end of this map. They just need to see it out, and they do. That is a team score.
Less than 5,000 in
Oh
max 3
my
million,
gosh.
but 40, 70, and 130. That's okay. 70 and 70 for Livet and NA, so that's a tie basically. But you know, whew, boy.
Yeah,
In soft
okay.
tournaments, that will be a rematch.
I did a quick math. If 4Ken V1 double S, Philippines would have still lost, but I
Yeah.
believe it would be like roughly around 2,300s.
It is 20 because two 260 300s and 240 300s.
Yeah. That is disgusting though.
Ultimately,
Oh
it
my
doesn't
gosh.
really matter for the
It didn't matter,
Philippines.
yeah.
It's Japan's victor, so Philippines will have something to respond in to make sure that they don't lose their momentum so much. There's been a couple of ties in terms of individual scores so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't feel I kind of feel that wouldn't be really possible, but it happens. It's twice even.
I mean, with COD Jack picks, definitely, because the rate of V1 double S is so high that it just turns into a ratio battle.
I mean, do you still remember that one time, like 2019, where a tie happens on an SB pick? That kind of throws me off a little bit.
Okay, they're dipping their toes into LN.
Temple Run. Oh, alright, so it's not that much different. Well, I feel like it's not that much different with like a hybrid 2 structure. It just has more shields in their LNs.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking if Crew K is actually going to come back in for this. Okay, I think Crew K will. So Weska's also back in.
I mean, funnily enough, Japan did a full swap on their core jack pick.
Yeah.
So
Hey, I mean, that just kind of shows your flexibility as a team.
though in this case, Philippines only had one swap for every different category of their picks now. LZ with the Forken and then Forken with the LZ for something else.
Actually, I was quite surprised that Plana stayed in instead of someone like Valeria.
Yeah, maybe Valeria will be playing on most of the tech price picks in particular. We've seen like on like that one Zeta pick from on the round of 32, and then there's also Bluffase, and then also A by High 19. So this time NA is now coming said about bad Mania player. Well, not bad per Mania player by definition.
just the name bad Mania player, yeah. But okay. Very interesting. I don't think NA played any of the LM maps in round 32. They have not.
I'm kind of wondering why would the name would be like that. Is it like some sort of chemistry joke or whatever? Because NA is like it's not a sort of hard pronunciation to do.
I unfortunately cannot give much information because I failed my chemistry.
Alright. That's a thing. Alright, Temple Run that is. Or Chiyoko Survival Sudoku-chan or whatever.
Yeah. I think, well, accuracy once again favoring Philippines really nicely. Kuke is actually doing quite well to match Philippines' highest accuracy.
Yeah, it does need more though to make up for the difference though. The other two players from Japan is trying their best to make up for the lowest player in Philippines' accuracy.
Oh, this is like the same situation as Mechanical Jaeger, where Japan are just falling behind in accuracy and they just need to hope for a couple of misses from the Philippines. It cannot be a clean miss.
Doesn't seem to change the lead all that much. In fact, all Philippines players has the lowest being 99.8, but on the side of the limit, that's kinda insane to think about. The trill doesn't seem to catch anyone.
Yep. Yeah, Philippines so far so good. It's just the story of 13 Wiz and NA just being behind.
Picked up. That's a massive. That's 2 drops back to back.
I did say there had to be multiple misses. Now the conversation's back on.
Shift though.
Oh, I don't know. The 400 combo cap is gonna be hit by Silhouette and it's 3,000, 4,000 points of a difference. Actually, okay, I don't know. I think it might still be Philippines at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough time. It's now all done and dusted.
Wow.
6,000 point there. A bit of a jump scare too. It's the end. 2 drops back to back by LZ there. But
oh my god!
Solid accuracy by Planet and Crew Cave. You want double S per piece there.
This was basically the reverse of Mechanical Jaeger, where Silvestre missed at the start and then everyone else was just holding on, and then Japan just lost on accuracy. This was the same thing, except it was way closer.
I'll tell you what, all the misses coming from the low on the low bottom corner there. Every single time. Yeah,
bottom left screen is cursed. Philippines, if you're watching this, you might want to swap your players around.
All right. For Ken coming back, and I'm assuming we're just gonna go with I guess Rice, or it's just go towards SB.
I mean,
which is
if it is Rice, what can Japan even go for? What is safe? Like actually jump stream, right? You think? Rise 2?
I feel like if they were gonna go that route, they would have to be aware that Philippines jump stream score is also kind of it's kind of rival there. I would say maybe the night away or Rise 1 speed pick might be one of the better solutions to do.
I mean, I'm just basing it off the round 32 scores. Japan have number 1 on Rise 2 from round 32, and Philippines did not play Rise 2, so that's why I threw that into the hat. But will Japan pick it out of the hat is going to be the question.
Oh, there you go, Blue Facade. Okay, dipping their toes on the tech now.
Gosh, this map is crazy. We've seen some incredible swings in like split seconds on this.
Well, there have been some swings on the lead, I guess in particular for Blue Facade, because towards the end there's that one specific jump gun section that if you miss one specific column, you're gonna miss like 3 times in there. Though in this case, it might be a little bit risky, but it has to be because Japan is probably running their picks in short supply, basically.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like there's Valyria for Philippines. It's gonna be the same team that played Reiwa, I think.
Yeah, no, Yomogi and a fodder as well, coming back in for Japan, of course.
I also just noticed Philippines actually changed their players around.
Oh yeah, it does. Maybe. Okay. Orchid is not on the bottom left, so it's just gonna go with this.
Be careful.
Hey, I mean, if this is the pick that they want to miss, then so be it. This pick is well, very risky to take over if you cannot do fast jump gun transitions. And of course, also, it's April. The star rating is always deceptively low.
Oh yeah, 4.54 does not do this map justice at all.
The world is ending. Oh, fodder with a very bad drop at the intro. Just the intro, but you know, there's some material in the map going, and you know, it might not be the worst thing in the world.
It might not, but that's such a weird place to drop, especially from someone like a fodder. But
Yomogi, please, come on! Oh my god, come on now! You cannot do that in the first 350 notes.
Whoa! Yomogi just casually pulling off a Miyuka and flicking the accuracy back up to 100%. I mean, Philippines 99.8 with Ilviet leading the line 99.92. This is still a very strong start for the Philippines.
Okay, I did not really expect for someone to 100% at 350 notes. It's like kind of insane.
That is.
Although
crazy.
the lead's now cut down actually because of that accuracy alone.
Oh, but Yomogi did drop down to 99.94 and is actually matching NA.
Watch out, because the outro is trying to try their best to make sure someone will slip.
Oh, this lead is so small. One miss on the Philippines.
Oh, that's a bad drop from a fodder.
A fodder, yeah.
Running out of time here. Now Philippines is trying to run away with this lead now.
Wow, I think they got it. It's a 6-way FC. As long as
not a 6-way, not a 6-way, or it's just like a fodder or a miss on the very intro.
5.5-way FC. I want to count that as an FC for a fodder because that was so unfortunate to miss at the start. But that is still a break point for the Philippines.
Come on now, you cannot do that on the tactic where you can still get double digits.
Oh man,
you can't be serious.
I have a really bad feeling that Japan could have won that without the misses from the fodder.
That's a break point to Philippines there. That's a really good situation to be in now.
Yeah, back to the Philippines to pick as well. Also, the bottom left curse has now been transferred to Japan.
The curse, maybe it's a little bit weaker. It's not a B1 Noblesse. Philippines have to, yeah. I mean, they have choices. They got Boo Boo standing by. They're protect now.
Yeah. Okay. This makes sense for sure.
This does make sense, and also the fact that the whole roster for Philippines have been very consistent with their LN. Well, apart from one player choking, but it's still relatively a very high accuracy to make up
Yeah.
for that.
Like, even when the sole player is choking, they are really not that far behind from the rest of the team. And we actually do see a new player come in for this match.
Silicosis too. I believe it's Cup. Man,
Yep, it is Cup. Cup
Alright.
03 for those that probably know them around the Mania scene, I believe, from 4DM, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they also played like a year ago or something.
Yeah, you're correct. They did play last year as Cup 03.
It just seems like a weird choice for a name, but okay.
I mean, I'm just going to refer to them as Silicosis 2. Because there exists a Silicosis already.
I will not comment on that.
Okay, Kuke is actually in for this.
I mean, expectedly so, because every time 2K now is not just an LM player this time.
Alright, let's see.
Maybe there could be surprises that we don't know for Japan. I don't know.
Thing is,
Waiting for the
Philippines has
top-
always...
yeah.
Oh, yeah, top row is just buffering a bit. Oh, there we go. Philippines has always been like known for being a pretty strong LN team, so it's really up to Japan to see if they can try and cause a surprising upset on this.
I'm looking around to see if the draws. It's only the Bad Mania player for, I guess, in the intro. Maybe a little bit of a shaky start, but should be catch up to it soon enough.
I mean, everyone in Japan is losing to everyone in the Philippines. Just from accuracy.
Seems to be consistent enough for the Philippines to be able to match, I guess, for their teammates.
Yeah, once again, the story is just that Japan has to play catch up, and they definitely have to do that. As Kuke finds the first miss, and now that lead extends into the 5 digits.
Yeah, 5-figure lead for Philippines. It's already looking kind of grim, is it? Because there's 2 misses from Japan there, and the accuracies are way below Philippines right now. It's really looking bad now.
Yeah, the only FC from Japan is the lowest accuracy as well. That's really not doing them any favors. And Philippines are just absolutely crushing it. When their lowest scoring player is a 99.75, like, that is so hard to fight back.
Although even it's now we're at the second half now, and the lead is already this big. I figure this would be even bigger now. If the accuracies are staying like this, there's no full combos in Japan now.
Yeah, and Batmania player nearly dipped out of the 99% as well. The lead now 36,000 points, and Philippines are just not letting up. They are not showing any mercy.
More misses coming out from Japan. No one's really missing on Philippines though. That's pretty insane to think about now.
Yeah, this is such a crazy team score from the Philippines. Again, like Siloesca being the lowest with a 99.73. Very, very few teams in this tournament can even come close to this.
Even for such a long note at this category, even like coordination of releases, they are notorious to pick up random misses here and there, and it really doesn't affect Philippines at all.
Yeah. Is that gonna be a full team FC from the Philippines? It will be.
Yeah.
2979.
Just
Just shy of 298.
No V1 double S's this time. It's just a black flag and 2 per piece for
Yeah.
Emily and Limit. Oh damn. Okay. All right.
I believe that is the second best score on Boost Anima so far, the highest being the United States. So yeah.
Yeah, Japan will have to respond with something though. We are running out of options. Looking
Come on.
like.
Come on, Japan. SV2 is open, come on. Just do it. Oh, okay,
Alright, they're
never
calling
mind.
their timeouts there.
Come on, I'm entering your brain, Kuke. You know you want to play SV2.
Let's Cadence does seem like looking good for them. Although Philippines will respond with their hybrids, and they already have 2 hybrids in their favor to make sure that I guess they're 2 next best choices for their picks. Japan, however, after SB, if assuming they would go for less cadence, the other rice picks maybe not so much.
I mean, I still think like Spiral of Everballs Rice 2 is still in the cards for Japan. Definitely not Rice 1. I think Rice 1 is gonna be like Philippines any day. But then also like the remaining tech picks, I mean Japan have already lost Bull of a set. I don't know if they will be able to take victories from Supernova or A. And I'm also sure like hybrids is out of the question too.
And again, I have that sinking feeling where Japan is probably gonna randomly popping up on hybrids, which has been the kind of the stereotype for this tournament.
I mean, yeah. Like if Japan do pick hybrids, like I will not be that surprised.
No, they're absolutely not picking hybrids. They will win on them, but they're not confident in picking it.
I mean, surely not against like Philippines. Like maybe against a slightly weaker opponent. But I don't think against Philippines they should consider going for it. So in my opinion, it's between Rice 2 and SV2. If they want to take a risk again, Rice 5 or Rice 6 are open as well. I believe the timer in the IRC is the actual timeout timer now, so we should expect a Japan pick pretty soon.
Alright, let's see what happens. Is it less condensed or is it Spiral of Erebus?
Or is it neither? And I will look stupid, and they'll go for something else.
No, there's no way they're gonna go with the introduction, is there?
I mean, I've seen crazier picks. I believe the timer is going to run down soon, so
Yep, should be down by now. A matter of which the $1 million question would be.
Oh boy.
What pick
Please.
is the thing?
please do not pull a Singapore-Poland and have the referee roll. I've already seen it once, I don't want to see it a second time, where teams have to just let RNG decide.
Okay, when I saw that players are probably moving in, I'm assuming they would go with something else. Alright,
Okay,
here we
there
go,
we
let's
go.
condense!
Let's go! I got into Kuke's brain. We are going to the O's original SV2 by Super Tonis Les Cadences. Alright.
Yeah, but when you say it like that...
I'm just hyped to see O's originals, man.
Alright, was it Kuruke, Yomogi, and the other one player
13
from
Wiz.
Japan?
13 Wiz. Actually, what is Philippines' SV team?
I believe it would be LZ, and then Cupman or Silicosis 2, and maybe Plana or Libet, depending on which, if they practice enough.
Yeah, Silicosis 2, Siluesca Els, and if Liviet did play the stage 1 of qualifiers, Philippines did not play SV in the round of 32, so we're just gonna base it off that.
Well, tell you what, I really didn't expect for most original being SV this round this early in. Which to be honest with you, I feel like it will be kind of suited for maybe not like a mid game situation. But SV this early round, we won't say no to that.
I mean, this map is also particularly extremely difficult to learn compared to SV1 Horizon Blue.
Alright, so Plana is now in, not 11, so Plana and probably come back for Silicosis.
Okay.
Alright, yep, there you go. Japan probably is still waiting for 13 wins, dude?
Yeah. But that also means that there's no if yet for Philippine side.
Oh, there you go, there's that 1/5.
Yep. Okay. This should be the final 6, and I think we should be getting ourselves into this map very soon. Because the timers have been like stretched to the limits at this point.
Alright, should be okay.
Hopefully.
Hmm.
Hopefully. You can do it, Silicosis too.
It's not Silicosis actually.
Is it not?
Is it actually Plana? Probably is not ready, but there we go. You got the start command there. You should be seeing. I would really expect Japan to be really well rehearsed for this.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna be extremely surprised if Philippines wins this. Like their SB team is good, but like once again, this is Japan we're talking about.
I mean, this intro is really hard to do. Even for Planets for Cupman is already dipped below. Yeah, there's already that one miss there. It's it's already kind of making it.
I think the script is written already, saying that Plana is what was dangling below 90% and the miss as well from Silicosis 2, another one.
There's really no saving this.
Oh my goodness, it's already a 90,000 point difference.
Alright,
I think Philippines knew it from the beginning.
What do you think the scores for Japan would be though? 99.92 for both Crook and Yomogi there.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at like the past SV2 scores and let me just see who has the highest team score. I believe that is China, 2955. I think Japan are going to blow that team score out of the water.
Yeah, I believe for China's match in particular, Ganyu Angel is the MVP of that.
That is
and that score is really good. It's like 99.78, and this one is
yeah,
you got both 99.9s. That's not fair.
It's really not fair. Like this is just ridiculous, and we're like halfway through the map as well.
If they ace the 1/5, I'm gonna lose my mind here.
Oh, I mean, Aizawa, Kuke, and Yomogi.
They really don't like that sudden bump.
I mean, Siluesca definitely practiced this quite a bit, so kudos to her. But like, yeah, the other two players of Philippines just not having it.
All right, comes to with the 1/5 later on.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Everyone rainbow slit. What the heck?
I think Yomogi and Kuke just picked up like one single regular 300 in that.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, this is just signed, sealed, and delivered straight to Philippines' door. Oh my god.
Well, Kuke picked up a 200 there, but Yomogi's probably taking the MVP this time around, I feel.
I think so. Let's not jinx things and hope that their focus doesn't slip up right at the end. There we go. 2969 crushes final score.
Are you serious right now?
200 from Kuke. I have no idea what's Yomogi's score. It's not loading in client. Let me check.
It's probably around 85, 84. Yeah, 94 actually.
Oh my gosh!
All right,
double digit.
Cool. That's a definition of a flex. And even if you read the bottom row, that clearly shows.
My gosh! I mean, You know what? Again, kudos to Siloweska. 979k on the dot. Actually beating out 13 Wiz, but yeah, I mean, Japan, once again, showing their SV prowess like they've done so over like the past half a decade.
Yeah, I mean that's a point for Japan, which is very good, but they're still down by 2, and Philippines will have 2 hybrid picks on their back.
Yeah.
So maybe try one of them, one of the 2 that are good. Introduction,
Okay.
that is.
There we go.
I have this one feeling that this hybrid is abstract enough that jokes could actually happen, which Japan might be able to take advantage of it.
Oh, I mean, like, Philippines in terms of combo game, I think so far they've been losing that, but their accuracy game have been on point.
Not sure if that's a good case. That's a good thing for Ben Minimum to say that in the chat.
Oh. I mean, it's probably nerves, right? Like, when you have... like, these two teams have a lot of new players in, like, the 4K World Cup itself. So there's bound to be nerves. Even though you've played, like, many, maybe, like, local tournaments, regionals, 4DM even.
The chat, come on, 4v1.
4v1.
Yeah, but that is indeed 4v1.
I mean, you can be, like, prepared so much, but then when you are on the center stage in front of hundreds of people watching, there can be some nerves. They may not be a lot, but they can exist, and that could definitely turn a player's confidence slightly down. Well, we'll see if Japan can pick up their confidence from a very destructive SV2 win.
Seems kind of a bit odd for Japan not having the 2 players being, I guess, in time for this. I'm not sure that's an issue.
Yeah, I think Japan's still sorting out their players. I believe Kuki should be coming in this. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Well, no. Okay, it's maybe just switching out.
Oh?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But Silicosis Command, I guess replacing Elsa this time, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, interesting choice for the Philippine side.
They've been doing relatively okay for most of the LNs on hybrids, so I guess Silicosis and Elsa is pretty much interchangeable if you want to look at it in terms of consistency.
Yeah, I guess when your team just has that many flexible players, when it comes to maps that are quite close to one another, they can just be interchangeable within the team. And even Kuke is saying that he's nervous. I mean, even like when your veteran player is saying that, I mean,
how can you be nervous? Because in 2019, you can say you're nervous, but you're already like what, five medieval cup iterations.
Oh, just waiting for Liviet to ready up, hopefully. But I do want to point out as well, like Japan have 2 players that have gotten podium places, Kuke and Aforza, both having 2nd place in 2020.
I have no idea what's happening here.
I think it's just... It's... Okay, I was about to say... is that just like classic Philippines net? No, Liviet is just in the washroom.
It's just not not in their appropriate spot.
You gotta be ready, even if you're on the washroom.
It's critical. Come on, let's do this.
Alright. This map potentially for Philippines to get themselves up to match point. or potentially to give Japan a lifeline back into this match. Client's being a bit wonky because Kuke is not reset, and there we go.
Interestingly enough, intro seems to have a bit of a flicker. You would normally see that on most Rise, but this time it's a hybrid.
I think Silicosis 2 is actually stabilizing the accuracy back up to 99.8 now, so the difference being Batmania player, but 13 wins with the miss, that's a big one as well. 99.3 down, and that's a 10,000 point lead of Philippines already.
Already like 5-digit lead there. It's already looking very good for Philippines there. Just solely on accuracy alone, it beats out everyone.
Yeah, once again, the accuracy game is just there for the Philippines for this entire match so far, apart from SV2. But there are still many abrasive patterns to come, but Japan will find a second miss.
Philippines are pretty close, man. Come on, man. You can't do this.
Gosh. What is that? Should we wait for 40? I mean, this is just like the median in Philippines is just way too close.
Kuke's trying their best to get up to the 999.7 range. It's the other two players who have to step up. Plana with the first miss finally though after so long.
For Japan, they really need to hope that it's first of many, because that single miss alone is not going to change anything.
Running out of time here, there's not that much material left to start now. There's only this a few simpler rhythms to go for.
Yeah, that's it. And that will be match point.
Yeah, that's a match point for Philippines there. 5-2, which it's Japan's turn to pick later on now, but the other picks though, it's only just that the 4 rice picks remaining, and it's a tough spot to call.
Personally, I don't see them picking anything but Rice 2. Like, that is basically their safest pick.
Wow, okay. So yeah, all the the other two players in Japan probably switching out in Water and Yamogi seems like that's a or maybe I don't know. All right,
We're going
okay,
Rice 5.
Supernova. Not the worst thing to choose from.
It's not the worst. It is not the worst, definitely. Actually, you know what? Maybe this could be good. Maybe they want to throw the risk out the window. Try something a bit safe. There's something that they're already familiar with in tech instead of jump stream. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right, so it's not very common to see lobby being this empty, other than the other two. Philippine side.
I was hyping Villarreal up and they ended up missing, but it will not matter at all. That could have been a 3-way V1 double S, but Philippines will book their ticket into the quarterfinals, winners bracket, and send Japan down to the lower bracket. I mean, that is just like that team score from Japan as well. Like, how many ones are there?
Yeah,
It's like 8 ones.
and they just you just ruined it for not having a 200 there. But yeah,
Ah.
regardless, that is very strong showing there for both of these teams. 6-2. I was not expecting for having this quite a lot of really good scores, and for the Philippines, they have outdone themselves.
Yeah. This is a very good performance from the Philippines. Not to mention Japan as well. I mean, that SV2 performance you really cannot ignore. But Philippines, they will advance and they will face either Chile or Brazil. So it's going to be one of the South America giants.
Yeah, I think that would be that the last upcoming match, I believe, according in terms of schedule, which
I believe so.
For Brazil or Chile side, it's one of those giants basically, and Philippines will have to contend with them. Even though they may be higher seed, but they would not have any rest against them.
Yeah, definitely. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Japan will drop to the lower bracket to face either Spain or Ukraine. That match has not happened yet as well, so we'll have to wait and see both these teams who will they be facing next week. But with that being said, I believe that will wrap it up for OS Live 2 for the time being.
Yep, I believe we'll probably be continuing on the mainstream because it's not over yet. We still have one or two successive matches that will be happening on the mainstream. I believe for the 13 UTC, which is like around 5 minutes, which you're not missing that much. You still don't really get any much of a break, so
yeah.
You can do something else in those 5 minutes time. You can do maybe you can have a couple drinks or whatever, or maybe you can just go and stack with banners for your profile page. You can still go to the O store and you can buy and stack banners for your favorite teams, of course, and then you can go with them if you buy them, and you can even buy multiples of them. You can probably prank your friend for having 50 banners stacked on your user page and then scroll downwards to see their stats. You can do that as well.
But yeah, I think that should wrap it up for us. We'll be raiding the main channel very soon, so I think that should do it for us. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, maybe you can stay tuned for the other mainstream in about 4 minutes, and then you can probably just go watch the rest of it until we can get like other 2 overlapping matches, which maybe also stream on this channel as well.
Yep.
So yeah, take care everyone, and see you on the mainstream.
Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4 Key World Cup 2024. We've got One of the two last matches of round of 16. This one happening at the exact same time as the other last match, Chile versus Brazil, on the other main stream. So go check that out if you're not already. But this is going to be Mexico, the number 18 seed, versus Peru, the number 31 seed, a losers bracket match. Everything on the line for these two teams as they try to make their way into the losers bracket quarterfinals. I am one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here by Dynascape. How's it going?
It is going great, Toph Daddy. And sad to see one of these teams go by the end of the match, but that's just the way it goes. Like you said, one of the final matches, and with Peru versus Mexico, the winner is actually going to face the loser of the other match going on in the mainstream, Chile versus Brazil. So that's going to be a tough matchup for next week, whoever makes it on this one. And I know Peru does have that seeding of 31, but I was looking at the stats earlier, and honestly, I don't think it's very fair to call Peru a bottom seed in this tournament. I think they've had a lot of trouble fielding all 6 of their players week by week. In qualifiers week, they didn't have Shio, who's been putting up some amazing scores, especially last week versus South Korea's. And then last week, they didn't have the 0 for SV. So really, if Peru can get together, get all 6 players on the server, I think this will be a really good matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned it during last week's matchup against South Korea that Peru basically one player away from being a much, much higher seed. They've got 2 players for sure that can really throw the accuracy in the faces of their opponents, but that last week they just fell a little bit short because of some third player syndrome. So I'm excited to see what kinds of scores are going to be put up by these 2 teams. We already see the protected bans coming out. LN1, Rice 1 protected by each team, and Mexico immediately getting rid of SV2. So sad.
Yeah, really tough SV2 ban. Interestingly enough, I mean, if both players do want to play SV1, because they both did play it last week, it could be pretty close. Again, if the 0 is in for Peru, the 0 Kamiko and I believe Spectro is a really, really good SV team and is basically like neck and neck, I would say, with Silat, Darkichizer, and Shadow GM. So Peru banning out Rice 6. They don't want things to get too physical, and honestly, I feel like in a lot of matches, that map has either been ignored or banned for the most part.
Yeah, the map has a lot of awkward challenges. Like, despite it being probably the most straightforward of the 3 tech picks in the pool, it does have a lot of choke points. You could point out, the long jacks that exist in it that are so easy to trip up on, and that 260 BPM jump stream section that can really push your limits. So getting the physicality out of the way, and Peru will have an opportunity to pick first. They protected along note 1, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of stick around that pool.
Exactly. I think Peru has done well on a lot of different LN picks and also hybrid picks. And like I said, Shio, if they are here this week, they have put up some amazing scores in general. I mean, 993 on Brain Rigid Girl is no joke. And I think they can pretty much stay at around at least 990 most of these LN maps, if I would have to guess. I don't think they should scale that poorly into the next round, especially with a jump from round of 32 into 16. So Peru probably looking towards the LNs, if I had to guess. It's just really which one do you want to pick first?
Absolutely. I could definitely just be going straight for their protect, though. If I was in their shoe, I might push myself towards something a little bit riskier, get some of the risky picks out of the way. I could definitely see an LN3 or LN2 pick coming out, but a Hybrid 2 actually going to be the selection here, the more long note focused of the 3 hybrids. So it still makes sense, but just running a little bit off of the script of picking long notes after that protect, but like I said, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's still very LN focused, like you said. Super coordination heavy, so if they do manage to take this point, something like LN3 would also seem like a good choice as well, but it also falls in line with their coordination protect in LN1. So, not too different. It's just that it has a little bit more Rice, a little bit more physicality in the jacks.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And you made the note that there's a little bit of that coordination aspect. This is probably the most similar map structurally to LN1, and despite requiring a little bit of that coordination, it is a little more straightforward as well. So it's, taking the risk factor out of the coordination requirement that LN1 has, while still having that like jacky motion and somewhat similar structure to like a timing held, despite being more straightforward on the releases.
Exactly. So let's see who both of these teams are gonna field. For Peru, it's gonna be Shio, Postlayer, and Darkichizer. Oh wait, no, Darkichizer is for Mexico. They just need to switch over. Anku is the one for Peru. So no real surprises there. I know Spectro played a lot last week, but that might be in the absence of Postlayer. For Mexico, it is going to be Cerrone, Shadow GM, and like I said, Darkichizer. Usually Hacker Gamer, I believe, plays a lot of LN stuff, and also maybe some hybrids, but I mean, I guess it's just really a matter of preference. I guess we'll just have to see how Cerrone does, because I think they fielded Cerrone for a couple of LNs in Mexico's match last week. So interesting choice. Gonna have to see how it works out. I think that both of these teams are, again, pretty even. Maybe Mexico wins out in terms of overall accuracy, so it really is just up to them to not make a mistake and not let Peru have that first point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Mexico, quite a seed disparity, one of the higher ones that we're going to be seeing, or that we've seen this weekend. The only two matches having a higher seed disparity than this, based on no upsets happening during the round of 32. So Mexico definitely coming in with a bit of an advantage, but we already have seen Peru kind of feel comfortable on those long notes enough to protect it. So they know something that we might not, and we do have a lot of very good players who can get very strong accuracy, especially on long notes on the Peruvian team. So they're going to do what they can to keep this point within their own court, really.
Yeah, and this map pretty short. I think there are a lot of maps around that 2-minute mark. So miss is absolutely vital on here, especially on a chokeable map like this. You cannot really afford to really set back your team 7,000-8,000 points. So very much so, they need to be able to lock in that accuracy, but also have that combo ability.
Yeah, and out the gate, everyone getting to 400 combo, except Anku, who does find a break very early on. It did look like the accuracy was slightly in Peru's favor, though, so they may be able to bring back a little bit of that score, but for now, let's go with a small lead off of the break.
Yeah, that accuracy at the start for Peru was a good sign of things to come before that small mistake by Anku, but thankfully it was at the start, and Darkichizer actually trading it out with some of those jacks. So suddenly, Peru finding themselves in the front position here as things tidy up. Darkichizer is going to need to get to 400 combo cap quickly in order to stem the bleeding. But for now, huge lead for Peru.
Okay, that was a client miss. There was no miss from Darkichizer. Anku does find another drop, so the lead is squarely in Mexico's court right now. About 2 misses behind, and the accuracy actually catching up a little bit. Peru dropping down a little bit, but still relatively comparable. So a couple misses from Mexico could definitely swing that lead over to the Peruvian side.
Yeah, really unfortunate client miss. Maybe that's another one I can't tell at this point. I hope, for Peru's sake, it's not, so that it'll be a more competitive match. But everyone really killing those rice patterns pretty easily into the stream transition. And here we go into another more hybrid section. We get a lot of very fast 150 jacks with double LN holds, and Shadow GM just cannot keep up Darkichizer either. Peru's clawing it back.
I don't think those were client misses. Those are real, and Peru has the lead as Shadow GM finds another break, and that lead is skyrocketing in Peru's favor. Shadow GM not having a great time holding on to this Jackie section. Requires a lot of coordination with those jacks and reverse shields, so Peru bringing it all the way back. It looks like actually Darkichizer was a client miss, but Shadow GM misses are potentially enough as Cerrone also finds a break at the end. And Peru gonna get on the board first there.
Yeah, I mean, client giving us all a heart attack. It's hard to tell which ones are client misses, which ones are not. The one on Dark Chazer's side did not recorrect itself for like 40 seconds, which is something you don't see every day. But Peru banging it out in the end, managing to get their first point and not allowing that break point over to the higher seeded Mexico. And Mexico firing back with the immediate Rice 2 pick. We've seen it time and time again with these matches this weekend. A lot of teams will start off on Rice 2 and then feel good to branch out on some more physical picks. So Mexico really taking that same blueprint and running with it as they're going to try to show their physical prowess on Spiral of Erebos.
Yeah, the player's going to have to keep their stamina in mind. This does play more like a 2-minute, 50-second long jump stream pick based on the intro being quite long, but once you get into the jump stream, it's going to be all stamina all day. And you mentioned that some teams do like to pick this early, and I think with probably good reason, just want to make sure that you get the stamina pick out early so that you know, on a pick that you're generally comfortable with, that your stamina is not super far gone, or at least being even further tested.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point because the map is quite long. Yes, there is about like 40-50 seconds of fluff at the start, but after that, you really don't get any breaks, to be honest. 3 minutes of just pure 235 BPM jump stream, and a lot of that is pretty hard patterning, especially at the end. There are a couple of stream transitions and stuff like that to make you really choke out once you start getting tired. So Spiral of Erebos, very much a popular pick within these teams that enjoy the right side of things at this current level of play. And so for Mexico, it's up to Cerrone, Iwate, and Darkichizer in order to beat Chio, Anku, and Postlayer. So no crazy changes on the side of Peru. For Mexico, we are going to see Iwate sub out, or sub in rather. So best of luck to both teams with a 6-way FC. I think again Mexico would have that slight advantage, but you never know what's going to happen. It seems like Mexico has been having some consistency problems shown in that hybrid map.
Yeah, a little bit of that consistency can be a problem, especially on a map as long as there's lots of opportunities to find breaks, even if the patterns are a little bit more straightforward.
As I said, super calm start, nothing really happening. It's basically just a free pass to get to combo cap, and it seems like Peru just has that slightest tinge of better accuracy, but really the main meat of it hasn't shown up yet. So once we really get into that first couple of jump stream patterns, we'll really see who can dish it out on this map.
Absolutely, there is a slight accuracy advantage from this intro in the Peruvian court. No one finding any breaks though, so this is where it's going to start becoming important to keep that accuracy. Iwate, that looks like those are 2 stream breaks, I think. I do not believe those are real misses. That may be a real miss from Anku though. That may give Mexico a lead. So Iwate's combo has reset back to normal. Darkichizer's staying around the same, though. Okay, there it is. Mexico does have a lead off of that miss from Anku. Accuracy is also increasing for pretty much everyone in the lobby. Anku trying to catch up, but that miss definitely causing a little bit of damage there down below the 99.7s.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say that Anku cannot really keep up with the other 5 in terms of accuracy and is lagging behind just by a little bit. It's hard to say, but I think a miss at this point from anyone on Mexico, if it is clean, would not transfer back over the lead. And as the score line keeps jumping back and forth, and honestly, a lot of fake outs from the client, it's hard to tell if Darkichizer actually missed or if that's a client miss. If that is a real one, possibly Peru has the lead at this point, and we're halfway through. The patterns really have not changed up significantly, and it just seems like as Darkichizer recorrects themselves with their combo, Mexico standing still with that 6,000 point lead.
Yeah, we do see actually the highest accuracy in the lobby is Shio beating out the 3 Mexican players. Postlayer not too far behind as well. The real difference here is just the one miss from Anku and a little bit of an accuracy deficit there. But still, it's within striking distance if we do see some mistakes coming out from the Mexican side here. We just gotta see if anything is updated. Okay, Darkchizer's in.
Oh boy, it seems like we're gonna have to wait for all of the combos to get in order. And as the client tries to correct themselves, I mean, I feel like at this point, Toph, Mexico really just has a stranglehold on this match. I think we might just see Darkchizer's view until we get to that 37, the 3000 combo, as is usually what happens with the client. But I mean, if Darkchizer doesn't miss up until this point, Mexico seems to be in clear waters.
Yeah, you can actually see the lead shrinking ever so slowly as we start to catch up with all the players. Oh. We get to the ending with the Trills. This is where those misses are more likely to happen than the rest of the chart. O-Trills definitely can cause some issues, especially with the stamina that's required, but it looks like everyone's doing a very good job here of holding on. Darkchizer just a little behind everyone else, but we'll get the client caught up. End of the map is coming up anyways, so not too big of a deal.
Exactly. We do have confirmation that Mexico did win this point by about 10,000 points, so I don't think anyone dropped on the side of Mexico, and Peru, maybe their accuracy weaned just a little bit towards the end. So, I mean, big ups to Mexico for definitely taking this map by a large margin. I think that 10,000 points on a straightforward map like this with only one miss on the Peruvian side is pretty strong of a showing, and they should feel pretty good, I think, into leaning towards some of these other Rice picks, especially the night away, stuff like that, where it doesn't seem like Peru has that supporting third score.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Anku with the best ratio in the lobby. It's just that one miss that caused a huge issue with the score going down. And if Anku full combos, that might have been a Peruvian point.
Yeah, it's really tough to say, and even harder for us considering our point of view with all the client misses. But really, what's important for Peru is to think about their next pick. SG1 still up. A lot of different LNs and hybrids still up. They did well on hybrid too, especially off the back of Mexico's misses. So is Boost Anma really the choice now? Do they send the bullet?
I mean, it's the most similar map to Hybrid 2. It's their Protect. I think it wouldn't be a bad choice. I could also see an LN3 coming out with that focus that they have. I could also potentially see SV1 coming out because they did not end up banning it. Mexico's ban being SV2 could give them a little inkling that SV is potentially the way to go.
Oh wow, and actually they come out with a different idea in mind with LN2. So testing a straightforward LN category in density. We're gonna have to see how Peru fields their players and how Mexico fields their players, because this should be a pretty interesting pick considering, again, like we said, they just won on the coordination hybrid. Coordination LN always seems like a good choice, but they're saving that Protect to maybe get a point when they really need it, maybe when they transfer over a breakpoint or something like that.
Yeah, definitely could be the situation that they're waiting for. Just got to get everyone in the lobby now. Shio, Anku, Postlayer potentially being the 3. No swap outs there. And then Xiao GM coming in for the Mexican side. Stroni and Darkchizer staying in.
Yeah, Mexico just being a little bit more adaptable when it comes to having different players play in different skill sets. One thing I might see for Peru is if this match goes on and they keep fielding the same 3 players, we might see some breaks in consistency. We might see some drops in accuracy, especially when you get to, that point of you've been playing for 5+ maps straight. It gets really tiring, especially when you have to focus so much on an MWC match like this. So I would like to see Peru try to be a little bit more malleable with for future picks. But for now, I think this is just fine. It's just something to keep in mind for later.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we've got all the players in the lobby ready to go. Shio, Anku, Post Layer for Peru, Dark Chizo, Cerrone, and Shadow GM for Mexico. Just gotta wait for the ready ups to come through. And we'll have our third pick of a match ready to go.
Yeah, and with that last map by Peru in Mechanical Jaeger, honestly, I think things were pretty close, all things considered. Yes, there are a lot of misses untraded over on the Mexican side. However, if I'm correct, I think the accuracies were essentially tied. So really, it's up to who cannot miss on a map like this. And again, it's pretty straightforward. However, I mean, sometimes density can really catch you out, to be fair. So here we go. Mexico already having that decent bit of a lead. It seems like Hugh and Cerrone are tied up, and then Anku and Dark Chaser are basically the same. The problem is that third man syndrome in Post Layer versus Shadow GM, and right now Shadow GM is absolutely tearing Post Layer apart when it comes to accuracy, but not when it comes to combo, as Peru finds themselves with a bit of the lead as Shadow GM drops, and Cerrone does as well. Will these two be client misses? I don't know. We're just gonna have to find out as this map goes on.
Yeah, so a miss coming out. The combo getting right back up to 400 very quickly for both of the misses there from Mexico. So about a 7,000 point lead. That is going to start just about staying the same, it looks like, unless we start seeing some major accuracy differences. And we do see Post Layer a little bit behind in the accuracy for Peru there. Shadow GM a little bit behind as well. That is with the miss. So it looks like this lead is very slightly shrinking potentially. Though we're not seeing them increase their accuracy as fast as maybe they would like to be on the Mexican side, but 3 full combos may just be enough to stave it off, even though it is getting closer and closer here going into the last quarter.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough time, but it seems like Mexico is trying to beat back that lead by just a little bit. A miss would surely help them. But for now, as we get into the slower section, and honestly, the ending isn't too much, it seems like Peru has done what it takes. The triple FC, or almost FC, as Shio has a little bit less accuracy by about 100, is really what's key in this matchup. Consistency over everything else, and Peru wins it over Mexico. Seems like, yeah, Shio did have a slider break about 100 notes in. Unfortunate for Shadow GM and Cerrone, but I mean, you would need to have a 3-way FC in order for Mexico to take it, and unfortunately, they did not have what it takes on this.
Indeed, Mexico doing what they could have. They were looking very good for a while. It did look like there were some accuracy drops towards the end, especially from Dark Chizer with a couple 100s and 50s, but I hardly think that was going to make a huge difference. But it is back to their own pick. No breakpoint so far, so nothing to panic about just yet.
Yeah, Mexico being beaten back on both Ellen and Hybrids so far. Peru still having their protect. It's beginning to look a lot deadlier than it seems, Toph, as Mexico tries to gather up a second pick. And again, they fired back Spiral Erebos very, very quickly and won by about 10,000 points, so should feel pretty good about basically any other map. I would probably go for Rice 1 if I were them, and it looks like they are going for it. Not a lot of chokeable, I guess, patterns compared to the other 3 maps in the Rice pool, so good choice by Mexico. I think it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Going with the Protect. We still do have Peru's Protect available as well, but this one just trying to keep it comfortable for the Mexican side. Want to make sure that they can maintain the points. With how close that last long note pick was, I could definitely see them setting themselves up to take a breakpoint on one of them, but they do have to put up a performance and make sure that they aren't putting the pressure on themselves that's like requiring that breakpoint.
Yeah, and I think for Peru, Shio and Postler doing really well on Spiral of Erebos. The problem was Anku really needed to step up their combo game and I guess accuracy as well, because it was just not at the level that the other three Mexican players were at, right? So if Mexico can, again, really important, pull off a three-way FC, they should be fine. There's no reason they should lose in terms of accuracy if all of them pull off an FC. The problem is just getting to that end destination. So major point for Mexico. They cannot really lend over a breakpoint to Peru because it seems like they just have so many other good choices in the LN hybrid pools, and Mexico used their ban on SV2. So really scary things if this match goes the distance.
That is a true intro for the speed pick here coming through. We'll give the players a little bit of an opportunity to just kind of relax for a little bit. They've got the intro with the 1/4s here, and then it's basically just 1/6. But the real difficulty comes when the chorus is hit, and we don't get the first one until like a third of the way through the map. So a little bit of time to just get things ready and get into the map for the players. And everyone should be able to get up to that 400 combo before any breaks happen. So we should be seeing max combo going into it. But until then, we're just waiting for potentially any accuracy drops here, but nothing major. Anku does drop a little bit of accuracy, but not enough to really matter. Certainly not enough to take them out of striking distance if anyone misses here.
Yeah, this is really the big portion, right? When the snappings get to 1/8 and we get into those 320 BPM streams. Seems like everyone is doing just fine. Not a whole lot of major accuracy drops. Postlayer and Anku maybe dropped just a little bit, as well as Shio. So all three of them around that 99.75 mark, whereas Mexico doing their best to keep away Peru, as Iwata and Darkichizer really having that accuracy lead over their counterparts right now.
Yeah, all three players on Mexico actually out-acking the three players on Peru, so a strong lead for now, about 3,000 points, but that is still 6 full combos across the board. A miss will swing it over to Peru if it happens to one of the three Mexican players, so they do still have to make sure that they keep themselves together going through this last chorus.
Exactly, and the note count is smaller on this map. I guess combo count is smaller on this map compared to other maps, so that makes any misses all the much more deadly. And as we get into the second stream section and the last one with it, we're gonna have to see how people do. As there we go, the the score bar was wrong for just a little bit as Klein tried to psych itself out, but seems like everyone's doing just fine. Slight drop in accuracy from Cerrone. Anku actually getting better accuracy from that intro into this section, so amazing work by them. But unfortunately, Shio and Postler cannot find the... Ooh!
And that's two players getting lost a little bit in that, and that was a huge score jump right there.
Yeah, super dirty drop by Anku. Basically missed about an entire measure worth of notes as they dropped from 99.8 to 98.8. So a whole percentage of difference really made it. And I mean, the scoreline doesn't say it, but it was a pretty close game up until about 500 notes ago. And it's really unfortunate for Peru, but Mexico is going to take this with some pretty very clean scores, actually, all around 992, 993, 993. So even with full FCs on the board from Peru, it wouldn't have mattered, but I mean, the potential was there.
Absolutely, but still no breakpoints to be seen here in this match. And SV1, a very fast pick coming out of Peru there. They are ready to go and still keeping their protect kind of in their back pocket.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I do like the idea of SV1 being picked. However, it might be a bit of a scary change as Peru does field the 0. We do get to see Kamiko. So these two players have probably been sitting on the back burner training up their SB while, you know, everyone else was playing. And then I believe the last player should be Spectro for Peru if they are in this lobby. And then for Mexico, same thing. We do get a couple swap outs. We should have Shadow GM, Dark Chaser, and Silot, if I'm not mistaken. But actually, we do have Happer Gamer in. I'm gonna have to see if that is for Shadow GM or if that's for someone else, because that's quite a surprising pop-up by Happer Gamer.
Just waiting for the Mexican players to be coming in for this SV pick, trying to figure out who is going to do the strongest. I hope they put the practice in for this, but they did ban SV2, so there's a clear level of discomfort with SVs in general here, shown by Mexico.
Yeah, and here we go. We do have the third player in for the Peruvian team. We've got Spectro, so that solid, ideal Peruvian SV lineup is here, and I do think that they can probably keep things very close with Mexico. To be honest, Peru, they did seed 16 on the SV qualifier, and that was their best placement by far, whereas Mexico did have 25th on SV. I think they honestly had probably two pretty bad runs. So Shadow GM, Happer Gamer for Mexico. Will the last player be Silot or will the last player be Dark Chaser? It's hard to say. I think both of them can really do the job, but we are going to see Silot in for this map.
Absolutely. We've got our three players on both sides now, and the start command does come out, so we'll have to see how well practiced these teams are on the SV pick. This one a little bit easier to sight read, certainly, than SV2, so potential for some comfort to be shown outside of just, making sure that you're well practiced, but there are a couple patterns that will really get you if you're not ready for them.
Exactly. I think a lot of this map also just making sure you are ready for those sections where there are a lot of aggressive jumps in the playfield, and Shadow GM seems to have missed in the first couple of notes. Hopefully that is a client miss, as we've seen time and time again in this match, but for now, Peru picking up a very, very early lead. In the scope of everything, though, honestly, 6,000 points is not a lot when it comes to SV. You'll see a high variance in scores.
Absolutely, and doing a good job of recovering, so it is well practiced, looks like, by all players. Just a little bit of an accuracy deficit for Mexico off of that miss from Shadow, and we do see traded misses right back and forth, and actually a huge accuracy drop from Peru there, keeping Mexico well within striking distance.
Oh yeah, a couple more misses like that, and it could swing any so which way, as it seems like Happer Gamer and Silot really do have control of this map, but not as much as Kamiko, who has a 99.8. Super scary, as people get back up to combo cap and things kind of realign for all 6 players. It seems like Mexico just has that slightest inch of an accuracy advantage.
Yeah.
That's really with 2 players having over 99% compared to Peru's 1.
Yeah, the accuracy from Shadow is behind the other 2 players on Peru, Spectro and Gazero, doing a good job of keeping their accuracy where it needs to be. But I think it needs to climb a little bit higher. It's going to be really close one way or another if we don't see any more misses. And this section at the end is easier. There are still some accuracy drop potentials, especially with these long notes. So it's not over yet. And we do see a little bit of an accuracy drop there from Happer Gamer. So it's not over until it's over, but I wouldn't expect any misses, but it's all going to come down to how well they can maintain their accuracy.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nail biter of a finish.
Like
Everyone hits that.
Difference.
How did they do that? And Mexico trying to retain their lead last couple of notes. It's swinging back and forth. No one knows who's going to win, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Mexico by an amount of 3,000 points.
And that's a double S from Keviko. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy score. But Mexico taking it for themselves. The first breakpoint of the match, and it's on an SV pick.
Super, super scary. We said it was going to be close, and it really was down to the wire. A couple of people making mistakes on each side of Peru and Mexico. It's really hard to tell because basically for that entirety of the match, the Mexican players were at second, third, and sixth place on the leaderboard. And with misses involved, it's really, really hard to tell who's going to come out on top. But they do it by the skin of their teeth. And with that break point, this really leads into an interesting question of where does Mexico find their last 3 points? Can they really win it on the last 3? Or I guess technically if they would have to go to tiebreaker, they only need 2 left on the Rice picks. So which 2 would they go for, though?
In my eyes right now, I think Rice 5 was about to be what I said, but they do go with Rice 5. It is the most similar to Rice 1 and is more straightforward than Rice 4. I don't really know what I'd expect coming out of them after this, though. Rice 4 is so risky, and Rice 3 is just an accuracy fest. Like, I have no doubt that Peru can keep up with it. If I'm in Mexico's shoes, probably Rice 4 coming out next. But for now, they're pushing Rice 5, the streamy tech pick, and also very, very short, so mistakes are going to be costly if they happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a little bit